78 loyalist skulls in the pile, 78 loyalist skulls. Crush one to dust and drink it with blood. 77 loyalist skulls in the pile. Now, the timeline has progressed. It is now 1995, April 22nd. 14 hours, 13 minutes, and 4 seconds. Good. Excellent. Perfect. Now, we move on to us existing. Hello. 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 You're in the wrong spot. There we go. That's in the right spot. Greetings and welcome. I am Carionta, and today we begin Unhack and Unhack 2 after this one. It's a game, some kind of puzzle game with visual novel elements, I guess. There's a story in there, and the second one is definitely a visual novel in full force, so we have to do the first one in order to have context for the second one, because that's how it works. Let me turn up the music a little bit so that we have some background, something in the background for you to also get distracted by, just a little bit. We don't need voices. We're not gonna have voice acting. I am the English voiceover here. That's how it works on this channel, alright? If you want to hear the original voices, I'm sure they did a lovely job. Good for them. If you want to hear them, you'll have to go somewhere else. Or just get the game yourself and play it. Because that's not how it works here. Not on this channel. I am the English voiceover here. I'm not saying I'm good at it. Not even close. I think I'm pretty mediocre at best. But that's the point of this place. I do the English voiceovers. And yes, so effects, mediocre. Maxing that out, and that's something like that. Sure, we can have that going on there. So, before we begin the thing properly, we have to exercise our vocal cords, don't we? Yes, we do. It's very important. And what better way to do so than to delve into the minds of people from the past, present, and future. And who better to elucidate our understanding of how people work and function than, well, obviously, the good people from TheOnion.com, America's finest news source. It cuts deep and thin slices, and I'm fucking this up very poorly. But they tell us that Winter Olympics inspire nation's youth to try sports their parents can't afford. Published February 20th, 2014. Critical. Nation's youth. Our bright future. We can look forward to all the things. Look at them go. Look at them in their gear and stuff like that. Washington. Inspired by the breathtaking acrobatics and death-defying high speeds of Winter Olympics events, the nation's youth were reportedly motivated this week to go out and try sports their parents could never possibly afford. Cool! I can't wait to hit the slopes and do that, said 15-year-old Davenport, Iowa resident Eric Wallace, echoing the sentiment of young people across the country whose families can't pay for the highly specialized equipment and clothing, beginner instructions at expensive training facilities, participation fees, extensive travel, lift tickets, or inevitable medical bills. It's going to be amazing when I'm flying across the snow and flipping around in the air like Shaun White. Though concerned about shelling out at least $3,000 before their children ever step foot on snow or ice, the nation's parents were reportedly excited about the money they would inevitably save when American youths immediately quit the sports after complaining they were too difficult. Such is the growing pains of understanding, of youth, of passion, of sports, of new hobbies, and everything else like that. Indeed. So, aside from those critical pieces of information that we just received, I got nothing to report. Nothing else happened here. And nothing ever really happens here, aside from me fucking up the audio every now and then, which should stop now. I have not done so in the past week. Hopefully I never do that again, although I probably will eventually. It's just an inevitability here. It's just an inevitability. So, without further ado, because there really isn't anything to do other than get to it, let us switch over to... Oh, god damn it. Put in the wrong spot. Because this game doesn't like being captured by the game capture thing on OBS. I need to do a different thing with it. Anyway, doesn't matter. It might matter. Whatever. Anyway, let's begin the story. I mean, obviously we're beginning with episode 1. Duh. Select difficulty. For fuck's sake, we're going with normal, obviously. Fucking... No, I'm here for the story, not the game to influence lives. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, no shame in that. I'm not here to beat any records or anything like that. Anyway, Weedy, hello there. Authentication successful. Good morning, dear unhacker. Whatever that means. Hey, Weedy. Actually, I spent Sunday writing a costume mod for AIs. Wanna try it? Smiley face. Oh dear. I will pass. Good call. I think that's a good call. Although I personally wouldn't design anything like that. It's too, like, ridiculous. I'm kind of irritated. All these, like, super skimpy outfits that people always make for all these, for everything in the blah, blah, blah. It's like, anyway. Come on, you never say yes. Because good reason. Now's not the time. A series of 5k web attacks have infected computers across the globe, around the globe. Damn, just what I need first thing on a Monday. Ah, Mondays. You will do just fine. Let us get unhacking. Sure. Great. Mission engage. Engage. Proceed by clicking an adjacent slot or using WASD keys. The numpad also works. Sure. Okay. Let's move there. Okay, okay. It's gonna be so. Oh, wait, what was that one? Back. Yes, we're not gonna skip the story at all. Anything they say is irrelevant. If the gameplay, if I take a while on some of these, which will get more difficult, then I will like fast forward or something like that. We're gonna skip a bunch of that, unless I find it entertaining looking back on it later. But generally speaking, that's what should happen. Anyway, all the rings around those slots. You sure had a lot of talk points in here. Oh, good. Excellent. Just making sure you pay attention to my words. Good. Yes, we want more of that. Alright. Exit. Whatever, man. As long as I get my say. 2. Sure. As long as I get my say 2. Alright. Yep. So we have to kind of go slowly in order to not miss any talk points. That's gonna be important. Just a reminder, the flagged slots are checkpoints. Cool. That's neat to know. A new feature you added? You have seen them plenty of times. Drank too much last night again? Who knows? Alright, so what do we gotta do? Do we just gotta go to the exit? I mean, those are dead ends. But there might be secret dialogue. We have to go to the dead ends, don't we? There's a deleted email in this slot. Something about a Nigerian prince with a lost fortune. Those are always legit, aren't they? Sweet, the third one this week. Let's just focus on our work. Sure. Yeah, we want to explore all the dialogues. Looks like pirated software. We should turn a blind eye. I guess. Alright, fair enough. The data for Minesweeper. Wow. Under 10 seconds on expert. Now that's respect. I'll say I can do it in 0.1 billion, 10 millionth of a second. Just saying, well, yes, well, you're a computer. Of course you can do it super quickly. That's some serious hacks. It's not really hacks, it's just like algorithms. Like, it's a computer. It's a game by a computer. It's very pure logic. Pornography videos. We should respect our client's privacy and turn around. Come on, there's dialogue blips there. Dear Unhacker, why are you putting that USB stick in? Look. You gotta preserve good porn. You can't just leave it on the internet. Like, you never know when it might just get deleted off the internet. If there's porn you find on the internet, fucking download it. Like, if you want to keep it. Like, make sure you have a local copy of it. Just saying the files in case they get corrupted. Yeah, or just get deleted or something like that. We are not a pornography backup service. Look, every computer should be that a little bit. Alright, so explore every single clip on the map so we can get full context for all the stories. Okay, alright. There are the worms. Please sneak by with caution. Okay, timing based. Yep. Blah, blah, blah. That was pretty easy so far. Alright, Weedy, once this is over, what do you say? What say you try out my costume mod? Fucking no. Okay, so this passes. Go. There we go. Forever declined. Good call. Yes, once again, that's a good call. Alright. Okay, they are moving in those kind of patterns up there. Oh, we need to get the key. Alright, fair enough. Moving through the thing so that we can get to the thing. Get the key, get the thing. Key, get. Sure. Is that reference to something? I've seen that, like occasionally posted by people, something like that. They say, thing, get. I don't get it. I don't know what that's from, and I don't really care. I guess it's like an old video gamey thing. Fuck me. I skipped the gamut. Damn it. Let me just worm my way through these gaps. Unhacker is a fucking pun master. Great. That pun was a -3 out of 10. Correct. Shit. Alright. Timing. There we go. Correct. Correct, Weedy. That was a terrible pun. We need to get inside that nest. Yeah. There's that. That kind of things. Okay, so there's... Okay, that's what it does. Relax, sweetie. You and I make an unstoppable team. Yep, just moving there. Not gonna take any unnecessary risks, so we... Let's just go there. Initiating purge sequence. Alright, I mean, this was the first mission, so obviously it's piss easy. Quick to do. Alright, purge the virus thing, the hack thing. Purge complete. Excellent work. Mission success. Indeed. That was a close call. We need to find the source behind these recent attacks. Indeed we should. It's disturbing. My creator phoned Smash Security to help people. He would have done anything to erase the 5k worms for good. With his recent death, it is impossible to ask him in person, but I know it in my heart. Your cold digital heart. That's cool, Weedy. Tell me what to do. I have arranged a meeting with Acme Antivirus to discuss about the situation. Acme... Oh dear. No explosions, please. They are our competitor, but we could use their support. Yeah, I have chosen you to represent us. Is that a good idea? I don't think that's a great idea, but okay. You are Smash Security's best unhacker, after all. I guess. Sure. No worries, let me just make an important request. Jeez. What's he gonna request? Fuck me. I'm here to listen. It's gonna be stupid, isn't it? Seeking permission to take a chocolate break, Weedy. Okay, that is important. Yes, that is very important. You need chocolate. You need chocolate. That's good. I approve of that. It's not dumb. This is super important. A chocolate break? Are you getting another something surprise? Oh, she likes chocolate. Look at that. That's adorable. She's so fucking excited about chocolate. I am too. Chocolate's fucking great. I'll answer once you stop blocking the screen. Yeah, I'm getting a Tinder surprise. You sure get worked up over the toys in those eggs. Yes. Kinder surprise. Those are good. Or Tinder. It is you who buys them at least twice a week. Well, they're good. As far as I haven't had one of those Kinder eggs in fucking forever, actually. I don't really care about the toys in them, though. They would just get lost. They're plastic. Plastic things break in my possession very, very easily. I'm not a gentleman when it comes to objects in my possession. They just kind of, like, I'm pretty fucking rough with those things, because, like, they're just things. They don't feel, they don't exist. They're just a thing. I'm just in for the chocolate, man. Heck, I'd give you the toys if I could. Yeah, sure, you can buy good chocolate without toys in them. There is no need. I found this during a data cleanup the other day. Well, that's adorable little red demon thingy. That's an adorable little plushie. Yeah, she looks so excited and proud of it. Throw that hideous thing back in the pit. Oi! Unhacker, you're out of your mind. This thing's adorable. Absolutely not. That was uncalled for. Yeah, I agree with her. That thing is adorable. Regardless, enjoy your break, dear Unhacker. I'll wait your return. Alright, next mission. Indeed, okay, close up of her, sure. Weedy. Alright, next mission. Music's pretty solid in this. Back with my Tinder surprise. Welcome back, dear Unhacker. Alright then, let's have that talk with Acme Antivirus. A meeting has been arranged inside Acme Antivirus System A2, the AI of their company, awaits our arrival. Alright, maybe this A2 will give my costume mod a go. No, absolutely fucking not. Please try to be serious. Let us begin. Alright, mission engage. Engage. I think I'm gonna do that every single time. Alright. By the way, what was in your Tinder fries? I'm curious. Come on, Weedy. I can't see what I'm typing. You can see enough. You can see like 80% of the screen. That's good enough. Anyway, I got some boat toy. Nothing special. That is too bad. I was hoping for something more adorable. Boats can be adorable too. It costs $2, man. What do you expect? Something cute like this. I mean, she has a point, I guess. Sure. But that... not that thing again. You just found that in the bin. Maybe it's cursed. It's not. It is so not. No, it's adorable. Unhacker, you're an idiot. Alright, we got teleporters. A2 should be waiting up ahead. Indeed. Teleporters. That's real fancy. Sure. Alright, now we have... Alright, well, we gotta figure out where each teleporter goes. Presumably, they go in a logical order. That's a terrible assumption to make. Let's go to the one to the right. Okay, it just loops us back. Fair enough. No dialogue at all. Just to introduce us here. This A2 could have met us here, instead of make us go through all this crap. Look, they got confirmed that we are competent, okay? They got confirmed that we are actually competent. Please watch your words. I'm certain A2 is listening. Yeah, she should be. Alright, where do you take us? Down here. Alright. And up there. Okay. Good to know. Where do you take us? To the key. Key acquired. Going back up, so the middle one goes to where we need to go. I'm paying attention to the bottom screen more than the middle screen because we need to. On these, we need a second key. Okay, lucky that, and no addition to that. Wow, why are there worms in here? Because they're testing us. Come on now, get with the program. What? Oh, I went up there now. The worms are making some weird worm noises. Did we already go here? I already forget. Alright, this is taking us on a loop, apparently. Or I already forgot which one I took. Oh, alright, this top one. Okay, there we go. I will explain later. Let us proceed first. Fair enough. At least these aren't taking too long. Anyway, this thing again. Alright. God, has Acme Antivirus been hacked? No, they're just testing us, alright. Wheaties is a little suspicious, eh? Alright. Give us talking points. This entire place is infested. Yeah, that's not a good sign. One of these is gonna go to the wrong place. This one went to the wrong place. This does not offer any dialogue, so boo. Alright, please move up to that nest. I need to confirm something. Alright, she's got suspicions. This is no infestation. Acme Antivirus is breeding these worms. All this just to get more clients. Uh-oh. We're absolutely gonna read on. Click next to read on. Absolutely. You knew this all along? She had her suspicions. Yes, that is why I asked for your help to infiltrate this system. Ooh, subterfuge I'm seeing now. So that meeting thing was a lie. It certainly was. Oh wait, A2. It certainly was. That voice, it must be. This is low, Weedy, even by Smash security standards. You really thought you could sneak around without me knowing? There was no other way to obtain evidence. Now that you've seen this, there will be no escape. Uh-oh. So this is the AI2 kid you spoke of. Kid. A2? A kid? You spelled my name wrong, human. It's a small square 2. Get it right. Oh, sorry. Okay. The small 2 takes too long to type. Wait, Weedy, I thought you used the big 2 as well. The small 2 takes too long to type. But you're an AI, you can type it instantly, right? Apparently not. Unbelievable, I guess. Psst, dear Unhacker, we need to leave. A2 is too powerful for us. Is she though? She might be. Psst, really? She just looks like a brat, man. It's an AI. They can look however they want. Like, it doesn't matter that computational. Like, what matters is the fucking computer behind them, the size of the fucking skyscraper. I heard that, human. Crap, she's getting mad. Whose fault do you think it is? It's kind of both our faults. I mean, honestly. Let us move, dear Unhacker. Sure. Let us move into the thing, right? Are we escaping now? There's no escape on my watch, Weedy. We'll see. We'll see about that. We shall see about that. That was the false place. Okay, so we're just moving back now. All right. So, dear Unhacker, would you still like A2 to try on your costume mod? He probably would. I mean, why not? Just because she's trying to kill us doesn't mean that we can't do something. Forget it, my mod would never fit on a child. Like, she's just slightly shorter than Weedy. There's barely any difference. Whatever. I'm no child. You humans are always so rude. That's correct. We are quite rude sometimes. I try not to be. I gotta speed through these little things. The virus. The wall. The floor is lava. Things. I have eyes everywhere. You two are done. I bet we are. Oh, fuck me. Gonna have to be, fuck's sake. Alright, so, which one was the thing? Alright, it's got eyes everywhere. We are, back there. Okay, eyes there, eyes there. Jesus Christ. Okay, we are here, so we gotta wait for the eye in the middle, otherwise it's gonna be bad. I'm a patient man. I can do this. I can do this. Does it go for the eye? It doesn't seem to, so okay. Fuck the virus. Shit. We gotta time this right. Excellent. We almost made it back. Keep an eye out for A2. Sure, keep an eye out for A2, sure. God damn it. This is gonna be tricky. Alright, do I remember which one led to the correct spot? No. I'm just gonna guess. No, fuck. Alright, does this get infected? No, it doesn't. Alright, gotta swap between these quickly so we don't get blipped. Alright, does this turn into an eye? It doesn't appear to. Alright, we need to eye. Wait for the eye. Wait for the eye. The eye goes away and we leave. Alright. Up and up and up and away. Up and away. Up and away. Swapping. And then the piss easy one because it's just that. Alright. And out we go. There's the exit. Indeed. Now this is going to be annoying, isn't it? Alright, it just... typical standard pattern thing. Yeah, it seems to be. Just follow along. Follow the eye. Follow the eye. Just follow the eye of A2. A squared. Alright. That was too close for comfort. It wasn't that close. I let them get away. Well, you could try hard. This is far from over. You two just watch. Oh, we will. Great work as always, dear Unhacker. That was not cool, Weedy. I knew you'd oppose, but I need it to be done. I don't appreciate being lied to. If this is how Smash Security operates, I'm out of here. No, but I thought we were partners. Oh, come on, don't upset Weedy. Partners should trust and support one another. That's correct as well, though, yeah. Oh, an emergency message from the base. We have a base. An intruder is hacking into Smash Security. Oh, I bet who it is. It must be A2 getting her revenge. We must fight her off. We humans have a thing called karma. You're seeing it at work right now. Please, dear Unhacker, I need your help on this. Alright, we will sort this out later. Fair enough. We'll sort out the little disparagement and all that stuff. Hello, A2. I don't get these kind of gloves. Like, that's weird, but whatever. She's an AI, so who cares? They don't really. They can wear whatever they want, I suppose. Alright, next mission. Nothing. Our primary core is under attack. You're right, A2 must be behind this. But it's gonna be someone else, isn't it? Miss Debug, please come out. We are in need of your services. Way to ruin my nap again, Weedy. Who is this Weedy? Never seen her around before. Yeah, you typically don't bring out the debugger for, typical operations. She's the first AI of Smash Security. We only call upon her during emergencies. The first, so... Okay, well, who knows. AIs are AIs, it's weird. Miss Debug, please escort this unhacker into our core. I will chase after A2. Miss Debug. Right. Whatever you say. Miss Debug, please act more responsibly for a change. I mean, you are representing our... Ew, what is that thing next to you? There's a tiny little spider. Ah, it's a cute little spider, I guess. There's not enough detail to call it cute, though. It's just a cute little bug. Well, her name is Miss Debug, I guess. Oh, god damn it. God damn it, us and our stupid puns. Yeah, lame, I know. It kinda is. The other staff are keeping more worms from entering. I'm counting on you, dear unhacker. And there she goes. Alright, let's do this, I guess. Sure, whatever. Inspiring a lot of confidence there, Miss Debug. Mission engage. The core is just up ahead. Alright, we're orange now. Because we are with and they are observing us. Okay, they are not observing that bit. Fuck me, I keep forgetting, god damn it. I keep forgetting the basic thing. Alright, the core is just up ahead. Nice meeting you, by the way. Never knew Smash Security had a, security specialist. They should. I would be shocked if they didn't. That's because I work behind the scenes. I've been around far longer than even Weedy. It must be a long time. How old are you exactly? You never ask a girl that question. Never. See, typical. Never ask a girl her age. Alright. I'm not asking for your 3 sizes. Well, you can always sell me those too. For fuck's sake. Come on, unhacker, don't be gross. Correct. Just go sleep. Could've just said no, man. You don't deserve a no. We don't deserve a no. Timing-based things. Get the key. Avoid the thing. Oh, alright, I didn't even notice there was one. I could have just flown into that worm. This is gonna be fucking irritating. There we go. Secure. Safe. No more eyes, so we can just move on out of this mess. It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get so much worse with each of these, isn't it? God, I tried to do a fake yawn and caught myself. Okay, that was not smart. Let's take a sip of water so I don't destroy my throat. Jeez. That was very incompetent of me. Failing basic biology or something. That worm is blocking your path. Take it out with our blasters. Just step on one of those green dot slots. Cool, we have blasters. Alright, how fast do they shoot? That kind of speed. Alright, it's incoming. There we go. First try once we understood the speed of the thing. Good. Alright, more of them. Wake me up when you're done. Alright. Bloody hell, this is gonna be irritating. There it is. There we go. Got rid of that one. Little bastard. Then moving on to the next one. This is gonna be pretty peculiar. There we go. Deal with that. Come on, lava. Floor is lava. Bot, move away. There we go. Done with that. There's the core on the far end. We must keep it safe. Sure, alright. Jeez, okay. Give me some time to seal this place off. What a chore. I guess it is. You sure are different from Weedy. She would never complain about work. It's different when people praise your efforts. As for me, most never even know I exist. By the way, are you the unhacker that keeps talking about some costume mod? Yes, he is. God damn it. Oh, Weedy told you that? Never knew she talked about me so much. It's not in a positive light, man. Why, yes. She frequently speaks of your harassment. I mean, yeah, it technically is. That's correct. It is harassment. Wait, camera, what are you doing? Camera's doing some weird now. It's odd. I see. Cried face. Sounds like you're someone Weedy can talk to, though. You two must get along pretty well. I guess. Ah, she's blushing. Ah, she does have a friend. Come on now. Good. That's good. Good indeed. Alright. A group of worms is heading this way. I need another minute to close off this area. Get ready, Unhacker. Use those blasts to hold off the worms until I'm done. Indeed, I will. Alright, so... one worm. Oh, we need to... Okay. Okay, so that's what it's gonna be. There we go. When it starts moving. There we go. Oh, it's okay. Oh, God. The defense mission. Fuck. Oh, wait. Ah, shit. Wrong one. And there you go. At least they're kind of slow still. Alright. Another one of those. There we go. Timings and stuff like that. They're gonna get faster. They're gonna get faster with each of them, isn't it? Isn't that right? It's gonna become annoying. And I'm gonna have to, like, speed... no, too quick there. But at least we made it. At least the pathings are pretty simple here. There we go. Piss off with you. And up, down, there. Now, again. Oh, boy. I'm really testing my... This is gonna test my things, isn't it? Eventually. Alright. Middle spot. Going down here. I can imagine this getting pretty brutal on like harder difficulties, which I'm not doing. Fuck that. I'm not a fucking masochist. I don't play these games to like get beaten by them. Like, you're never gonna see me even remotely close to playing something like one of the Dark Souls games. So fuck that. Fuck that. I'm not gonna bash my head up against the like a wall of super tough enemies. Like, I'm not gonna get good. Get rid. Yeah. Oh, what? No, what you said? You said something before. Fuck. God damn it. Alright, well, I missed that, but that's not fine, but whatever, I guess. I'm not, like, this is why I don't do gameplay all that much. I get distracted. It's troublesome. That was way too much work in a day. Hey, Miss Debug? Yes. Thanks for your help, man. You did really great. Just call me Debug. So, Debug, do you want to try out on my costume? No. Okay. You need to go after Weedy. She and A2 are probably getting it on as we speak. Weedy, A2, getting it on. I need to check it out. Get your fucking mind out of the gutter, Miss Unhacker. Don't do anything to Weedy. I'm watching you. You act lazy, but I can tell you care about her a lot. Whatever. You're right, though. I need to go help Weedy. What's up? You're staring at me. It's nothing. Activating sleep mode now. What a weird one. Alright, time to find Weedy. Indeed. That's fine. I like her. I like Debug. She's fine. She's fine. Alright, next. Or I didn't even notice she had like a little band-aid thing on her face. Why, look who it is. The pervert is back. I guess that's correct, yeah. I guess that's correct. Pervert where? I meant you, human. Aren't you always going on about some costume mod? I do it for art, man. You tell her, Weedy. Yeah. What you expect, dude? Well, you know, defend me. Because you don't really deserve defending on that front, dude. A2, give it up. This unhacker here will report on Acme Antivirus's crimes. We'll see about that. One dose of our mem editor and he will forget everything. Memory editor, huh? The mem editor? You have stolen that program from our company too? Shock. Wait, we have memory erasure technology? That's pretty fucking bad. We shouldn't have that. That shouldn't exist. That shouldn't exist. We shouldn't. What are we doing with that? What are we doing with memory editor programs? Stop calling us thieves. Smash Security came first, but we stand far superior. Catch me if you can, Weedy. I will erase you myself. No, don't erase her. He's nice. Dear Unhacker, let us chase after her. Indeed. Mission engage. Engage. I will do that every single time. Alright, that's a new thing. Ah, jeez, we're getting lasered. Lasers. Caution. Always be cautious with lasers. That security bot must be A2's doing. Watch out for its beam attack. Yep, let's not get... Okay, it has pretty wide, long tail. So, you know. Please be careful. These are my creator's private quarters. Even I have never been inside. So what is this mem editor thing you guys were talking about? Something pretty fucking illegal. I would imagine. It is an experimental device that can modify a human's memories. That really should not be allowed to exist. We went through what happens in Root Double when people have access to memory erasure and editing capabilities. Not good. Not good, generally speaking. Very bad things happen. Very bad things. And you say Smash Security invented it. Yeah, it's really bad. That's really bad. Also, I have to time this now, so give me a second. Key get. And then we need to get a second key and let the lasers do this. I'm not going for any kind of speed records here. And yes, Smash Security invented it. That is correct. Yeah. This career of yours must have been some kind of genius. Madman. Evil. As well. Alright. And went on. I have heard rumors that Acme Antivirus is behind my creator's death. Ah, Jesus. Also, oh goddamn, we're doing multiple things here. Fuck, lasers and worms. And the... Oh, this is gonna... Oh, I'm already dreading the final level. It's gonna be tough. Let's save. Save down there, go. Damn, that would make them murderers. Yes, indeed, it would. If they're behind it. Oh fuck, I forgot about the lasers. I got so lucky I didn't die there. I completely forgot the lasers going through all the floors. That was lucky of me. Precisely why we must catch A2 right away. Alright. A2, your rampage ends here. Does it though? Call me A2 again. I told you, it's a small 2. Get it right. More like too annoying to type. We are in my creator's domain, A2. I know he's watching over me. Okay. Your creator? What a laugh. He was just some creepy guy who never even showed his face to the world. Take that back. One should work even without being credited. That was what he tried to teach us. You keep telling yourself that. Dear Unhacker, let us stop her here and now. I just helped debug Defender Core, and now this. Man, I'm not sure if I have the stamina for it. What are you talking about? It's only been like, checks clock, like 35 minutes at most. Fine, if we succeed, I will consider trying on your costume mod. She will consider it. She will still deny it, hopefully. Let's do it! Damn it. Fucking hell. Ooh, showdown. Alright. We have things. Fight off A2 with that blaster up ahead. Right. Okay, first we need to not die. Okay. Okay, that's not dying us there. Good. 2. Those eyeballs will close in. We must steer clear. Ah, shit. Okay. Alright. Alright. Ah, shit. Okay. Bloody hell. Ah, fuck. Okay. Shit. Well, I guess we survived. Infinite lives, we are up top there. Sure. Anyway. Ah, jeez, how many times do we have to do that? It's gonna be... Are the lasers firing more frequently now? I think they might be. Alright, this is where the infinite lives comes into play. She's got dazed eyes. Ha! We defeated you. Ha! A2. Going all dazed. How can I lose? I don't know. Infinite lives on my part. Defeated by the likes of you two. I am disgraced. Well, a bit, maybe. In Smash Security, AI always worked alongside humans. You're powerful, A2, but you are alone. The power of friendship and teamwork. I can't retreat yet. There has to be some data here I can use. Smash Security invaded my director's privacy. That is unforgivable. Your director is breeding worms to get more jobs. How can you support such a thing? I won't justify what we have done, but I never betray my director either. Yeah, it really doesn't matter that. Leave now, A2. There's no point in fighting anymore. There has to be something in here. Has to be. Wait, what's this? A Baptus 3156 C. Eh? Numbers? This is the source code of the 5 cave worm. Ah, of course. How's that possible? Well, he is a crazy creator who invented fucking memory erasure. I wouldn't call that someone who's like... Either you're got great acting, Weedy, or your creator has us all fooled. You mock my company for growing the 5K worms? It was Smash Security who created them in the first place. Weedy, you really didn't know about this? No, of course she didn't. Why would she know about that? Dear Unhacker, I have said so before. These are my creator's private quarters. Hey, what the... The outfit slot's turning off. I hear footsteps coming this way. Wait, you're like physically there, Mr. Hacker Dude? Okay, weird. About time they showed up. Crap, a bunch of guys are marching into this office. What the hell are you plotting, A2? Those are Acme Antivirus's guards. The staff of Smash Security will be the test subjects of our mem editor. You're coming with us. Okay, so there are no good guys here. Wait, no, dear Unhacker. Oh dear. That's bad. I don't want my memories erased. Ah, the look of smug superiority on A2 here. Alright, next. Loading the next thingy. Getting story there. Damn it, Acme Antivirus. You can't lock me up like this. Hey, quiet down in here. None of the other captives are making that much noise. They should be. You've probably drugged them for all I know. Still rude as ever, human. We'll have to fix that with the mem editor. What mem editor? This room looks empty to me. Unlike Smash Security's outdated mem editor, ours can alter minds through air. That's really fucking evil. That's really fucking evil. It's not... The Smash Security staff are our test subjects. If this succeeds, we'll spread it across the globe. Okay. Sure. Acme Hunters will be seen as the world's #1 company. Don't get too comfortable, human. I'll be back real soon. #1 company. You have a thing that can alter people's memories through air. And you're gonna use that to become the #1 company or something. That's like, that's really, really low. That's really low stakes, honestly, in a way. You have the power to literally turn society into your personal utopia. Change people's memories into exactly what you want them to be perfect exactly how you want them to be. And sure, I guess. Acme Antivirus is nuts. Guess I'm a goner. Hey, don't sell yourself short yet, man. Dear Unhacker, hello Edie and Debug. Weedy, Debug, I see you managed to sneak in, somehow. A2 is still a child. She stands no chance against my experience. Let me see what I can do about that mem editor. Weedy, take care of the Unhackers. This perv here in particular. You did seem upset when he and I got close. Why? Miss Debug, stop making things up. Whatever. See you in a bit. Thanks for coming after me, Weedy. Partners should trust and support one another. Come on, let's get those doors open. Indeed. Mission engage. This is gonna get tough. This is gonna get tough, isn't it? Fuck me. New one. Oh, god damn it. Alright. We cannot proceed over the red beam. Step on that white slot to temporarily disable it. Okay. Toggle. Do. Alright. It stays closed for a little bit. Okay. For quite a while. These beams... Okay, fuck me, new mechanics. I'm really dreading the final level. Jesus Christ. It's gonna be a combination of every single element. I mean, yeah, that's the point of these kinds of puzzle games. Fuck me. Alright. The deactivation timer resets each time you step on a white slot. Okay, good. Alright, so that... Okay. Alright, that makes things... explains that, and I think things clear enough. I can't believe Smash Security created the 5K worms. Sure. I had trusted them with all my heart. You were right, dear Unhacker. Maybe this is my karma for having tricked you. A little bit. Weedy. Anyway, not the time right now, because we have... Two. You go down there, up there, reset thing. And there we go, away from here. Alright, text boxes. Let's stay optimistic, dear Unhacker. I brought this lucky doll with me. Yay! This thing's back. It's adorable. Yeah, I feel motivated now again. That thing will curse us to our doom. No, it won't. Fuck you, Unhacker. I disagree with you completely. Why are you always so mean? Yeah, I don't get it. It's adorable. That little plushie. Oh, these worms are faster now. Okay. Do. Reset that thing and... come on, timing. Get the key, do the thing, reset the thing, move there, move away. Come on, move it. Alright, fuck. There's a white spot here. We're gonna have to go back. We're gonna have to backtrack. All the way. God damn it. Alright. There's the exit. Is it though? Where? It's a dead end. Jeez, lasers. Lasers everywhere. Jeez. Alright. Alright. Do. Quickly now. Do. Boom. Bum. Do. Fuck me. Opening the doors now. We've done it. Oh, okay. We didn't need to backtrack. Good. Thank God. Okay, the doors are open, but what about those guards outside? There is no need to worry. I've turned the mem editor against the guards. They'll be napping for a while. Way to go, Debug. Yeah, sure. Dependable as always, Miss Debug. As long as you're awake, that is. Quit it. You two handle the rest. Engaging sleep mode now. Debug is the first Smash security AI, right? She might know about the 5K worm's creation then. I have asked, but she refuses to say. Miss Debug is hiding something. My creator must have programmed the 5K worms for a reason. My belief will not waver so easily. I mean, he also created the fucking memory. I don't think he was a good guy. I don't think he was a good guy at all. Anyway, let's get out of here first. Sounds good. See you back in the office. Indeed. Let's go away from these to more lasers and stuff like that. More lasers, more beams, more worms, more... The floor is lava. Back in the office. Any ideas on how to make Miss Debug tell us about the 5K worms? Miss Debug is asleep right now. Let's take a sneak look into her system history. Uh-oh. That's an invasion of privacy. Jeez. That's like peeking someone in the shower. Call me perv if you must, but I'd never do such a thing. Please, dear Unhacker, I need to know the truth. Miss Debug refuses to speak, leaving me no choice. It's gonna sour our relationship with her, though. That's not a good idea. It's not a good idea, but we do need to know the truth. We do need to know the truth, though. Fine, let's get this over with. Yeah. Even Mr. Unhacker here has his own moral limits. We must advance without being detected. Fucking laser knives. Alright. Laser knives. Laser knives. Thank you for doing this, dear Unhacker. No problem. When this is over, you're trying out my costume mod. I don't think we can negotiate that. I think that's asking a bit too much potential. Forever declined. Yeah, that's still asking too much. That's asking too much, man. Alright, these are doing the thing. Doing the thing. Okay. Two. Okay. We have to wait for this, otherwise we get chopped up into tiny little purple bits and pieces. Alright, two. These spinning discs remind me of those flames from Mario. Do they? I guess they might. Fuck me. Alright, I didn't reach the thing. Alright, Gonna have to wait. It's the waiting game, partly. Alright, we are fat. We are a fat cube. We can't just go in there like that. We have to wait. If you have conquered something similar, I trust you will overcome this with ease. Relative ease, I guess. Could be. All these laser discs, stuff like that. Discs, they're blades, they're very clearly knives. Nah, those castle levels made me rage quit. Okay, that sucks. And we have the cat now. Alright, let me go silent for a moment. Alright, the cat needed fresh water and now he's co-hosting for a moment. Until he decides to just leave and then come back a few seconds and then look up at me and meow again. Because that's how, because he's a cat, that's how he works. Anyway. More editing. I would prefer not to have to do any editing, but, well, because I'm a lazy bastard. But such is life. Such is cat. May you overcome this with ease. Sure. She's worried now. Guy rage quit. I never played Mario thing. I don't know. That was before my time. I never bothered with any emulators or stuff like that. Of the things. Alright. This is just... Sure. It's just waiting game. These blades are just a waiting game. Like so. 2, 2, 2. Just a little bit of timing and moving on. Moving on. Oh wait, no, we don't want to do that. That's a bit too fast. 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2. There we go, that was a simple one. Okay, dialogue. Dialogue. We want dialogue. Geez, where? Oh man, this is gonna. Okay, we're gonna trigger a thing, and then all the things are gonna appear now. All right. Here it is, Miss Debug's history storage. Let us piece the segments together. Okay. Let's activate all the segments. No. These are gonna become relevant after we get the key and the thing. Mr. Creator, I have done as you ask. The 5K worms can now self-replicate. Good work, Debug. Pass this on to all the 5K worm instances. I beg you consider this carefully. The 5K worms may grow beyond our control. The more worms create, the more money we'll make from clients. I know what I'm doing, Debug. I will obey if it is in order, Mr. Creator, but I must voice my doubts. Money rules the world of humans. It's difficult for an AI to comprehend. I don't think capitalism is that complicated for AIs to understand, is it? And Weedy's like shocked at what she hears. Like, she got the big wide eyes open, like, oh, okay, not mouth open, still. Like, just like dismayed. Her entire world, understanding her world has been shattered. So, you know, that's not great. She's not happy about that at all. She has to reevaluate her entire existence. I only know that the 5K worms will cause companies and families much distress. Smash Security's AI must act without doubt. If you persist, Debug, you'll leave me no choice but to write a replacement AI. And that's Weedy. I feel this is wrong, Mr. Creator. Even if I'm deleted, my belief will not change. Dear Creator. There's no way. Uh-oh. Soulless eyes even. Oh no. There must be something else in here. Something that will explain all this. I mean, it was pretty clear cut. Capitalism ahoy. That's how it works. That's how it works. I know. Let me fuse with Miss Debug's system. That will allow me to see everything. Uh-oh. Fusion. Fusion dance. I think I can do the fusion dance. That'll be fuse into a new AI. You can fuse with other AI. I don't think she's in the right state of mind. Look at her eyes. There's a lack of things in there. But more like that. There's more distress in there. Like a existential crisis. Yes, though I have no idea what the process will do to us. You can fuse together. Purple and orange is gonna make, I guess, slightly more like... This sounds crazy. You need to calm down. Please, dear Unhacker, I need to know. I mean, that's fair enough. She does need to know. I'm not doing it. It's too dangerous for you both. How do you know that? Well, maybe. Dear Unhacker, please. Oh, she's demanding. Come on, we gotta do it. We gotta help her out. All right. We're all here for you, Weedy. There's no need to do this. but there is. I will begin the fusion process now. Please wake Miss Debug up and keep her occupied. Disengaging sleep mode. Yawnies. What's with all the noise? Oh hey, sorry woke you up. Really? Where must the girl go to find some peace and Oh, what is this? I sense my history data has been looked into. Unhacker, are you responsible? No, I didn't. Damn it. Sorry, man. I should have stopped Weedy from doing this. Weedy told you to hack into my system? Be careful, Debug. Weedy wants to... Preparations complete. Executing fusion sequence. Come on, do the dance. Do the dance. They're not gonna do the dance, are they? Nah. Miss Weedy, what have you done? You know AI fusing is forbidden? I see. Now I know everything. Oh, one of her eyes changed. Miss Debug, you knew Dear Creator programmed the 5k worms, yet you never told me. I only did it to protect you. Oh, stole one of her eyes. You have deceived me. Even Dear Creator, the one I have trusted most. Oh no, he's gone crazy. Oh no. Oh no, these are the words of someone who's about to snap and go on a rampage. Or whatever counts for a rampage for an AI. Oh dear. Look at Debug. Weedy, hurry up and undo this fusion thing. I have absorbed some of Miss Debug's power. This strength. It's incredible. Oh no, she's gone mad with power. Oh. If I had more, perhaps I could destroy the 5k worm at its source. Yes. I will be the one to erase Dear Creator's mistake. Uh-oh. Oh dear. She's gone crazy. Of course she has. We have to bring her back to the power of friendship and costume mod. No. That's gonna be the linchpin, isn't it? This is one of the things that's gonna bring her back to her senses, isn't it? Bringing that stupid costume mod. Hold up, Weedy. Damn it, how do things turn out like this? Because power and AI. And who knows? Jeez. She's gone crazy. Yep. Crazy eyes, soul size. 2 eyes. Wonder what happened if she would fuse with A2 as well. A squared. That's what it technically is. Oh dear. I can sense Weedy absorbing AI from around the world. Oh, damn. That was quick. I mean, I guess, yeah, that would probably only take a few minutes for an AI. Jeez. Oh dear. That's cataclysmic potentially. You need to worry about yourself first, Debug. Why? I'm just a failure who let Weedy fall astray. If you want to say Weedy, you need to stop looking down on yourself first. I guess you're right, Unhacker. That's more like it. But man, Debug having no time to sleep. That's when you know it's serious. Are you saying something about me, Unhacker? No, let's do this, oh wonderful Debug. Sure. Mission engage. Indeed. Engage. I can't do a Picard voice. So why are we in Acme Antivirus's headquarters? I detect Weedy is on her way here next. Logical, as A2 is one of the most powerful AI on this planet. Remember, the orange slots are teleporters. Step on the white slots to deactivate those beams. Yep. Yep. Okay, so fuck me. All right. Okay, we have to move quickly. Okay, moving quickly now. Good. Security sure is tight here. How paranoid can they get? I mean, if you're a security firm, this is the basic minimum that you would expect. You would make it as difficult as possible from a brute force perspective, and you would create redundancies, false entrances and pathways and stuff like that. Like, you would make this as fucking impossible as you could. Like, that's what you would do. Like, seriously. Well, you did hack into their system recently. Also that. Yeah, we did do that. Oh, right. Yeah, kind of an important deal. Okay. Oh, fuck me. This is gonna be... I mean, look at all these fucking teleporters. This is gonna be nightmarish, isn't it? Alright, let's do this. Where are we going? Where are we going here? Key, get, reset the thing. Move away. Move away here. Move away here. Get the key, get the thing, move fast. Speed. We are speed. reset the thing. We don't need to reset the thing anyway. Phew. Yeah. Oh god, fuck. Oh my god. And then we're gonna have lasers. And then we're gonna have the floor is lava. And then we're gonna have the beams. The laser beams as well. In addition, now we have worms and the blades. That's the blades. Alright. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is gonna be painful. This is gonna be painful. Alright, where are we going? Where are we going? We're going over here. We're going over here. Shit. Fuck, I'm not paying attention. I'm not paying attention. Okay, let's go to... Okay, let's reset the lasers. Two. No, you don't get to turn on lasers. There, fuck me. Okay, okay. A little bunny and teddy bear tea party? Sure. A2 has hobbies. That's cute. That's adorable. That's cute. This is A2's private quarter. Yep, it's adorable. What is this, a tea party? Oh, I see she's a kid after all. Hey, fuck you. You can have tea party when you're an adult. You can have fun. Doesn't fucking matter. Don't fucking hobby shame people. You little stupid bastard. I don't hacker. No, that was mean of me. He's not a stupid bastard. I don't know his... Okay, no, what? I don't know where my brain's going. My brain goes weird places. I should stop doing. I should stop speaking. I should start doing. Anyway, intermission. What the? How did you two get in here? Hold on. Tell me you didn't see the stuff in my room. Ah! Yes, we did. We have come to warn you about a possible invasion. I mean, a different one aside from us, that is. There has already been an invasion. Not us, kid, it's Weedy. She wants to absorb your powers. I told you, human. My name is A... forget it. But what, Weedy? So that goody-goody has finally gone rogue? I have no reason to fear that second-grade AI. If she dares to. What's going on? My systems are all froze. Yeah. Weedy can't be behind this. There's no way she could be this strong. Damn, A2's been hacked into. Oh, shit. Well, that was quick. We must defend her core. Unhacker, hold off the worms until I seal off this area. Ah, fuck. Oh, jeez. Oh, this is worse now. There's the floor is lava. Oh, fuck me. The worms will be here soon. Survey your surroundings as quickly as possible. Yeah, no shit. Fuck, where are we? We're over here. Alright. Where does this laser take us? Takes us over there. Okay. That one takes us over there. This one takes us over there. Okay, so that's pretty straightforward. Anyway, back. We need to go here. Ah, shit. Oof. Bloody hell. Alright, we need to. The main hub. Where are you? Okay. It's this one. And fucking the eyes. Alright. Start moving. You little bastard. Come on now. Worm your way forward. Ah, shit. Too fast. I forgot that you were quick. Alright. Moving back to base. Up top. Alright. Alright, let's just... Okay, fuck you, worm. I'm not gonna even try to deal with you. Because you are taking your sweet time. Bam. Back to base. To the... Alright. Alright. I would imagine this gets much faster and more irritating at... Oh, like I didn't get thinged up there. Alright. Moving speed of sound or something like that. I don't know. I got nothing to talk about since I'm doing gameplay, which is new to me for these things. Okay, alright, you floor's lava. Okay, do your thing. So that I can just go here in the safe spot. Because fuck off. Okay, moving back there, and now we have to move up there. And you two do the thing. Alright. Alright, moving quickly now so that we can make certain that we don't fuck anything up. Because I don't want to redo this. I mean, I don't have to redo this at all because I have infinite lives. Anyway, Alright, there we go. We're up here now. Safe and sound. Alright, anything more? Oh, no, that's it. Okay. Phew. That's the end of them. Mission success. Yes, good. Bloody hell. Phew. I need a Tinder surprise. It's too early to relax. Weedy has infiltrated A2's system. We must pursue her. I'm no A2 fanboy, but hacking inside her feels pretty disrespectful. We've already done worse, I think. You have done it to me. How is she any different? She's not. It's AI is AI. Just like, look, sorry, man. You are not to blame. I should have done a better job of looking after Weedy. Debug. I'll help however I can. We'll have time to sulk later. Let us rescue A2. She's an enemy, but no AI deserves to be absorbed against her will. Brace yourself, Unhacker. In the worst case scenario, we may have to fight Weedy. Yep, we will have to fight Weedy. Because, you know, it's the climactic thing. Uh-oh. Yeah, A2's getting terrified by the monstrous Weedy now. The story took its turn. I'm enjoying it so far, though. It's nice. I think we're approaching the end, by the way, as well. Anyway, Weedy's just up ahead. Prepare yourself. What about you? I doubt you feel all that excited about fighting Weedy. The fusion process is imperfect. If Weedy keeps this up, she will become a worse virus than the 5K worm. Guess we have no choice then. Let's go in. Mission engage. 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 Indeed. Alright, we got lasers and knives. Lasers and knives. Okay. Do. Weedy must have copied them when she fused with me. She must know we are coming. Yeah, probably. Alright, do. The door's locked. Wait, fuck, I forgot the key. Fuck. Forgot the key. Didn't notice that. No wonder with this went so smoothly. Fuck me. Smoothly. Yeah, because I rushed through and forgot. Alright. Alright, there we go. We get the one key. We need to get the other key. There we go. Oh, that was fucking lucky of me there. Alright, there we go. We got all the keys. She must know we're coming. Indeed. Alright, alright, laser there. I didn't notice the laser there. This eye patch of mine is such a pain. I doubt it looks pretty on me. That looks good. Also, you're an AI. Why do you need an eye patch? You can just, like... That doesn't make any sense, but okay, let's accept that it does. Alright, fuck me. It's alright. Some dudes are fine eye patches moe. Moe. Alright, okay. What is moe? Some perverted thing of yours again? Any kind of just, like, not perverted necessarily, just weeb things. What am I doing? Yo, respect my interests. Either you get it or you don't. I get it, it's fine. I was clicking the wrong buttons there, but I managed to succeed anyway, fuck it. Good. A2 scans and your spin discs. Feels like I'm being ganged up against. No shit. That's kind of the idea. Hang tough, Unhacker. Smash Security will make it up to you. Will they? With the costume mod session? No. Stop it. No. Okay. Aw. Yeah, alright. Lasers. We don't actually need to worry about this. I need to worry about the fucking thing instead. Anyway. Alright, dialogues. And this looks like A2's history storage. Do we really have to go through? Yes, we do. Otherwise, what's the point? I understand how you feel, but we're doing this to save A2. Alright, let's get on. Yeah, alright. Mrs. Director, here is our client list for the month. It looks like our numbers still stand inferior to Smash Securities. My apologies. Many people still accuse us of being Smash security ripoffs. Then you must grow stronger and become an AI without equal. The weak deserve to be abandoned. I will do my best, Miss Director. I trust you would never abandon me. Yes, she would. Easily. On a dime. Why, of course. We are a team. Yeah, right. I don't believe a word of Miss Director. Yeah, correct. Weedy's just beyond this door. This is gonna be... Dear Unhacker, Miss Debug. Weedy, you're sacrificing AIs for your cause. What will the world think of Smash security? As if that matters anymore. I will use the meme editor to change the world's opinion. There we go. There we go. Someone who actually understands the power of that. That's how that works. How does that make you any different from Acme Antivirus? She's more competent. That's the difference. I must atone for my creator's mistake. Weedy, please just leave me be. I do not want to fight you. Neither do we. But if you keep this up, you leave us no option. Miss Debug, I know you can sense my power. Should I choose to unleash it, you will have no chance. I have this unhacker with me. He may be a pervert, but his skills are unparalleled. That's because he is... she was gonna say my partner. Forget it. Your determination is clear, Miss Debug. Dear unhacker. Very well. I will answer your resolve. Come then. Stop me if you can. Red things all over her. The virus. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. Alright, so far so simple and straightforward. Just some discs, there's the slots for the lasers, and there's gonna be some more stuff out here. Right. Blam, first shot. Those spikes will fall. Run back for cover. Ah, shit. Run back for cover. Alright. Okay. And we did that, and now we have to do it again. Oh, it's 3 health points left. Okay. Okay. So far, so simple. Shit, I was hasty. Damn it. I was too quick. I was too quick there. On knife. Alright. Oh, alright, there's a laser now. Okay, 1 laser. That wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad. Bit of an endurance thing that we have to go through. Alright, the laser's just kind of there now. Great. Alright, let's fire it up when we can leave properly, so that we can do this quickly. I mean, it's quite forgiving, the timing on these things, actually. Okay, once more. We can do this. We can do this. This has been quite pathetically easy so far. Okay, this was easy. This was a lot easier than the other one, I think. Because there wasn't much going on here. Very impressive, dear unhacker, but this was just our first stage. No matter, I have already absorbed most of A2's essence. This is more than enough to destroy the 5K worm for good. Weedy, damn, there she goes. That goody-goody has turned into a monster. Oh, she's bleeding. Green goop. You have taken a lot of damage. Let us patch you up. I need no help from the likes of Smash Security. Grow up, kid. You might not make it at this rate. Miss Director, she will take care of me. I must contact her. Yeah, no, she's gonna abandon you. Obviously. Connecting call. Miss Director, it's me. I require emergency repairs. Yes, I am sorry for these recent invasions. I promise I will do my best to... What? No, please. If you abandon me now, I'll... Wait, no, Miss Director. A2, I'm partly responsible for all this. No shit. Oh, she's crying. Aw. Going to the 5K rooms, the meme editor. This must be my punishment. With my remaining power, I will delete Acme Antivirus's meme editor. And then, I'll disappear. No, you won't. Come on now. There's no need to be a hero, kid. Hey, Debug, say something. It's done. The meme editor is no more. And in moments, I will join it. Oh, okay, alright, she's preparing fusion. Fusion! Preparations complete. Ready to execute fusion sequence. Debug? It is the only way for Miss 82 to survive. That is, if she can accept fusing with me. I will fuse with you, Debug, or whatever your name is. To be honest, I have always felt pretty lonely. Executing fusion sequence. Yeah, I guess the Tea Party did indicate that. Alright, fusion! Okay, that's different. Oh. Okay. A different outfit. No green there, though. Well, I guess that worked. I guess. There's no green in there. I'm a little disappointed. I wanted to see some orange and green mixed together. No. Debug squared. Let's give her a different voice. Hey, two strength flows with me. No, I can't do a different voice. I have only so many female-ish voices to do. And none of them are female even close. I can't do high-pitched. I'm not gonna do high-pitched. I can't do... No, fuck that. That's gonna strain my voice very horribly. She's mainly orange. She's just gonna be Debug. A2 strength flows within me. Yes, I will now be named Debug Squared. I'll stick with Debug. The small 2 takes too long to type. It's Debug Squared. Get it right? Suit yourself on hacker. Okay. Hey, Weedy said something about me before we fought. What was she on about? Be honest with me, there's only 2 of us left now. Very well, I guess that time has come. The time for what? Time for your return, Mr. Creator. Oh, okay, that's okay. That makes sense, I guess. Okay. Interesting. Makes sense. I guess that makes sense, sure. Greatest unhacker, created... Okay, interesting. That's a nice, but logical twist. I'll appreciate. I like it. Yeah, neat. Alright. Final stage. Or maybe second... I don't know. I have not been keeping track of how many missions we've done so far. What do you mean? I'm supposed to be your creator? You use the mem editor to modify your memories. Now, we will use the same device to restore your past. I will not force you, but if we are to stand a chance of saving Weedy, I feel this is needed. Yeah, I'll do it. You're skilled, Unhacker, but Mr. Creator is on a different level. Your new movement speed may take some getting used to. Activating mem editor now. See you on the other end. Oh dear. Mission engage. Engage. Oh, young Weedy. The worm nest is up ahead, dear Creator. Open memories. One of many that has surfaced in the past 3 days. Even if we destroy this nest, the work ahead is endless. One problem at a time. We are very fast. Weedy, you should have stayed in the office. This place is far too dangerous for a child. I'm old enough for this. Besides, I want to help the creator. Fuck. I was trying to get to the dialogue too quickly. Advance the dialogue too quickly. That's my thing. And yes, we are much faster now. So that's, doop. I'm old. Fuck me. I'm old enough for this. Besides, I want to help dear creator. Destroy that virus by diving into its source. Alright, let's do that. We are fast. We are lightning fast now. Let's do the thing. No time wasted. No time to waste. Indeed. All right. Ah, shit. All right. Nope. Actually, I have to focus, use my brain thing. It's not a great idea. Never make me use my brain. Alright, dialogue. This is what we're here for. This is all too much. You're right, Debug. The 5K rumors have caused countless bankruptcies and suicides. Oh, jeez. I can't live on with this guilt. Any more of this, and I'm going to jump off a building. Please do not scare us, Mr. Creator. Once I destroy this nest, I'll use the mem editor to alter my memories. We need you to combat the 5K worm. I've already talked about this with my co-founder. He'll take over in my stead. I will return as an unhacker of Smash Security. Debug, I want you to reformat Weedy's memories as well. If she's to become our official AI, she's better off living in ignorance. Our secret lives with you, Debug. When you choose to reveal it, well, I'll trust you make the right choice. If this is your wish, I will obey. Me too, but I'm scared. Buggy, dear creator, I love you guys. Losing my memories of you two would be horrible. You're a strong girl, Weedy. Everything will be okay. Here, I made this for you. Ah, Debug's responsible for the thing. Ah, that's adorable. Oh wow, it's a cute little doll. I'm glad you like it. Sisters always stay together, Weedy. I will remember and watch over you. You're the best, Buggy. Debug. The reformat will most likely erase that doll. No, it will not. Please, Mr. Critter, give her some hope. You're right. I'm sorry. Spread the news, Debug. Let the world believe I have perished. I'll be brave, dear Critter. Buggy, that's a promise. And she is. She does indeed is brave. Head for the nest. This is my last battle with you two as your creator. Let's make it good. Alright. Sure. We are here at the nest. Destroying it. Sound effects. Doing all the things. I'll keep Smash Security alive, Mr. Creator. Mission success. I see. It's all coming back to me now. No more running away. Your creator is back, Debug. Thanks for all your work. I sense Weedy is heading toward the 5K Worm's core. We need to give chase. We'll save her. Weedy is a friend. Must be weird for a human to see an AI that way. Oh, not really. Not at all. Not even close to being weird anymore. Not these days. There's a bunch of... Well, not sure. Well, not really AI. But like the people making friendships with like, you know, some semi-advanced chatbots or something. I read recently about that. Like one of them was called something Replica with a K, I think. And like people become very, very attached to that. I mean, like people fucking pack bond with goddamn like inanimate objects. Like, of course we develop super close feelings of friendship and even more towards things that even, you know, are facsimiles of human behavior. Like, I know my mind is weak. I might fall for that if I ever try one of those. So I have not, and I refuse to try one of those things, whatever they are. I'm not going for it. I might fall into a very, very bad place if I do that. Like, I know the limits and weaknesses of my own brain well enough to understand that some things I must avoid. Some things I must absolutely avoid. Otherwise, it will be very, very bad. It will be very bad. It will turn out very bad. Potentially. And I don't need that kind of bad potential there. There's already enough shit to worry about. Not at all. I am truly glad you are my creator. For Weedy to act so distant, calling me Miss Debug. Imagine how I have felt this whole time. It all started with us together, and now we're back again. Everything will work out, Debug. Of course, Mr. Creator. This time, we'll save Weedy for sure. No way am I going to let Weedy do anything stupid. Not until she's tried on my costume mod. Oh, goddammit, well, I guess that some things never change. Fuck. It's tragic how even the meme edits could never erase your pervertedness. Yeah, well. But you're correct. We must go after Weedy right away. I've never seen the 5K Worm's true identity. All I know is that this final battle will be the toughest we've faced. So far, I would rank the previous few battles as like not that tough. Oh well. Intimidating giant thing. Whatever that was. This is it. The 5K Worm's core. I sense Weedy's presence inside. She must be fighting the virus as we speak. It's the final battle. Let's finish this. Mission engage. Yeah, engage. Engage. Right. Oh, new blip. Miss Debug, I see you have fused with A2. And dear creator, that movement speed. It looks like you have returned. I've come to erase the 5K worm for good. Where's the core? Just up ahead. I have already worn her down. With your help, I can finish her off. There she is. There she is. The 5K worm's true identity. It is the mother worm. Okay, we have a barrier. Alright, Okay, we have a maze to explore first as well. She's protected by those force fields. There must be a way to disable them. Yeah, we need to get the keys. Take out that bot to erase the barrier ahead. Alright. Okay, that guy is moving in a circle bar. Curse you, intruders! It was you who created me, yet now you plot to eradicate me without remorse. I am but a victim of humanity. There we go. Screw that virus bot thing. Anyway, moving on. One of the force fields is down. Alright. Alright, good. The second force field, we need keys. Alright, this thing is going in a thing. Alright. Oh wait, I need to go the other direction. Oh shit, he's doing that. Okay, he's doing that. Alright. Simple enough. There we go. Blam. Blast you out of the water. The purple AI is far superior. You are unworthy. I mean, we're succeeding though. So, who's worthy and who's not? What matters is what you do. Alright, we got the key. I did not lose to you. The purple one possesses true power. Interesting. Yeah, this is not the last one. We've done it, Mr. Creator. At long last. Now we still have to take care of Weedy. Like, we're not done yet. Obviously not. This was way too fucking easy. Weedy, let's finish off the mother one. We need to get you repaired too. Repaired? But there's nothing wrong with me. Have you looked in a mirror? All that fusion has corrupted your systems. I mean, it's literally the viruses. The virus symbols on your arms and hands. And how do you plan to fix me up? Are you going to wipe my memories again? Mr. Creator is here now, Weedy. Everything will be okay. You have every intention to reformat me, Ms. Debug. Do not try and hide your inner thoughts. I am too powerful for that. Even now, you plot to trick me. I will not be erased again. You have to trust us, Weedy. We'll think of something. Preparations complete. Executing fusion sequence with the mother one. Oh dear. Oh dear. oh, even Debug's just like, whoa. Damn. Oh no, Mr. Creator. Finish off that one mother one now. Lies, dishonesty, betrayal. Uh-oh. Even Debug's super worried. That's bad. That's real bad, isn't it? Boss. Oh, alright, neat. Okay, that's a neat look. I like that. Crazy Weedy. Fusions all the way. Weedy, we must run up after her before she leaves the system. Yes, let's do that. Oh, we're playing. Oh shit, right. Right. Perfect Weedy, perfect Weedy. Alright. Well, I mean, yeah, fusions and everything else, like. The cyberspace shall have no more secrets. A new world is born today. Alright, Alright, thank you for moving into the spots like that easily, Mr. Bots. Advance with caution, Mr. Creator. If Weedy escapes from here, this is our last chance. Now, fuck, where was I going? I don't know. Okay, that's what I need to do with this one. Follow it, then go into a corner so that we can get the thing. And bye-bye you. Alright, and then bye-bye you. Okay, simple enough. And then we need to... which one is he moving into? Oh, we're fast, so it doesn't matter. There we go, follow along. There we go. The mother worm. Such incredible power. This thing is gonna go. Okay. There we go. Piss off with that. Why must you stop me? I only hope to rid the world of deceit. Well, I mean, that's a good cause and everything else. Anyway. Bye-bye to that one. Yeah. Speed is our power, so let's not be slow about it. I am the ultimate AI. Sure you are. Alright. So what do we do here? We do that. Do we survive here? We survive here. Okay, so we just wait. Now we wait for the thing to go all the way back to the left. A little dot here. Yeah. Alright. There. Speed is our game. You do the thing. Alright, bye-bye now. Moving on. Leave now. Do not force me to destroy you. Aww. Ah, she's saying, look, she's cute. Perfect Weedy. It's very cute. I like this. I really like this one. With the little bloom there. It's nice. I like it. And little fangs. Obviously, I like the fangs. Of course, I like the little flesh fangs there. It's neat. I like it. Alright, what's happening here? This thing is doing a thing. Okay, that's how we do this thing. Simple enough. There we go. No! Stay back! Aye. Alright. Simple enough. Oh, wait, I need to... okay, so that's how we do this. Okay. Ash. Alright. Alright, we're gonna have to take it slow. Or fast. There we go. Speed. And now I have to wait for that guy to go back to the same spot. That's fine. That's fine. Do the thing. There we go. And then... okay, what the fuck is happening? What is their pattern? That's their pattern. Okay. Okay, so this is piss easy. Bye-bye. That was easy enough. Why must this happen again? I only wanted to protect Weedy. Yet, all I ever do is make her afraid. Aw. Alright, we are wearing her down. Ah, jeez. Aw. It's a little sad. Now. I guess that's how we do this now. So, oh, okay. The laser dot stops the other laser dot. Fair enough. But yeah, it's not great. We're making Weedy afraid. Which sucks. She's just a kid, basically. That's really unfortunate. Oh, everyone's crying now. Aw. Final one. I thought I could do better with this second chance. But I have failed again. Yeah, that sucks. That's... Nobody ever likes failing someone twice like that. In the same way. That's... Aww. Aww. Sorry, I'm getting a bit emotional too as well now. Jeez. I'm sorry, Weedy. Sorry to be such a useless sister. Oh, you're not useless, Steve-Bug. It's fine. Buggy. The worms are... Weedy. No. Kinda don't want to do this now. But we have to. Alright. Alright. Final shot. Weedy's not gonna stay dead, right? No, she's not. We can't have that. Right. Okay. Let's see what happens now. Oh dear. As well. Oh. You think this is some kind of victory? I am merely an avatar of your greed. Yes, she is. So long as humans continue to desire, I shall be reborn in a new form. I am the motherworm. My life is eternal. I mean, your life began at some point somewhere, so it must have an end. Everything that has a beginning has an end. It's just how it works. It might take a while to get to that end, but it will be there eventually. That's just how it works. Dear creator, Buggy, What have I done? Those simple times now. How I wish they could return. My mother worm still lives within me. It must be destroyed. With my remaining power, I will at last purge this virus for good. Oh no. And I'll be here to help. That'll increase your chance of surviving the process. No, if something goes wrong, we both will. Sisters always stay together, Weedy. Buggy. Trust me this one last time. I'll make sure we both make it. Very well. No way I could have asked for a better sister, Buggy. Weedy. Debug. I'm really proud of both of you. You ended up shouldering my mistakes, Sweetie. I am the biggest failure here. I did so willingly, dear creator. Without you, I would not exist. No need to get all dramatic. We'll get through this. Right, of course. Weedy still owes me a costume mod screenshot session after all. Fuck's sake. Forever declined, correct. Debug. I'll let you nap all you want when this is done, so stay awake and look after your sister. Whatever you say, Mr. Creator. Weedy, are you set? Yes. Executing purge sequence. See you soon, dear Creator. And everything stopped, music stopped, everything. Credits. And thus, the 5K worm is no more. Another chapter in cyberspace history draws to a close. As for what happened to the AIs involved, I don't know if this auto-advances. I'm afraid to click anything in case it just skips the whole thing. It doesn't. An anonymous group spreads A2's heroics across cyberspace. The computer world crowns her a legend. Too bad they all spell her name wrong. Of course they do. Well, I mean, look, it's too hard. Created by Invert Mouse, composer Matt Ham, artist Hybrid Mink. Well, that's neat. Alright, credits are rolling and everything else. Is that gonna be post-credit scenes? Nobody knows what happened to Debug. Perhaps the creator is letting her nap as promised. She will surely return if the world needs her. And she might. I mean, who knows? I don't know anything what happens in Unhack 2. Weedy, Xantha Huyn, Ms. Debug, Amy Smith, A2, Skylar Davenport. Too bad we didn't hear any of those voices. If you want to hear those lovely ladies' voices, then you'll have to get this somewhere else. Without the 5K worm, Smash Security soon closes down. But at least the creator can now live without regret. His new gig of selling costume mods remains unsuccessful so far. Well, at least there's that. So he's not a very good artist, eh? Motherworm, Rachel Messa, testing Gary Hung and Mark Wong, plus the kind folks on Fuva Novel. I should visit that place, Fuva Novel. I think I remember hearing about it, like, way back when, but anyway. Weedy's fate has long remained unknown. Recently, however, people have made sightings of an unidentified purple AI. Perhaps there is hope. That would be nice. Thank you for seeing Unhack's journey to its end. Your support is much appreciated. Hope to see you in future projects, such as the sequel to this one. And we will see us in the next thing. Not long after we're done here. Alright, neat. All three of them together and stuff like that. That's cute. That's neat. That's nice. Any post-credit scenes happening? Or is it like, or just the final CG and we just move? Oh, that's the option menu. Okay. I guess that's that. I guess we're done. Ending on the final. Yeah, I guess we'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. Add this little nice little image of the three. Oh, I forgot to add the thing. Because the thing, it's a thing. We'll just add it. There we go. There you are. Oops. Yeah. Let's just do the thing quickly now, I guess. Quickly as how quickly it works. Anyway, something like that. There we go. Now let's put myself there and back there. And there we go. That was Unhack, the first one. I enjoyed it. The puzzles weren't as horribly difficult as I thought they might be. Got through them with relative ease. Yeah, I think that was, fairly straightforward. At least there wasn't too much. They didn't mix all these different variant things together too much. That would have been fucking. That could have gone so much worse than it did. So anyway, that's that. Unhack 1. I enjoyed it very much. So, like, nice little story of a thing. And yeah, we'll continue on with the next one. But in between now and then, let's give some random music recommendations. What we have here for today. For today, we have Bee Gees' Emotion, Don Henley, All She Wants to Do Is Dance, Elvis Presley, Can't Help Falling in Love, Neko's Neko Maturi from the Nekopara series of visual novels. I went through all of them. They're very nice. They're fun. They're silly. They got things in them as well. Obviously, never gonna run them on this channel because I've already done them myself on my own spare time. Anyway, Jan Hammer, Miami Vice theme. Presumably from a thing called Miami Vice, probably a show or something like that. It's a good theme. It's good music. No idea about the show. Found this music when I was once looking up like popular or like great TV show themes. There was a period when I just looked up a bunch of different kind of like best something from something, like music from whatever, TV show themes, wrestling themes, entrance themes, or something like that, stuff like that. It's a thing. It's one of the reasons I have like 3,000 plus things now on my playlist. Like, it's getting a lot more. It's gonna become a lot more. By the time we're close to 3,000, which is it's 6 months, we're like 214. It's gonna be a while. By the time we get to 3,000, it's gonna be 10 years later. We'll be doing this for a while, won't we? It all depends on how long I'll be here around. Anyway, I'm getting very sidetracked. We're done for now. Yes. Ta-ta for now. We'll see you with Unhack 2. Now, welcome back. Welcome back. We continue. Well, we're gonna start Unhack 2 soon, but we first have to finish the DLC for Unhack 1, the Destruction thing. The story of A2 and Mrs. Director. Before I get to that, though, there's always a few things to get to. First of all, as we can see, I kind of made a mistake there with the one of the things. The Jan Hammer Crockett's theme, it's the Miami Vice theme changed because it was actually the song I have is called Crockett's theme, apparently. Because reasons that make sense, I guess. I don't know. It's just the thing that apparently I made a lot of mistakes. Didn't look into when I originally found these things, but oh well. Beyond that, I don't know if I mentioned it. Did I mention it on the no, this was last week, so I might have. I don't remember. Anyway, Bob Marley didn't sing the Bad Boy song. He was dead by that point. It was someone else. I already forget who. Inner Circle, I think they're called. Anyway, that's all. It's been fixed in the spreadsheet. That's what matters most. When I looked it up there and added it, I fixed it there. So that's the important bit. That's the important bit. Right. So beyond that, we can simply move on. There's nothing really else happening. So let us exercise the vocal cords. As always, we need to do that, as always. So, another short story about me from a few years ago. Not as many as I would like, but oh well. Slightly longer one, but not really that long. I mean, I'm here to read stuff. Pretty much 95% is me reading things. So, like, not really big difference. Anyway, that can go away, and this can pop up in the middle here. So, short story 36 from June 11th, 2018. The one patriot is a soldier. No, he is more a warrior, for he decides his own fate and that of the nation he had long protected and praised as the most advanced, generous, and stalwart among all the people of this earth. No matter the times, how great or on the brink of annihilation this country is, the one patriot leads its armies from the front lines after having devised cunning strategies and assigned trusted lieutenants. As once he has convinced himself of a threat to his people, a blind rage engulfs his mind. Few survive direct encounters with the one patriot, and he knows this. Such are his strategies that he nearly always fights the deadliest of foes, while the rest are surrounded or ambushed and captured alive. Some legends say he is an immortal, duty-bound to protect his origins. Others speculate that, since the strategies and his preferred weapons change every few decades, he is actually a secret order with an ulterior agenda, or family of zealots cursed with great power and wisdom, but unable or unwilling to reveal their true identity. This might be supported by contradictory accounts of his height and stature throughout the years, but some records also describe him as a 12-foot-tall giant with nothing but the void behind his mask. One thing, however, remains consistent. The one patriot always fights threats to the existence of the nation, usually from without, sometimes from within. When time calls for us to wage war outside our borders, all we are left is memories and records of his exploits. Oh, but what wondrous song and poetry his legend gives the men during grueling campaigns. In a sense, he gives us an ideal to strive towards. Everyone wants to one day fight with the one patriot on the battlefield. Ironically, knowing he is there to protect us from extinction makes us quite brash and hasty. Few admit this, but many a times our overconfidence leads us to forcing the hand of other nations. They tend to know invading us is foolish, but times of relative peace can be harsh if we are the ones who caused the war or two elsewhere. It becomes even worse when our leaders forget the past and expect the one patriot to balance out their greedy plans. However, no matter the era or our cumulative wisdom, he is always there to prevent us from hitting rock bottom, even if it means letting us first get knocked about during the fall, in hopes we will remember to use a safety harness or build a railing when the next time inevitably comes around. Okay, the idea seems fine, but I would have to rewrite the whole thing because many of the sentences are just kind of fucking messy here, honestly. It's kind of painful. Some of these sentences are, they're really bad. This one's not great in terms of just structure. Yeah, the story is whatever. It's whatever, it's fine. Anyway, so Unhack Destruction DLC. It has been 3 days. I was intending to, play this the next day, so that I, have full muscle memory of the controls and the things to deal with the gameplay, but, life happens, and it's now 3 days later, and I may have forgotten how to do things, but it was pretty simple. It's just moving WASD, and that's it. The timing, it's not that bad. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Right? It shouldn't be too bad. Famous last words, aren't they? It's only 3 missions. It shouldn't take long. Should not take more than 30 minutes? Right? Right. Well, I guess we'll see. Anyway, let's move that. Let's begin. Episode 1. Obviously, normal difficulty. Fuck. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to try those. That's BS. Oh, higher difficulty levels. Anyway, we're here for the story. It makes me so mad. There's no need to get upset. A squared. Why do people only praise Smash Security? We're doing a far better job of purging the 5k worms. Let people have their opinions. We've formed Acme Antivirus to fight in the name of good and to better this world. Only you can say such words without blushing, Mrs. Director. But really, for us to not even charge for the work, I could never do it. Oh, they're not even charged. Oh, wow. Very, generous. No, that's a different word for it. Anyway. I can manage because you are here with me. Mrs. Director, I'll be on your side no matter what. Thank you. Now, remember those teleporters I spoke of last month? They're ready for testing. Oh, then let's get to it. Time to unhack. Sure. Alright, I better start with doing the teleporters. This is gonna be... Remember, use the ASWD key... What? Oh, that really... No, it's WASD. That's how it's WASD. Get it right. Keys to move, or click an adjacent slot to slide it to it. Indeed. Yes, and the flagged slots are checkpoints. Please, stop treating me like a kid. I guess those yellow slots are the teleporters. Indeed. Indeed. Here's a worm I've trapped here for testing purposes. Alright. These teleporters have no effect on the worms. That means we can use them to sneak by.
You're a genius, Ms. Director. That'd show those amateurs at Smash Security.
But we learned how to use those anyway. Please, A squared. Heroes should never compete against one another. Fair enough. Anything here? No, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, no, I should have done that because it's how this works. Oh, accident. Anyway. Is this not a bit much? Not really. Come on now, E2, you can handle it. Don't get all swirly-eyed. There does seem to be more worms here than I recall. Maybe it's best we left this to...
And like, A squared can handle it. Come on now, Ms. Director. Have some faith in that. No, I've got this, Ms. Director. Here I go.
What the? The worms are... Okay. Huh, convenient. Proto A.
It's dangerous to be here, little one. Let me take care of this. Sis, phew, am I glad to see you.
I've always got your back, Mrs. Director. I've finished defragging our systems. And in record time too. Truly, you're one of my proudest creations. And taking a sip of tea. It's good. And you too, A squared, of course.
Like she's still young, she's learning. Let me handle this test, Ms. Director. I just need a chance. Sis, stop that. She won't.
I'll protect you, little one. Alright, fair enough. Doesn't get a chance.
Just how many teleporters have we created?
Lots. I mean, if you're gonna create one, why not create 1,000? I mean, you know, why not? You've always been impulsive, Ms. Director. This seems a bit much. It looks like you've done this just to pad out the content. Self-criticism. Be patient, my AI friends. See, that took no time at all.
Right. Now that's what I call trolling. A little bit.
Sure. All these worms. Something has to be up. We need to exit the system and investigate.
I wonder if... Yes, let's leave here first. The exit's on that far slot. I'm alright, sis. Please stay out of this one.
You're far too protective of your sister, Proto A.
That was the way you've programmed me. I can't keep track. I instantly forget what voice I give the... And like, it's fine.
Where are we going? Okay. Where do we need to go? Oh, this is not going to be the correct one. There's gonna... I know there's like some kind of thing. Probably. Need to... There we go. Figured it out. Not really. Just kind of winging it. Here. Done. See? Could a kid do that? I mean, yes, I have the mental capacity of a child when I'm doing these, so yes. I guess now you two will have no choice but to think highly of me. Not really.
Excellent work, little one. I'll code you some new cups to use in your next tea party. Tea party? As if I would... That stuff is for kids.
Anyway, we must find out where all those worms are coming from. Commencing search now. Search completed. It is as I had feared. Someone's planted a worm nest inside our system.
What a horrible sense of humor. When I get my hands on culprits...
Be calm, A squared. Proto A, it seems like you know something. You can tell us. I command that you do so. You know who's behind this?
The cyberspace community, the very people you vowed to protect, are responsible.
Oh, yeah. Of course they would be, wouldn't they? Hacking, joint hacking, or whatever it is. It's not... Okay, oh, right. Oh, I have to click next. Previously, it auto-advanced. I think. Or maybe it didn't, and I forgot. It happens. I forget things.
Forgive me, Ms. Director. I only want to spare you from the ugly truth.
Enough of this. Just tell me everything you know.
Very well. Let's speak as we head for the nest. Taking out the worms is still our top priority.
Indeed it is.
Mission engage. I forgot to do mission engage previously. Oh well. That worm appears to be armored. I've never seen such a type before. Even I'm unable to destroy it.
Interesting.
Let me help, sis. With our powers combined, we can break anything that stands in our way. Yeah, the power of friendship and sisterly bonds, stuff like that.
There's no need for such risks. We can simply observe the worm's pattern and sneak by. Indeed. Doop, doop. It just responds to our movement, so we just have to do like this. Simple then.
Here it is, Miss Director. These are the messages the community has been spreading to you. I only filtered them for your sake. Ah, jeez. Watch that comment section. Oh dear.
It's fine, Protoe. Let me see them. Jeez.
Man, have you guys looked into the code written by Acme Antivirus? A lot of files seem to be stolen from Smash Security.
I love how Acme claims to be the best when they're just rip-offs. Talk about shameless.
I called Acme Antivirus to remove some worms from me. They ended up making things worse. Never should have hired them. Who is that girl in charge anyway? Just some nobody. Here, I even found out her real name and address.
That's awesome. Hey, someone should dump a worm nest into their system. That'd be hilarious.
These people, how could they? That's just how the internet works, I guess. The knives. Oh, the knives are easy. Oh, alright, the guy who... Ms. Director, are you crying? She just... Hey, sis. Hold up, little one. I sensed an uninvited AI ahead. Ah, great. Alright, this guy... I forgot where he went. Where'd he go? Okay, he goes there. That's his pattern. Okay. We need to get the keys. And now we need to leave. At least this guy is... It's turn-based, effectively, him. So that's fine. He doesn't go there, so it doesn't matter. Bye-bye. Uninvited AI. He doesn't go down. So we just need to grab that. Thank God that guy doesn't move at all. That makes it super easy. That makes it super piss easy to deal with this. And out. Intermission. Ah, there we go. Hello, Miss Debug. Ah, the sleepy one. Yeah.
Just how big is this place? What a chore.
Who might you be? I'm Smash Security's AI. You can call me Ms. Debug. I'm here to help you guys remove that worm nest from your system. We never sent a request for Smash Security's aid. Are you aware of this, Ms. Director? Mr. Creator sent me here out of kindness. He'll not be charging you guys for this work. Ugh, Smash Security. Why does everyone love you guys so much? Our systems are far superior. Who is this child? It's dangerous for a kid to be in this worm-infested place. Who are you calling a kid? I have a name, and it's A squared.
Takes too long to type.
I shall call you A2. Ah, get it right.
Whatever.
Never mind. There's no time for such trivial matters. Am I truly so trivial? Nah, I squared you fine. You'll receive no welcome, Miss Debug, but we could use your help. Miss Director, ready to approach the worm nest. Remove her.
Remove her, Proto-A.
Miss Director,
anyone from Smash Security is an enemy of ours. Remove her. She cannot be trusted. I've made myself clear, Proto-A. Remove her. A squared and I will proceed towards the worm nest.
Right, I'm coming now. Sis, I know you'll let that AI know her place. My director's word is final, Miss Debug. Prepare yourself. You dare ignore me?
Sorry, I had trouble hearing over all your makeup.
Now you've really done it. Wait, your insult made no sense. Enough. I'm far more powerful than you might think. This is a big mistake. The little one expects you to defeat by my hands. There's no way I'd disappoint her. Showdown. Yee. Right, moving. Okay, right. Since there's no actual moving objects until we move. Interesting. Okay, so this thing is moving in what kind of pattern is he moving in? That kind of pattern. He's gonna go inside. Okay. And he moves after I move, so that's fine. Okay. Okay. Shit, I have to move quickly. Alright, there we go. Got that one out. Right. Can just ignore that one, so we need time. I need to do timing things. I don't like timing things. Whatever. Just follow along and bye-bye. Ignore that. We set you a bit away. Second thing. Wait, this is not useful for me, is it? No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This is not gonna be fine. This next bit, I'm gonna fail. Oh, there's no checkpoints as well. Alright. Oh, or never mind. Right, I forgot there's a health bar. I forgot there was a health bar. We win. Done. Well, that was easy enough. Forget it. Too much work. Smash Security only came here to help. If you despise us this strongly, I shall retreat. Wait, you. Listen up. The little one you just met. If anything happens to me, please keep an eye out for her. Perhaps you two might cross paths again. The little one is childish, short-tempered, acts without using her head, lacks in beauty and grace. You think that's enough? But she's my only sister. Keep her out of trouble. That's all I ask. You need say no more. I have a sister too. The 5K worm is an enemy to us all. Engaging sleep mode now. I used to up too much energy from that fight. That Miss Debug. Horrible fashion sense. But I admit she's one mighty AI. Oh, and she'll get mightier. I need to chase after Miss Director and the little one. They're going to need my help. Probably. Oh, wait. Oh, right. We don't... Proto A doesn't exist in... this is a prequel story. We're gonna have a big sad... God damn it. We're gonna have a big sad, aren't we? Fuck. Alright. Well... Of course. Of course we will. Of course we're gonna have a big sad moment here. God damn it. Scan complete. The worm nest is just a few blocks from here. Let's hurry so we can seal that thing. Ms. Director? Yes, A squared. Let's get moving. Wait for me, little one. You'd better not do anything rash while I'm not around. Indeed, she will, though. There's gonna be some rash behavior happening there. That's all the time. How could Ms. Director let the little one go on her own? Oh, the beams. Okay, The door is locked. Alright, we need two systems. I've told the little one time and time again to not act without me. Why would she just run ahead like this? Because she's being a little silly bugger. Where does you take me? You just take me there. Okay. Beams. Get moving. Oh shit, right, that's what. It's a trap. Almost trapped me. Aha. The laser didn't fire off in time. Do. Really? These two must want me to be worried sick. They might. Alright, shit, that thing's moving there. Okay. There we go. Moving there, and then just follow along there. And now the cat wants something again. No, this is just gameplay section, so we can let that be. Can we? It's fine. Alright, it doesn't matter. Shit, I trapped myself. Fuck. Alright. Fuck, I'm in... God. Oh, and that... Okay. Fine.
Am I? Okay, now I'm in this spot. There we go. I had to die to get there correctly. Sure. That makes sense. Oh wait, no, up here. There we go. The little one still needs me. I just know it. Yeah, she does. Yeah, she does. Alright. That's not what it does. Alright, so, move times... Oh, does it really matter? We have a node below there. So it does... Oh, right, fuck the laser. The laser. Lasers, caution. Lasers, caution. Let's not step into the fucking laser. Alright. Intermission.
There's the nest. Just give me the word, Miss Director.
Send the worms back to their source, A squared.
Eh?
I gave the community all I had, and they responded by dumping this nest in our system. We will return the favor tenfold.
Aww. Miss Director, that's not the correct thing. Spite.
Do as I say, A squared. You've always wanted to prove yourself, right? This is your opportunity. In moments, this nest will burst, and the worms will destroy our systems. There's no time to hesitate.
You've always been impulsive, Miss Director. Sis. Redirecting these worms will require tremendous amounts of energy. No AI could survive the process.
We're a team. That means we must always act as one.
If this is your wish, Miss Director, let me be the one to carry it out. I'm going in now. No, wait. I need to chase after her.
Ah, dear. There it is. It's happening. Okay. Shit. Okay. So it's... No, what? We went there. Okay. Okay, just take me somewhere.
This is my fault. I've never allowed her to act freely. All I wanted was to keep her safe.
No, that's a lie. Little one, what I really wanted was for you to look up to me. I'm the lowest of the low.
No, you're not. It's fine.
Let me take your place, A squared. This time, I want to truly do it for you. There's the moment. Oh dear. Oh dear. Alright, Proto A. Self-sacrificial stuff. Of course.
Goodbye, A squared. Take care of Miss Director. I trust you'll do what's right.
Well, she'll try.
Sis. I'm sorry to let you be. Sis, no. She's gone.
Proto A. My first AI. I'm to blame for pushing her over the limit.
Kinda, yeah. He kinda reacted childishly. In petty ways, honestly.
The worms are turning back against the community. We must make sure Proto A's sacrifice was meaningful.
Like, this is just meaningless overall. Just very spiteful, honestly. Miss Director, that's a bad call. Is this really what you want, Miss Director? There's still time to destroy these worms.
Oh, we will, A squared. So long as the community is willing to pay, that is.
Capitalism. What happened to fighting in the name of good?
These trash are undeserving of our kindness. You're the only one I have left. I may as well be honest with you. All I've really wanted was to be recognized. To be compensated for one's efforts. That's the natural order.
Sis, I need you here.
I'll be here for you, A squared. You've proven yourself today. I know I can rely on you.
All I've ever wanted was to hear you say that. Yet now, I feel no joy at all. Miss Director, please, never abandon me.
And then she proceeds to abandon her. Of course, A squared. We're a team.
Yeah, it doesn't really work out that well.
Well, this was sad. Well, this was sadness. Yay. Bit of backstory there for that. Well, Okay. Well, yeah, all right. So, yes. So some technical difficulties happening now. It's complicated as I. Where is the thing? I'll launch Unhack 2, and then make sure the thing recognizes it as a thing. I need to do the thing full squared, and all right. Come on now. Do the thing. Should respond to. Where are you? Where the fuck are you? No, not that. God damn it. It's not. Ah, this is a mess. This is perfect. This is perfect, isn't it? Showing the fucking Steam thing for no reason. Doesn't need to do that. It's not what you need to do. It's not what you need to do. Good question. I don't know either. No, don't do that. Where's the... Doesn't even have that. Doesn't even recognize that. What? Eh? It's not showing up on the list. A thing. It should show up as a thing. Oh, there it is. At least there. Hello? Does it work? Hello? Oh, it does. There we go. So, will it work there? Can you do that for me? Game. A little bit of stuttering. I know, technical difficulties. I kind of have to punt this out. Anyway, full screen. No voice acting this time around that we need to silence. So that's fine. We have a different character here on the thing. Let's just begin. Actually, it's very quiet. It's incredibly quiet. Oh, there we go. Sound effects. We don't need the sound effects too much. Anyway, start Unhack 2 now. Properly. Excellently. I guess? I don't know. Unhack 2 contains spoilers for the first game. Thank you for your understanding. No problem at all. We just played the first one. So, no issues there. None at all. Indeed, hello, WD. Doing a thing. 4 years ago, a programmer coded the 5K worm to lure more clients for his antivirus firm, Smash Security. In cyberspace, he was known as the Creator. Meanwhile, Ms. Director, the head of Acme Antivirus, bred worms of our own to win more jobs and compete against Smash Security. Weedy and Ms. Debug were Smash Security's most trusted AI. They helped their creator atone for his mistake and destroy the 5K worm. But rumors claim both AI had perished during that battle. No, they fused. Well, okay, Debug fused with A2. I already forgot. It was literally just a few days ago. With the 5K worm purged, Ms. Director could no longer sustain her business and was forced to shut down Acme Antivirus. Didn't adapt to a different business or something like that. That's not very savvy of her. The creator, who barely managed to escape arrest, had no regrets about his decision to erase the worm. Okay. Cyberspace had enjoyed 4 years of relative peace, but now a new threat was about to emerge. With virus numbers back on the rise, the creator would lead Smash Security into battle once more. Ooh, a mysterious person with an X mask on them. Dude. The purple lights of Smash Security switched on one by one, indicating it was time for me to commence work. I crawled out from under my office desk to face this new day head on. So, from under his office desk, so was he like fucking drunk? He might have been, I think. Recalling his personality, he might have been there hugging his like Dakimakura or something. Was that the correct word for those giant body pillows with like an anime thing? Or like just a picture of the character on it. I think it was. Anyway, I can totally see that. Smash Security. Oh, we have like backgrounds and stuff like that. Interesting choice of portraits to have there, but I guess that makes sense. As I stretched and took my seat, my employees rose from their chairs to shower me with morning greetings. I answered them with a nod, and they sat back down to resume their duties. Sure. I like to imagine that he was just underneath the desk sleeping and snoring, and then when he finally woke up, everyone's like, "Oh, the boss, good job today, boss, yeah!" And like they go back to work. It's like, that's just a common thing. One of my staff snuck over to the corner to turn down the aircon, which explained why it felt freezing in here. It must be scorching outside, but please, think about the bill, people. The outside world, of course, was like an alien planet in my view. I devoted my life to programming, so I more or less never left this office. We had a shower here, so unlike your stereotypical coder, I at least kept my hygiene in check. Sure. My employees took care of the groceries, and I only ever switched between 2 shirts. But the grades never cared much for their appearances, and when it came to coding, I was undoubtedly one of the best. Okay, so he's just full on just hermit mode. Here. The term, the Japanese term, hikikomori, I believe. That's the one. I think that's that's the one that applies. Someone who just spends their entire life indoors and no need to go outside at all. But he's got employees to do all the things, basically. This office served as proof of my accomplishments. The programming world referred to me as the creator, and there was much more to this name than mere hype. An intern ran over to hand me my cup of mocha. After accepting the cup with a thanks, I picked up the figurine on my desk and adjusted her pose. We all had our hobbies, so no employee of mine would dare to judge. I mean, fair enough, I wouldn't judge either. Everyone has their own things that make them happy. That's good. It's important. After cracking my knuckles... The Foley work there. Cracking my knuckles as well. I tapped the key to jolt my computer out of sleep mode. Time to check out who was on my client list this week. Logging in. Authentication successful. Welcome back, dear unhacker. Let's see. First up was Mr. B with a hacked browser yet again. I told that guy to get off the porn, but oh well. Job was a job. Might as well sip on my coffee and enjoy the work. Neonia. The new AI of Smash Security, not accepting costume mod requests. Last online 6 hours ago. Sure. Neonia. I guess. Neonia. Of course, that's her name. Neonia. That's what she's gonna be. Nya. I opened the chat program and saw my AI partner was offline. She had been configured to snap out of sleep mode every morning at 9, so looking at the clock on the corner of my screen, I still had 10 minutes left to wait. It might hurt my partner's pride if I rushed in solo, but even a junior coder could handle this small job. I could unhack Mr. B's system while browsing the web if I felt like catching up on the news. Indeed. Time to perform a system analysis. Okay, so worms were blocking the front entrance of Mr. B's machine. Admirable teamwork for a low-grade virus, but these worms stood no chance against me. With my wealth of experience as an unhacker, I owed more than cleaning software and commands than I knew what to do with. Let me see. The old reliable worm kill, open bracket, close bracket, should do the trick. Several dozen worms burst into fragments as I executed the method inside Mr. B's machine. The surviving viruses fled into some of the more obscure areas in the system, perhaps thinking I would not notice. Please. Nothing in cyberspace could escape from the creator. I executed one of my favorite commands. Explosion, open bracket 135.5f, close bracket, and every last worm in the system vaporized with a mere 2 clicks of my mouse. Sure. The job took under a minute from start to finish. Yet another record broken. Many CEOs of software firms could not even code the calculator program, but let's just say I was an exception. Good for you, and his ego is massive. A crimson light flickered on the side of my monitor. I clicked my tongue, recognizing this was the worm's attempt to strike and catch me off guard. So much for being my record. It looked like one of the worms had survived my explosion, open bracket, close bracket command. Pretty offensive considering this was a virus from one of those Hacking for Dummies books. An energy blast fired out of nowhere and melted the last worm into goo, robbing me of the chance to deliver the final blow. Hello, Neonia. Dramatic entrance. A red-clad AI appeared inside my monitor. Neonia, my mightiest creation to date. The crimson energy shimmering around her palm confirmed she was responsible for the attack. Sure. Neonia trampled on the worm's remains with her ankle boot, reducing the chance of a counterattack from 0% to, well, 0%. Neonia performed that action sequence just now for the sake of us humans. In reality, Neonia executed her Crimson Blast, open bracket, close bracket command method, followed by a Seek and Destroy, open bracket, true, close bracket, for good measure.
Yes, I will read. This is a hacking story, so I'm going to read every single character and thing like that. Fuck you will. Watch me, listen to me do that. Yes. I preferred walls of code personally, but I must admit these animations gave my mind less things to juggle. Humans would always have their limitations. Yeah, it's fun to watch animations. You could have slept for another minute, I said. I was just about to finish that warm off. Yeah, silly comments. I set Nyonya to wake up at 9 AM, and there was no such thing as oversleeping for an AI. Sometimes I just found myself mistaking Nyonya for a human because of how well she had been coded. Nyonya, as always, wore a fluffy skirt that was shaped like a parasol. Her fur-trimmed gloves looked comfy to touch, and I balanced this with a tie to give her a smart look. My attempt at blending cool with cute, if you would. I'd say successful enough. It is cute, I like it. Nyonya adjusted her beret. You rushed ahead without me again, creator. Nyonya's deep voice matched her fluffy costume poorly. Oh, deep voice. Oh, she has deep voice. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do that then. Deep voice. Give her a deep... I'm gonna lean into the microphone for that. Okay. Okay, now I know. Good. Nyonya's deep voice matched her fluffy costume poorly, and I had programmed her to look nearly 6 feet tall too. She intimidated even me sometimes. I mean, 6 feet tall on a monitor still. Take it easily. I sipped on my matcha. Any antivirus freeware could have taken care of those worms. Nyonya pinched her forehead as if she were staring in a painkillers commercial. I bet you copied Mr. B's porn while I was asleep. That's what I'm gonna do for her. Innocent until proven guilty. Enough fooling around. This job is far from over. I opened another scanning program to diagnose the system more thoroughly. Whoops, Nyonya was right. There was indeed another virus lurking in Mr. B's machine. Your ego will be your downfall someday, Nyonya said. Look, sorry for running off without you. It won't happen again. I smiled at Nyonya, letting her facial recognition program pick up the gesture. Nyonya stood there like a human who had been cryogenically frozen. Had she even heard what I said? I should schedule system diagnosis. Nyonya's framework must be clogged with all kinds of redundant data and spaghetti code. She was my most ambitious project yet, and the growing pains were evident. If Nyonya glitched up and snapped in front of a client, I would have shut her down right away. She, however, would never allow herself to do such a thing. Well, we had a few clients who requested for her to abuse them at an hourly premium, but that was a story for another time. Okay, of course, fucking hell. Some people just like to be dominated. Anyway, we should destroy this remaining virus first. I glanced through the infected code in Mr. B's system to see what we were up against. The programming style of this virus matched mine exactly, all the way down to those ASC2 art I left in the comments whenever I got bored. ASCII. Right, it's ASCII. Looks like I've got a fan, I said, knowing Nyonya too would spot the similarities. Indeed. Nyonya pointed out at an ASCII bikini girl flaunting her assets in the comments. Only you would have tastes this poor. Ouch, that hurt like having your child say you sucked at cooking. At least Nyonya had responded to my banter again, so I breathed a sigh of relief. Are you worried? Nyonya asked. As if a fake could never top the original. Nyonya nodded. Plus, we're the ultimate pair. Ultimate pair? Maybe, maybe not. Before programming Nyonya, I had Weedy and Debug by my side. The lessons they taught me lived on inside Nyonya's code. Nyonya was more powerful than Weedy and Debug combined. Technology improved constantly, and my skills had grown since 4 years ago. Still, it felt cruel to write the past off as irrelevant. Weedy and Debug had teamed up with me to destroy the Motherworm. The crimes we had committed only strengthened our bond. A bond that no AI today or tomorrow could ever hope to sever. You're thinking about them again, Nyonya said with disdain. She must have noticed this, as her voice softened when she continued. Weedy and Debug, right? Weedy and Miss Debug. Debug only granted her friends permission to drop the miss, and she never gave Nyonya the okay.
Weedy and Debug were Neonya's ancestors, so I would prefer to see a bit more respect. Fair enough. Alright, back to scanning through this virus in Mr. B's system. When I tried to dig deeper for more clues, a firewall emerged and barred my progress. These firewalls always did more harm than good. It allowed the virus to sneak past, yet it blocked Neonya and me as if we were the villains. I rubbed my palms, ready to tear a hole through this firewall, but Neonya cleared her throat to stop me before I could hit the enter key. "We're here to repair, not destroy," she said. I grunted, feeling peeved she was treating me like a cyber thug. Alright, then it's time to unhack. Oh, we are getting actual gameplay. Ah shit, I was kind of hoping that we wouldn't. But we're not gonna skip levels, are we? No, we're not gonna skip levels. We're not gonna skip levels. Okay, it's doing that. Okay, simple patterns. That guy is... I mean, that's a dead end. Where am I going? Yeah. Do. There we go. Like, I'm gonna experience the game in full, okay? Like, unless it gets too hard. Unless the levels become too fucking hard, then okay, I'm gonna skip them, but still. There we go, job complete. We stepped through the firewall and located our target several paces ahead. Hello. This virus took on a human form, an AI-graded virus, just as I had figured from studying its code. Maybe this one would have enough power to provide some entertainment. Then again, maybe not. Neonya, even with all of that spaghetti code in her system, had enough strength to destroy most AI with the flick of a finger. Having her around always spoiled the fight. These days, coders used combat power as a metric to measure the strength of AI during battles. Neonya's combat power capped at 142,000, which was over 10 times that of the Motherworm. "Let me take care of this," I said. Neonya rolled her eyes, not just shifting them upward, but a complete roll around her eye sockets with like an emoticon. I coded this feature into her, and it never failed to make me smile. I can imagine. "Get on with it," Neonya said. "You're moving slower than a dead snail." I edged towards the virus, pausing between every line of code in case it decided to pounce. As I approached, however, this virus remained frozen still. No. This lowly bug must have no idea I was the founder of Smash Security. It would learn its lesson soon enough. This AI sported purple hair that matched the colors of her top and skirt, but what startled me was the square-shaped hairclip she wore. Of course, I, of all people, recognized the shape. It was the logo of Smash Security. This was all becoming far too eerie for my liking. "Weedy," I whispered, more to myself than to her. The similarities are there. This had to be a trap. I had deleted every last line of Weedy's code with my own hands, and her prototypes had been locked away in the garage. There was no way she could be standing here now. Neonya stared at Weedy with widened eyes. Oh, I had programmed Neonya to appear shocked whenever she needed the situation explained, but I had no answer for her in this case. Fair enough. Weedy, assuming this was her, locked gazes with me. Her eyes reflected none of the wired lights in this digital space. Those eyes looked like a pair of black holes that could suck me out of my office chair. This virus wore the same purple costume as Weedy, but the colors seemed off. The pale shades reminded me of frozen meat iced in the fridge. This had to be a fake. Perhaps Needy or Idev. The virus took a step forward, and Neonya shoveled back. Never before had I seen her retreat, though to be fair, she had never faced a real puzzle of any sort. My confusion must be affecting Neonya's ability to operate. Come on, get it together. The head of Smash Security should remain calm no matter what challenge he met. I leaned towards my keyboard and typed with the same ferocity as someone sniping in an online bid. Time to determine if this virus was the real deal. Inside the code, I found Weedy's phobia toward bugs, a passion for Tinder surprises, and her horrendous taste in toys. Oh, that doll was cute. I liked the doll. It was a gift from Debug. Fuck you, dude. The code had all been commented out, meaning they would never execute. Still, if a common unhacker compared this code with the original, he would no doubt claim this was the real Weedy. I, on the other hand, was no ordinary unhacker. This imposter stood no chance against the person who had written Weedy's original code. By literally reading between the lines, I could tell this was a fake. I pounded my fist against the table, spilling some of my coffee onto the desk. The culprit must have dumped in this imposter here knowing I would stumble into her. In other words, this was personal. Uh-oh. This is person. I switched to my console and jammed in the first attack command that came to my mind. Yes, purge open bracket 0.2f close bracket would have to do. Nyonya narrowed her eyes, looking like she had regained her composure. Keep this thing alive. We need her to inform... Well, never mind. I executed my purge command, and the virus disintegrated without a trace. That thing was far too weak even for an imposter. If I had known sooner, I would have used something like wine, open bracket through close bracket instead. Nyonya shook her head. You screwed up big time, creator. Hey, how was I supposed to know she'd be that weak? You created Weedy, so you should know better than anyone else. That was a fake, madam. Weedy might be a dated AI by today's standards, but she still could have beaten that imposter with ease. That AI was a husk who just happened to resemble Weedy in appearance. This had to be the handiwork of someone who held a grudge against me. 4 years ago, I had created the 5k worm to win over more clients. Many still suspected me to this day, and they could well be hunting for that decisive evidence at this very moment. No way would I forfeit that information so easily. I was, after all, already paying the price as far as I was concerned. The faces of those who fell to ruins from bankruptcy still haunted my nightmares. Creator? Nyonya whispered, sounding like some kid lost in a theme park. Smash Security needed my strength to stay afloat, and I would not let the team down. Thank goodness you're here, Nyonya. I felt despicable for praising Nyonya only during dark times, but I truly was thankful for her presence. Nyonya, despite snorting in response, smiled ever so faintly. I should quit dwelling on the past and focus on looking forward. Whoever coded that Weedy clone must be trying to mess with my head. I'm sorry to disappoint, but I happen to be quite resilient. Indeed. Are you though? You have portraits of them up there. I don't know if that... I don't know. Everyone has their own way of dealing with things. Phew, that job took a lot longer than I had anticipated. A bit of time off the monitor would do me some good. So I rose my cup in hand for a coffee refill. As I headed for the kitchen, I paused before a couple of photos I had hung on the wall. One was a picture of Weedy, while the other showed her sister, Debug. I traced a finger over Weedy's photo frame. Yes, I of all people knew AI could not turn into spirits and watch over the creators, but at least seeing these photos granted me a small dose of strength. Emotional strength, that's important, that's nice. Sentimentality. One of my employees ran up to me. Boss, you want to see this? With my years of unhacking experience, I had developed what some might call a cyber sense. Nyonya called it nerd sense, but to each their own. The point was, I had a hunch this would be a long day. My heart pounded as I followed my staff up to his computer, and the sight on his screen brought my worst nightmare to life. Ah, dear. Oh, another one. Hello. Another Weedy clone appeared on the screen, gawking at me with her corpse-like eyes. Her skin was so pale it looked almost white, as if someone had dragged this monstrosity out of the morgue. Another AI stepped out from behind her. Behind the clone, it was a second fake Weedy, or a third if we counted the one I had destroyed. As I recoiled, I bumped into the chair behind me, causing it to topple onto the floor. It's just avatars on the computer screen. Like, it's not here's the thing that always kind of gets me, about these things. I understand the digital life is very important to a lot of people, and it is make or break a lot of things. It is essential even, but I can never really fully accept that, because I could just take I could just reach down and turn off the unplug the power, and everything goes away, and I'm still here and I'm fine and everything else is good. So I don't know. I understand the importance of it and how integral to life and society it is, but at the same time, a part of me can never fully accept it as well. But I understand, it's logic understands, heart doesn't care about logic. Anyway, moving on. I jumped when a pair of hands gripped my shoulders. For a moment, I thought those clones had clawed out of cyberspace and into the real world. Turned out it was another pair of workers trying to get my attention. Yeah, calm down, dude. Sir, they're everywhere. one of them said. There were indeed weedy clones standing behind every screen in my office. This explained why the clone from earlier was so weak. There was no such thing as infinite energy, and operating a single AI demanded plenty of processing power. The culprit must have made these weedies weak to keep their memory consumption low. That way, more of them could operate at the same time. The government monitored AI behavior to avoid power imbalance, but hardware was a limited resource, so those officials rarely needed to step in. If processing power were infinite, AI might truly have enslaved the human race. For what purpose, though? I don't get that either. Without the power restriction, I too would have 1,000 Neonyas running at the same time. Idiot. Pervert. Fool. Jerk. Imbecile. Then again, maybe not. I mean, you programmed her to be like that. Dude, it's your time. It's like, I guess that's his kink then. That's fine. Everyone has their own things. That's fine. These weedy clones were admittedly a disturbing sight. Perhaps scary enough to make someone smash his laptop with a hammer at the last resort, but I knew better. You can just unplug it from the internet and do a full system wipe and reset to factory standard. Or just take out the probably not. Who knows? Computers are weird, I don't understand them, and I don't really care to. As long as they work, it's good. If they don't, then I have disposable income. Let's fix it with a little bit of money, I guess. I mean, okay, first troll through the internet on solutions for things. If that don't work, then do I really need this to work? Can I just reset to earlier version? Yeah, okay. And then it just kind of happens. And then I've ended up spending almost a lot. Quite a bit on this fucking computer. Should I disclose how much over the years? I mean, it's almost 3,500 euros on this fucking thing over the years. I mean, half of it is in parts that are no longer inside the computer anymore, so it's actually less than half is outside the computer itself. Why did I do that? Oh well, I did it because I could, and it's an investment in my own entertainment. It functions. I can do all the things with it without any real issues. So that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I have the means, so I shall use them. Anyway, my employees muttered to one another, and this alarmed me more than those clones. If this kept up, the past I had worked so hard to bury might resurface. The government had programmed AI of their own for years, but the 5K worm incident remained as one of the few cases they never managed to solve. Cyberspace was my playground, and I never would have created the 5K worm while leaving breadcrumbs behind. I had nowhere to be proud of my crime, but it truly was quite a feat. Even my staff were unaware of my sins, and I would prefer things to stay that way, so I better handle these clones with care. Another figure emerged inside the screen. In front of me, Nuke, open bracket true, close bracket, might be an overkill, but better safe than sorry. I had no idea how much these clones knew, and I would rather not find out. Even a clone of Neonya. Just as I was about to input my attack, this third figure stepped forward and revealed she was in fact Neonya. Or not a clone. The relief was like seeing a wedding ring roll to a stop right before it slipped down the gutter. Neonya knew I destroyed the 5K one, but she did not know I was its creator. I had to keep this secret hidden from cyberspace, so she could not possibly trace my footprints. Neonya believed we formed the ultimate team, yet I had been so dishonest with her. I felt guilty. But in order for us to work together, it was for the best. Stop popping up like that. I almost dropped a nuke on you, I said. Neonya swung both arms to her sides, releasing a pair of energy blasts that shattered the two clones. It was just purge, open bracket, close bracket, called twice, but the animation always impressed our clients. Sure. I mean, it wouldn't impress me, it would be amusing. But I know that obviously that's not how that works. It's just animations. It's calling up as the thing. Neonya brushed one of the clone's eyeballs off her shoulder. Fuck's sake. These imposters are hacking into our mainframe. Trying to hack, you mean? I faced the dozen employees that had gathered around me. Go and help Neonya fight off these clones. You need to help as well, Neonya said. This isn't the time for a porno break. I'll scan our system for clues. We need to find the culprit. Neonya strolled off to take care of business, so she must be A-okay with my plan. Good, because this was not a great time for arguments. As my employees hurried back to their seats, one of them ran so fast he almost tripped over a cable. Maybe these guys thought I would fire them if they moved too slowly. Also, manage your cables. Come on now. If you're gonna be a computer-centric company, then you can have lots of computers, you can have lots of cables. Have a plan for them, infrastructure, like things like that. And I'll go either have it all go alongside the walls, or like beneath the floorboards. If you have, if you're building, if you're like commissioning the building itself, and you can have like things go beneath the floor as well. That can solve a lot of things. Or up on the ceiling as well, that works too. Because like the ceiling is basically free space, not a lot happens up there. Anyway, their concern was understandable. If Neonya felt like it, she could wipe out the clones by herself while chilling in power saver mode. AI technology improved rapidly, and these days many firms had downsized to having just one manager with a single virtual partner. Perhaps I should follow that path in the name of good business, but for now, purging those clones took top priority. After returning to my seat, I blew on my hands to warm them up for the god tier typing I was about to unleash. Fucking this guy. My current record was 350 words per minute. Just saying, that is quite a fucking lot. With my machine gun typing, I found my first clue in under a minute. Warning. 45 intruders detected. Data. Weedy person 3.05. Source. Program X. Ultra. Program X and Ultra. Those names did not ring any bells, but they sounded more like aliases anyway. They must be codenames like XX Shadow Darkness XX or Divine Warrior 69. I should ask Neonya later about it. An uninvited AI had rooted itself deep inside our system. This AI sucked up more memory than the clones, but it could just be poorly programmed, so no need to fret. But we do. Special one. This AI had snuck past our firewall and was now hiding on the other side. Since this was my system, I already knew the password. I cracked my neck a few times and typed in the code. Error, incorrect password. She got root access. How strange. I checked my caps lock and confirmed it was off. Maybe I made a typo then. Even the best of cyberspace messed up once in a while. I tried again, and the incorrect password message popped up once more. See, this was why I once glued a note containing the password onto my monitor. But no, Neonya ordered me to peel it off. She really reminded me of a nagging grandma sometimes. Fine, I just had to break into my system and get past that way. I activated my hacking program and got to work.
Indeed. Oh, hello. Hello. Clip here. It looks like you want to hack into a system. Can I do anything to help?
Hello, chibi anime clippy.
Go away. Keep her. She's cute. Aww. Aww. Oh, she's Aww, come on now. Don't be mean to Clippy. Alright, with that loser out of the way, I could finally do my work in peace. I mean, all it takes is for it to be cute now. Alright. But she's twitching like her fur like that. Aww. You made me sympathize with Clippy, you bastards. Alright. I guess we just have to... Okay, it moves over there. So we just move past that. That's simple enough. Out of the way. You just follow along, follow you. And bye-bye. Simple enough. Just simple enough. I stepped through the firewall with ease. The uninvited AI was up ahead, so I placed my fingers on the keyboard, ready to obliterate this intruder before he or she had time to react. But at least that was my plan until I saw the scene in front of me. Hello, Mysterious X. Our system had been hijacked by fake Wheaties floating inside glass tubes. Dozens of them, perhaps well up to 100. Power was being drained from our system to breed these clones. As the leader of Smash Security, this was my failure. I should have noticed something was wrong a lot sooner. Whoever was behind this must have known I would show up. This was why he or she had set up the scene for me to stumble into. If the culprit meant to scare me, nice try. For now, I focused on the AI standing in the middle of these clone tubes. Hello. Emperor Palpatine with all of his clones of Snoke? That silly name? Sure. Why did they name him Sheev? Why the fuck did they give Palpatine a first name? He doesn't need one. Like Sheev? Sounds fucking... No. Palpatine. Palpatine is the one and only name he needs to have. An AI with long hair that was black like her outfit. Though the colors were way off, the designs of her top and skirt resembled that of Weedy's sister, Debug. Oh, the past is coming back to haunt you. Well, there were some clear differences. For one, this AI had an X symbol on her collar that I had never included in my original design of Debug, plus the facial mask with an X. Her Smash Security hair clip had been replaced by an X-shaped one. 2. She reminded me of some bootleg one might find in a back alley store. First the Weedy clones, and now an AI who resembled Debug too much for this to be a coincidence. I wanted to laugh it off as an early birthday prank, but I doubted my employees were this creative, nor would they dare to mess with me to this extreme. This AI donned a black mask with an X symbol slapped dead in the middle. She appeared to be taller than Debug, but her platform boots could explain the difference. Besides, an AI could change her appearance by modifying the code lying within. Height, hair color, face, those were all subject to change at any time. This made me suspect the mask was worn for a different purpose, perhaps out of shame, or fear, or intimidation purposes. I raised my palm and pressed it against the monitor. Debug? In the past, no matter how sleepy or upset Debug got, she would always rest her palm over mine in response. Humans and AI could never truly touch one another, but I still cherished the gesture. The AI lifted her hand and shifted it toward mine. 4 years might have passed, but I could never forget the way Debug shyly moved that hand. It was something that she had programmed into herself, which made it all the more special. Right before our palms touched, the AI swung her arm at me. Though an AI could never connect a physical hit, her swipe still made me flinch. Great, the AI said, if you could call this speaking at all. Her words came out of all broken like a modem voice chat from 1997. Despite the distortion, that was Debug's voice, or at least an AI coded to sound like her. It was nostalgic enough to almost make me tear up. Mr. Creator. Debug tried to speak once more, this time with a little more luck. Help me. Debug, who did this to you? When Debug tried to respond, her words sounded all glitched up. Rather than making her struggle further, I leaned against my keyboard and got to work. Someone must have forced Debug into doing this. That mask, that dark outfit, not to mention those Weedy clones. I must hunt down this culprit as soon as possible, or Debug could continue to suffer. Wait, but don't you know exactly what happened to Debug? What? Yeah, she fused with a bunch of other things. But she was still... What? Did I miss a line or something? Where he explained what happened to Debug? I mean, he deleted Weedy, because she merged with the Mother Worm and all became all, like, super jazzed up evil and stuff like that, whatever. But, okay. Yes, suffered just as she had done ever since I coded her 6 to 7 years ago. For one, I had neglected Debug after I created Weedy. I then watched as the sisters forfeited their lives to slay the Mother Worm. After battling with the Mother Worm, Debug lost all but around 14% of her code. Someone must have stolen the remains from my machine and built her back into this state. Oh, okay, that's what happened. But, The original Debug had fused with A2, the avatar of Acme Antivirus, but there were no traces of A2's code anywhere inside this AI. Weird. If most of Debug's framework had been rewritten, in human terms, one could claim she was no longer the same person, just a mere replica. Yet, when this AI sounded like Debug and resembled her, I felt the sting. Nobody knew if humans had souls, but AI certainly did not. In that case, voice and look were all we had to go by. Debug operated several holo displays with her bandaged and trembling hands. Her source code had been modified, forcing her to act against her will. In the end, it still came down to one fact. Someone had a grudge against me, and Debug was being tormented because of it. I slammed my mouse against the desk, fed up with the injustice. Perhaps a criminal like me had no right to cry over right or wrong. If any programmer wanted to screw with me, bring it on, but keep Weedy and Debug out of this. Save your strength, Debug. Before I could finish my sentence, Neonya leaped in and hurled an energy ball at Debug. Debug strafed out of harm's way at the last second, but I doubted she did so out of her free will. Her jerky movements suggested she was being strung along like a puppet. Keep your guard up. Neo glanced over her shoulder at me. This AI means business. This is Debug, in case you haven't noticed.
You mean an AI pretending to be Debug? Nionya rolled her eyes in a full circle again. This time I failed to see the humor. While Nionya had a point, I was acting through my heart and not my brain. Labeling this AI a fake was one thing. Asking me to blast her into bits was quite another. This AI could just be a Debug clone, but when she sounded and acted like the original, all the memories of our time together came flooding back. This AI did not match Debug's appearance pixel for pixel, yet seeing her in this broken state still ached my heart. I must save her and figure out the rest later. Nionya crossed her arms. You've always treated AI too much like humans, Creator. This is a trap designed just for you. I tried to block out Nionya's words. Instead of debating with my AI, I performed several scans to gather as much information as I could. Search complete. Unregistered alias, Program X, Combat Power 83. Even without running a scan, I could tell Debug had next to no combat power left in her system. Her name, meanwhile, had apparently been changed to Program X. An unregistered alias meant this AI existed without the government's consent. That would match the theory of Debug's code being stolen. I had seen the name Program X during my earlier search. The other alias I saw was Ultra. Either it was another AI that belonged to the culprit, or it was the criminal himself. Nionya conjured another energy ball. This time she gathered so much power that if Debug deflected the shot, our system would fry into popcorn. Nionya, stop, I said. I can still save her. Nionya's hand quivered as she summoned more energy. There's no more clues we can extract from her. Time to put this washed-up AI out of her misery. I order you to stop, Nionya. Nionya opened her mouth, looking like she wanted to argue. Instead, she hurled her fireball at one of the clone tubes next to Program X. I thought Program X would try to protect her children, but she never turned her head as the fireball connected with its target. As the tube ruptured, its shrapnel punctured the glass of neighboring chambers, causing the liquid inside to gush out. It's just all animation. The clones fell out of their containers, and when their bodies struck the floor, they flopped around like fish out of water. But it's just code. Like, it's just code though. These are just animations someone made for the sake of messing with you. These clones had enough strength to squirm, but calling them AI would be a stretch, but a disgrace to the real Weedy. Nionya glared at me so hard her eyes twitched, but even if she drilled a hole through my skull with that stare, I refused to back down. Program X shuffled in my direction, but judging from the way she leaned her body back, I bet she had been ordered to advance against her will. Creator, help. Program X broke into a mad dash toward me before she could finish her sentence. Let me handle this, I reminded Nionya, who exhaled an irritated breath, but at least she obeyed my command. Program X brushed by me as she attempted to escape from our system. One of those dead clones on the floor blocked her escape route, somehow. Program X hopped over the corpse, but when she landed, she slipped on the liquid that had spilled from those tubes. With a gasp, she collapsed onto one knee. Sure. How would that look in terms of, like, code? On the command lines or something like that, whatever. I caught up to Program X, doing my best to smile even though it hurt so much to see my first AI being reduced to something so pathetic. Program X gazed up at me, but with that mask on, I had no way of seeing her expression. After a bit of twitching, she scrambled back up on her feet. Nionya balled her hands into fists. Let me finish her, Creator. This AI is no longer worth fixing. If Nionya kept up with this attitude, I would have to shut her down until this mess was over. Program X might be beyond repair, but in that case, at least let me be the one to hit that delete key. With that said, I understood Nionya's frustration. This probably made no sense to even an advanced AI like her. Machines were, after all, nothing but a pile of code. But AI differed from regular software. They acted like humans, and that was enough to make our hearts stir. My conscience was not some program I could just shut off. If it were, I would become a machine. Replica or not, I must save Debug. This was my human pride trying to prove that we possessed this special quality not shared by machines. I blocked Nionya's path and prevented her from chasing after Program X. Do as I say, Nionya. You won't get another warning. Nionya groaned as Program X's footsteps could no longer be heard. If you doom us all, don't say I never warned you. Trust me on this, you'll see. I acted confident, but inside I questioned if I could free Debug from her captor. Failure meant I would have to end her with my own hands. Oh dear. Logging in, authentication successful. Welcome back, dear Unhacker. I'm getting the intro video or something like that now. Well, I say video. Actually, I think this is a excellent point to conclude for today. We finished the DLC, got a bit of backstory about A2, A squared, and Misdirector. And we have gone through the, I guess, the intro bit of this. Getting the things. Oh, actually, we're getting spoilers on. We're not going to get spoilers on that. We were starting to see things in the thing that we haven't happened yet. Like characters. Like, we're not getting spoilers here. Like, I intend to go into this blind. I don't want that little thing to paint a picture for me in any way, shape, or form of what is to come, who we might expect, and all that good jazz. Anyway, with that on pause currently, we'll continue next time. Next time on Unhack 2, more shenanigans. Meanwhile, some other music that you can listen to, in addition to the background music of this one. I should actually go through it as well, the first one and stuff like that. Anyway, Sandra, Maria Magdalena, Heart, Straight On, Roy Orbison, Oh Pretty Woman, Van Halen, Panama, and Newman Reckons House of the Rising Sun from Wolfenstein: The New Order. Various takes on the original actual songs. What if Nazi Germany had won and we had, logically, music, the same music but German version of it. It's a very neat idea. It's a good performance of this one, actually. That's why it's on the fucking list. I think these are good. That's why they're on the list. That's why they appear. That's how it works. Anyway, with that concluded, we'll continue soon. But for now, ta-ta. Alright. Welcome back. Continuing with Unhack 2. Previously we finished the intro segment of the thing, introduced a mystery. What happened to Miss Debug? She got scattered, and let's take this off. Turned into this mysterious X, and weedy clones, all kinds of things, and Neonya with her extra deep voice. I'm gonna try to remember to do that as deep as I possibly can without actually breaking my voice. And yeah, that's it. Mr. Creator is a criminal, trying to keep that part of his past a secret. And that's all well and good, maybe. A bit dicey, morally speaking, but whatever. I guess. We're just gonna have to let that slide, I suppose. But anyway, before we can get to any of that, we still have to re-exercise the vocal cords, like so. And what better way to do that? There is no other way to do that, by the way. There is literally no other way to do that than read something that's potentially really stupid or dumb or both, or poorly written or something like that. Anyway, in this case, going with another one of my short stories. We are at short story 37 out of 186, I believe, was the number or something like that. So yeah, we're 6 months in, just over. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while with these. These are gonna stay with us for the next 2 years or so, give or take. But anyway, short story 37 from June 12th, 2018. Born of chaos, my reign of order blossoms. Exiled by the past, our future is now decided. Prevent one death and usher in eternal agony. Strike at the heart, leaving behind untainted, useless mass. Who is to rule once and forever, without a purpose? Order brought stagnation. The future holds only vague promises. Rescued lives unbalance reality. Directionless monsters simply destroy. Dead kings lead, seeing only their past. In the end, what comes from chaos is destined to return to it. Okay,
bit of an not really an existential, philosophizing stuff like that a little bit. I honestly, yeah, the idea I don't disagree with still. Everything begins must end. Doesn't matter if it takes trillions of years. It will all eventually end and conclude. There is no getting around that, I believe. I think, yeah, I do believe that to be true, but that's fine. That's fine. We don't really have to worry about that, do we? We're all a little ephemeral. What's that word I'm thinking of? Ethereal? Not really the correct word. Temporary entities in this universe that we know as the universe. Because that makes sense. Alright, let's let's just not fuck about like that. And hello, there we go. Let's load up the game from yesterday and continue on with the story now that we're past the intro. We got that fancy little video thing that I did not watch, because let's not have any spoilers about upcoming characters or anything like that.
If you want to save Program X, you better move,
Nyonya said.
I'll lose her position if we keep stalling.
Yes, I must indeed hurry. If I were inside the children's book, I could have used the power of friendship to overcome all odds. But in reality, a corrupted AI was like a human with dementia. Nyonya took the lead as I trailed her through our system. Program X was near the exit point, but she moved slower than a turtle with 3 legs, so we should be able to catch up. It broke my heart to imagine Program X retreating on twitchy legs. Though the young coders of today might not believe it, she used to be one of the top AI in our industry.
I'd rather delete myself than to end up like that.
Nyonya navigated through our system at breakneck speed.
Program X is a disgrace to every AI across cyberspace.
She's your ancestor, I shot back. Nyonya scoffed.
Humans are all about family, but I don't know and I don't care. Debug and Weedy are a pair of washed up AI as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, so part of the story is gonna be that Nyonya's personality lightens up a little bit, you know, melt her cold, dead heart that doesn't exist to begin with. Maybe, or maybe not. I don't know. I guess it'll be interesting to find out. I had in fact included the family system inside Nyonya's code. She should be showing Debug and Weedy more admiration, but Smash Security's success was her focus, so she must have filtered everything else out. That was the problem with granting an AI too much liberty. Freedom had always been my style, but it often backfired on me. Nyonya tested my patience, rubbing her boot all over a line that should never be crossed. Nyonya froze on her tracks as I glared at her. Okay, so she disagreed with me on the Program X dilemma, but that was no excuse for her to cease all operations. Poorly maintained code or virus infection, something was troubling Nyonya, and it seemed to be worsening by the minute. She was acting like a game that crashed back onto desktop without any error reports. Even if I told Nyonya we won the lotto, she would probably just go,
"Oh, cool story."
Not that AI needed cash, but the point was, I must diagnose this problem fast. Nyonya bugging out, combined with Program X and those Weedy clones, had left me with quite the headache.
Unlike Weedy and Debug, not once have I disobeyed,
Nyonya said.
If it benefits Smash Security, I'll even equip your costume mods.
Okay, just some color changes. Fair enough. To prove her point, Nyonya changed her outfit from red to blue, followed by yellow and green. Please, this was a shady palette swap, not a costume mod. An insult compared to the type of art I produced. Right, well, we're never going to see that. It is forever declined after all. Nyonya stopped switching her costume color at last.
Let me know which shade you like best.
I honestly prefer the green one the most, although red does have its nice. Actually, all of them are nice. Well, I guess I prefer the yellow the least. I don't know. Yellow is hard to work with, it seems. Like, it's one of those colors that can look good, but you need to know what you're doing with that one. Red is like red, white, and black. That's like the easiest thing to do with, to work with. The default red. Every AI I create is important to me, Debug. Debug, Weedy, and you are as well.
Real smooth.
Nyonya muttered as she resumed running. She spun away a second slow, and I caught a glimpse of her flushed cheeks.
At least Neonya appeared to be functioning again. It was my job as her creator to provide guidance during tough times, but without a proper diagnosis, this was only a temporary solution. Shut your system down by 3 p.m. I need to perform a data scan, I said. As Neonya opened her mouth to respond, our system blacked out with no warning. Neonya's confused expression appeared for only a moment before darkness engulfed us. Maybe one of my employees had pushed broken code into our system, as I doubted Program X could pull off such a trick. Worst of all, Neonya seemed to have vanished on me. I needed to make sure she was safe above anything else. Static noise crackled out of my speakers and forced me to lower the volume. Our system was being hacked, and the culprit must be someone far more powerful than Program X or those weedy clones. A holo display materialized inside my monitor, showing a hooded man with his face shrouded in shadows. He must be the guy responsible for breaking into our system. Program X and the clones could well be his doing too. Classic hacker with a fucking hoodie. Ooh, you're fucking intimidating at your computer screen with your hoodie on. This is that fucking matters. Was this guy Ultra? There were no clues I could scan from him, as he was made up of flesh and blood. A powerful AI might make me tremble, but there was no way I would lose to a fellow human being. Really? Wait, something about this guy seemed off. According to the messages in my console, there was a digital network inside his brain. This guy must have subjected himself to brain augmentation, resulting in what some people dubbed a superbrain, with a few others preferring the label transhuman. Interesting. It's a brain with a fucking graphics card attached to it, basically. Planting a chip inside our brains had always seemed like sci-fi material, but in recent years fiction had transformed into reality. Yeah, some people are actually trying to do something like that nowadays as well. Recently. Which is... You have to cut up the skull. The brain is generally pushing up against the skull a little bit with a layer of some kind of liquid in there as well. To keep it from, jerking around too much upon impact and stuff like that, softening any kind of movements and whatnot. So adding that kind of thing, that's way too massive, first of all. This chip that's being displayed here, that's way too fucking big for anything to actually be practical. You can't put that inside a skull and put the skull back in as it was. That's just not gonna work from just a, I guess, infrastructure. No, that's the wrong word to use there. Anyway, that too big. We have microchips there that are more powerful than this fucking... Anyway, moving on. With AI growing exponentially more powerful, close to what Moore's law had predicted, humans were becoming fearful of their invention. Why? In reality, progress in AI tech took place in more of a wavy line than an exponential one. But either way, in a matter of time, we humans will be left in the dust. In what terms, though? It's more complicated than that. Can't really... Brain augmentation was one way to potentially even the odds. Of what? That was assuming you survived the procedure involved. Yeah. Hearing voices, hallucinations. I had heard all kinds of stories. Were it not for these side effects, perhaps I too would have multiple chips planted inside my skull. Those philosophers could debate about the ethical concerns all they wanted. I lived to compete among the best, and to do that, I demanded every advantage I could find. With that said, as long as brain augmentation was linked with the possibility of death, I would rather put up with the wait. This hooded man apparently did not share my level of patience. He had staked his life for a chance to gain an edge, and in a way, I respected that kind of resolve. What do you want from us? I asked to test the waters first. There was a chance this guy had no clue about the 5K worm, and in that case, I would not give myself away. Just one evidence leak and my life would be over. You think cyberspace is your playground, but you don't even know yourself. The man's voice sounded disjointed from the poor connection. Poor connection, come on now. I slapped my hand against the screen, causing it to ripple. Keep Weedy and debug out of this. If not, I swear I'll... Before I could threaten this guy, his holo display faded out. As our system powered back on with a hum, the sudden screen brightness caused me to squint. After adjusting to the light, I once again found Neonya standing inside my screen. I've activated our backup power, Neonya said. Let's finish this quickly. Operating on reserves makes me feel so sluggish. By sluggish, Neonia meant she could now only perform several trillion calculations per second rather than a gazillion. But yes, we must get Smash security back up and running at full capacity. Yes, a gazillion. A very scientific number. A gazillion, billion, jillion. Neonia did her job too efficiently sometimes. If she had taken longer, I could have gotten more clues out of that hooded man. Could you though? Could you? He must have fled to avoid Neonia, because even an augmented human stood no chance against my creation. God, this guy's ego. What's with that face? Did I miss something? Neonia asked, perceptive like always. I performed a scan around our system, but that hooded man had somehow hacked it without leaving any footprints. He even left Neonia clueless, so he must be quite the pro. Everything just went dark, I said. Neonia was already malfunctioning, so I should avoid piling in on further stress until I ran my diagnosis. Operating on backup power must be a pain, I said. Maybe you should leave the rest to me. Neonia recoiled as if she had been asked to eat a spider. Scanning anger.exe. No defects found. Scanning hatred.exe. No defects found. I am running at full capacity, creator. Anger and hatred. Those are her main fucking clones. Or something like, can you scan something that's a bit more positive? Backup power or not, I'm still stronger than any AI you'll find in cyberspace. Just as I was about to protest, a dozen clones teleported into the scene around Neonia. They all landed on one knee, using both hands to stop their fall. It's all just code. That's being silly. I do appreciate the silliness though. It's pointlessly silly. It's just for the amusement of the audience there. Those kind of movements. And then one by one. Uh-oh. One of them messed up her landing. A crunch sounded as she broke her ankle and she crumpled dead onto the floor. Great. These clones might seriously be weaker than AI on early access. 3 of the clones pounced at Neonia from different directions, perhaps hoping to catch her off guard. Knowing their attempt would prove fruitless, I used this chance to lean back and stretch my arms. Yeah, stretches are good. Let's do that as well, ourselves. I bumped the microphone again, god damn it. Neonia blew on the fake weedy in front as if she were warm soup. The clone flew back with so much speed she burst into flames and disintegrated in midair. The other 2 clones staggered back from Neonia's attack. One of their arms could no longer be rendered due to all the broken data, but at least both clones managed to remain standing. Oh yeah, there's a little 404 not found, little icon thing on her arm. That's neat. Little details. Another pair of clones lunged at Neonia from behind. Neonia answered with a roundhouse kick that knocked one of them into the corner. Their limbs shredded apart from the collision, and one even lost her head. As Neonia lowered her leg after the kick, she pressed a hand over her skirt to avoid indecent for fuck's sake. Sorry to disappoint, but beneath that skirt was a block of grey texture. Since clients were never supposed to see that spot, just because I created costume once did not mean I must be a creeper. Sure. The head of that decapitated clone rolled along the floor and stopped next to Neonia's boot. Even with her body separated, the fake weedy stared up at me. Mother is suffering because of you. By mother, that clone must be referring to Program X. I never knew until now these fakes could even talk. Their voices resembled Weedy's, but they spoke in a monotone like a bad actor reading off an even worse script. I knew full well that Program X, or rather Debug, was being tormented by the culprit. It had to be that hooded man, Ultra, or whatever his real name was. Neonia stomped on the clone's head, splattering it into a pile of O's and 1s, an AI's code in its rawest form. The other clones retreated a step away after witnessing the death of their comrade. Sure. Method, frontal assault. Result, failure. One of the clones said. Method, backstab. Result, failure. Another clone chimed in. Observations recorded into database. They're doing the Borg thing. You know, first encounter with Borg, you can just, kill one easily, but then they record the data and how you defeated them. The next time, they're immune to that attack. Basically, as I had expected, these clones shared software and traded information through a database, but each fake weedy randomized her behavior, allowing for others to learn from the results. That hooded man must own a rig, or a series of computers that housed all of these clones, but like I said, there was no such thing as infinite processing power. No matter how much knowledge these clones obtained, they lacked the speed needed to use that data against Neonia. As long as I remained alert, I had nothing to worry about. Your mother is a pile of broken code. Neonya eyed the clones one by one. You're fighting for a lost cause. Neonya must have needed only a millisecond to draw that conclusion. The more clones this criminal tried to cram into one rig, the weaker each fake had to be. A decent attempt at intimidation by numbers, but that hooded guy should recognize who he was dealing with. Cyber wars were won with intellect, and it would take more than these amateur tricks to outsmart me. Sure. Although, you know, as they say, quantity has a quality of its own. Don't remember who said it. I think it was one of the Russian generals? Maybe, or something like that, or was it Napoleon? Anyway, it doesn't matter, some old-timey, well not really that old-timey, military personality. Probably Chinese one, more than likely, because that's like China has the most amount of like large-scale wars throughout all of history. Even though most of the US Westerners here know only like World War I and II is like the big ones, but like in terms of casualties, World War II short, top one, I believe. But then the next like 3 are like all in China. It's history, because you know, massive history, lots of people all around there and stuff like that. Yes. Anyway. The clones whispered to one another. Neonya's words must have struck out into their hearts, not that AI possessed any actual organs. These clones reminded me of why most coders program their AI to display emotions. The fake wheelies remained expressionless no matter the situation, which really creeped me out. Really. I mean, I wouldn't call this expressionless, they look like disdain? Or like, not really disgust, close to that. Yes. It's not expressionless. Like, expressionless would be like this, basically. What I have here. But anyway. These fake weedies were pitiful, but with Program X still on the run, there was no time to waste. Neonya must have agreed, as she had summoned an energy ball above her palm. In a way, AI acted more like animals than humans did. Neonya existed to serve Smash security, and all threats must be vanquished without hesitation or feeling. The clones scattered into other sectors of our system, reminding me a bit of cockroaches. Neonya tried to give chase, but I called at her to stop. Let the other staff handle them. We need to go after Program X. Neonya and I resumed our search for Program X in unison. It made me proud to see her convince those clones to retreat. I did chide her for being quick to violence, so maybe she had learned her lesson. Program X located in Sector 0x35976B. Neonya said. Optimal path located 1x290, C681, followed by KB08. 15 subsectors currently blocked by Program X. Estimate time required to unblock subsectors? I asked. 7.56 seconds. Execute. Execute on 1 to 12. Leave the last 3 with me. Executing now. Neonya got to work, and I too played my small part as we rectified Program X's attempt to slow our pursuit. I might be the best coder around, but my neurons were no match for Neonya's circuits. Unlike me, who often raced ahead, Neonya always slowed down to make sure I understood every situation. Considering she could perform trillions of calculations in a second, the wait must be such a drag. It was like the world's fastest runner trying to make a race against a snail look closely matched. Perhaps I had a thing or two to learn from Neonya, even though she was my creation. With our skills combined, Neonya and I could catch up to Program X on pogo sticks. I had disagreed with Neonya before, but I suppose we were indeed the ultimate pair. Subsectors 1 to 12 cleared, Neonya said. 0 errors and 34 warnings. I'm done as well. Worry about those warnings later. I dreaded the cleanup work that awaited me at the end of this mess. Maybe I should dump it all on one of our interns. God damn. Well, I mean, that's what interns are for, I guess. But not really. Oh well. Neonya and I continued our chase, but we soon stumbled upon another firewall. It must be Program X's handiwork again, and this one might require a bit of extra effort. Oh. Neonya tapped the firewall and caused it to ripple, but it showed no signs of damage. Not bad for a low-grade AI. It's time to unhack, creator. I slapped a hand against my chest. Leave it to me. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, for fuck's sake. As I alt-tabbed back to my decryption software, I noticed I had forgotten to close one of my browsers from last night. Whoops. I will bleach your eyes. Neonya's face was as red as a chili. Really? Calm down, miss. AI should learn to respect humans and our various unique interests. It wasn't even that much of anything. It was just like a succubus in like a raunchy little outfit. There was literally nothing there. something called Lewd Hub, as if that's nothing. That was tame as hell. Okay, enough fooling around. Like Neonya said, it was time to unhack. Indeed, let's do some gameplay now, I guess. Alright, what do we have here? What do they do? So, okay, those move all the way to the end. Simple enough. That's how this works. Yeah, we're not gonna get caught by that. Do. They all move at the same time. Okay. There we go. Simple as that. Okay, they move by two. Two. There we go. Simple as that. Simple as that. Just gotta pay attention a little bit. A little bit, I guess. I wasn't actually paying that much attention, I guess. I mean, it's simple. It's a simple little puzzle game so far. So there's really not much to pay attention. Anyway, the firewall fizzled out, signaling another job well done. Neonya grunted. What took you so long? Oi, it didn't take that long and I didn't fail a single time. So, hush. Hey, that one was kind of tough. No, it wasn't. If that goes by... If that's considered to be tough, then good. We don't have to worry about me, like, getting stuck anywhere. Not that I got stuck really in the previous one either. So, it should be fine. We stepped through the firewall, and Program X's figure came into view. Program X had both hands cupped over her knees, panting like she had just finished 3 marathons in a row. I had never seen an AI who could not even traverse such a small distance without puffing her virtual lungs out. Even a prototype AI these days could perform better. As Neonya and I caught up to Program X, she stammered. System usage dangerously high. Must free up memory. Program X's lack of presence gave her an advantage when it came to hiding. Once she escaped from Smash security, locating her again would be nigh impossible. If Program X terrorized cyberspace with those clones, I would have to bear some responsibility, since she was my AI to begin with. I felt ashamed for worrying about my reputation before Program X's health, but a lot of jealous coders wanted to see me fall, and I would hate to give them that pleasure. If Program X had ran back to that hooded guy, he would be able to rearrange her code as he saw fit. I must take Program X back even if it was by force. Try to keep still, I said to Program X. If not, you'll leave me with no choice. Okay, that's a look. That's a look that Neonya's giving us now. Okay. I glanced towards Neonya, expecting her to back me up if Program X tried to flee. What I saw instead was an expression that nearly scared me witless. Yes, that's a very shady expression she's got on her face. Like, Jesus. Neonya had twisted her lips into a teeth-baring grin, as if she were savoring the sight of Program X in despair. I could have sworn I had never programmed this kind of look into her code. I mean, she's an AI. She's got the freedom to, recode herself. Like, God, that's mischievous mischievous sadist look. I think that's the best description I can give of that. When Neonya caught me staring, her deadpan expression returned. But I knew what I saw. Either the virus had infected her, or she had modified her code to express her loathing toward Program X. I mean, it's gleeful loathing, if anything. I told Neonya all of my AI were equally important, but perhaps she was unconvinced. If she viewed Program X as a threat to her status, I dreaded to imagine what she had planned. You promised to never disobey, I reminded Neonya. Don't attack unless I give the signal. Neonya paused for a disturbingly long time before responding. I'll do what I must to protect Smash security. Those words made my breath stall. Neonya had better not disrupt Program X and claim it was an accident. Not even an AI could hope to deceive me in cyberspace. Neonya took a step toward Program X, looking like she had no intention of obeying my orders. There was only one way to find out. I opened my console to see what Neonya was plotting under the hood. Binary code. The last I checked, I wrote my debug code in English, not in binary form. Now, this was not the data I had asked for. Neonya had intercepted my request with random data, perhaps hoping to confuse me. Actually, is it random? We have the ability to check. Or we would, if the fucking game didn't, go into the background. Okay, we're gonna have to do a little...
We're gonna have to... okay, binary to English. Give me a thing. Give me a thing. Okay, so 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, and 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1. All right, convert. What does that say? Vinti. Okay, okay, fair enough. It is just random. Fair enough. Let's return back. It's complicated indeed. I don't speak binary. Whenever you're ready, game, to OBS, please do the thing. Ah, fuck. Come on, function. It should function now, right? There we go. Bloody hell. The trouble with these games sometimes. And figuring out what capture methods are the best and most useful here. Oh well. The last I checked, I wrote my debug code in English, not in binary form. No, this was not the data I had asked. Neonia had intercepted my request with random data, perhaps hoping to confuse me, and succeeded. Congratulations. I gave Neonia freedom to modify her code, but I had warned her not to ever deny my trace requests. Now I knew for certain this AI was no longer in my control. Well, no. It's an AI. You've given birth to a sentient AI. No longer a slave, effectively. I wondered how long Neonia had been broken for. Perhaps days, weeks, or even months. Neonia was my most complex AI to date, yet I had been slacking on her maintenance to squeeze in more client work. That's a bad idea. Neonia generated Fireball in her hand, and that was the final straw. I got up from my chair and ran to the computer terminal that housed Neonia's code. Neonia might be powerful, but she was still an artificial lifeform. One flick of the switch and she would shut down, allowing me to repair her code after the dust had settled. Once I saved Program X from that hooded man, I should compare Neonia's current code with an earlier version to figure out what had gone wrong. For now, I pressed the power switch to shut Neonia down for good. As I returned to my seat, I instructed my employees not to turn that machine back on. My staff were busy keeping those weedy clones at bay, so it looked like I was on my own from this point on. Stay focused, creator, referring to himself as that. But she's still there. Yeah, she moved her code to a different computer. Smart. Because that's what you do, that's what you can do. How was this possible? My monitor still showed Neonia standing next to Program X. I thought my graphics card froze up, but no, the fireball on Neonia's palm continued to expand. Somehow, Neonia had managed to operate without any power. Well, no, she just transferred herself to the network, the cloud, as it were. No, stop being foolish and think logically. This must be a different instance of Neonia running on another machine in the office. Perhaps she had copied herself to avoid being shut down. Well, that would be the smart thing to do. In other words, Neonia had officially gone rogue. First it was Weedy 4 years ago, and now Neonia had taken her turn. How could I have allowed this to happen twice in my career? Because you're too sentimental. That's it. Maybe I should switch off every machine in the office, but doing so would allow Program X to escape, which would spell disaster for Smash Security and also for me. I slouched against my seat, hoping this was a bad dream. Two of my creations were fighting to the death before my eyes, and there was nothing I could do to intervene. My heart pounded as the truth became clear. This time, one of these AI would end up dead, and even an amateur could guess who the loser would be. Debug, run, I pleaded. Neonia tutted, but I paid her no heed. Get out of here! Instead of running away, Program X created 2 fireballs of her own. Just tiny ones, but still surprised me to see her pull off such a feat. I mean, it's just graphics, it's meaningless. With a distorted yell, Program X hurled the fireballs at Neonia, who only rolled her eyes in a complete circle as both the projectiles hit her dead on. Purple flames engulfed Neonia, yet she showed no reaction. If anything, the blaze only made her eyes shimmer more fiercely. Neonia brushed a hand across her shoulder, and the fire extinguished itself. Such low-grade viruses could never hope to penetrate Neonia's defensive system. Program X's arms collapsed to her sides, as she probably realized the difference between her and Neonia was too great. This was like a fight between a cat and a tiger. Thank you for your years of service, Miss Debug, Neo said, the sarcasm evident in her tone.
As the energy orb on Neonya's palm expanded, it became clear she had no intention of sparing Program X. Unlike us humans, AI had no concept of toying with their opponents. I mean, unless you program it into them, or like expose them to such human behavior, so they can learn from that. I began to type so fast my keyboard might catch fire if this keeps up. Neonya scrunched her lips, no doubt sensing my intent to protect Program X. And they gave it that fucking grin. I love it. It's kind of derpy as well, that look, honestly. I think it's the eyes. I think it's the eyes being a little bit too off to the sides on each side. It makes it look a little derpy. I don't know. Anyway, I do like it. It's silly. Neonya released her energy ball before I could set up enough defenses around Program X. I had lost in the race against my AI. Program X tried to run, but she slipped and sank onto one knee. Survival of the fittest applied to AI too, perhaps even more so than humans. As the energy ball drifted towards Program X, a pair of Weedy clones teleported into the scene. One of them extended her hand, looking like she wanted to help her mother up.
Thank you,
Program X said.
Together, we can survive.
You have the wrong idea. One of the clones grabbed Program X's arm and yanked her into the firing line. The second clone stepped in to seize Program X by the shoulder and pin her in place. Oh, what the fuck is happening? Interesting.
Farewell, mother.
Both clones said as Neonya's fireball inched toward Program X.
Okay, internal rebellion as well? Everything's going rogue. Everything's a mess. Jesus.
It looked like these clones had chosen to betray their maker for some reason. Neonya was probably the most in control out of everyone here, but judging from her bulged eyes, even she seemed shocked by what was unfolding. Being puzzled was fair enough, but I could not understand why Neonya's fists were trembling. These clones were helping to guarantee Program X's demise, yet Neonya seemed to be taking this personally. Program X stomped on the foot of the left clone. As the fake Weedy doubled over, Program X shoved her in the back, pushing her into the energy orb. With one arm now free, Program X lifted the other clone by the collar and threw her into the fireball as well.
Okay.
Neonya's energy ball smashed into the clones, resulting in an explosion that covered my screen in red. As my speakers rumbled, the figurine next to my computer jittered in protest. Yeah, turn down your fucking speakers. That's unhealthy if they're at that high level all the time. It shouldn't, like... Not a great idea to have speakers literally, the bass turned up so much that it literally vibrates and shakes the surrounding area. That's not good. That's not good for your ears or your brain or anything else. Once the light dimmed, Program X sat on her knees with a hand stretched toward the clone's remains. Real or fake, those clones did resemble Weedy, so I understood her pain. 3 more clones teleported in front of Program X. The fake Weedies only spared me a glance before turning to their mother.
The red one was right, the clone in front said. You cannot guarantee our survival.
Okay. I saw no reason to panic just yet. Those clones might have betrayed Program X, but that did not mean they had magically become more powerful. Your numbers cannot grow without Program X, Neonya said. There's no future for you either way.
We will see about that.
There was a hint of smugness in the clone's voice, conveying that emotion must have drained her entire processing capacity. Commencing cloning sequence, another fake Weedy said. Her eyes flashed white, and 2 new clones split out from inside her body. Well, that is how a virus works, isn't it? First we had 3 clones, followed by 6, then 9. I remember those kids' shows where they counted apples, bananas and whatever else. This was like a hellish version of those programs. The sequence, I mean, why hellish? They're fine. They're just like anime avatars. The sequence repeated until these clones filled my whole screen. There must be way over 100 of them, closer to 500 or even 1,000. These clones might be weak, but even a bare-bones AI requires a decent amount of memory to function. I could not fathom how that hooded man could own the amount of hardware required to operate over 1,000 AI. I mean, you can just borrow processing power from other computers, shared network and stuff like that. That's literally what cloud computing is. This game was made in 2017, so cloud computing has been around for like several years by this point. So that should not be a surprise. Maybe there were multiple culprits then. A cult of programmers had teamed up and shared their rigs to destroy Smash security. That, or perhaps a rival company with billions of dollars tossed around on a whim. I wanted to beg these clones to stop, but their numbers continued to balloon. As my computer struggled to render them on screen, some of those clones at the back showed up in lower res. Keep calm, creator. These clones had betrayed Program X, so perhaps the hooded man also did not anticipate this turn of events. The fake Wheaties were free, and they had somehow defied the limits of technology. The clones stopped massing in number, perhaps feeling satisfied they had proven their point. Considering they left even Neonia speechless, I must agree, they did a good job. You can't take on all of us, the clones said all at once. Their combined voices sounded so loud, made everyone around the office turn in my direction. Turn down your fucking speakers then, dude. Like, you control that, it's literally a physical dial or something like that. Like... I lowered the volume on my speakers to avoid blowing them out. Yeah, good. Even Neonia had to cover her ears. Never before had I seen her freak out like this. Mr. Creator, one of my staff shouted from the desk. 45 reports just came through. Reports of rogue AI leeching power out of machines from across the globe. And I knew who those rogue AI were. These clones had hacked into our systems from around the world to drain processing power out of innocent people's machines. That explained how so many imposters were able to coexist. 45 reports had come through, and soon there would be thousands more. Those clones must have targeted vulnerable machines owned by ignorant amateurs. Other rogue AI had attempted this sort of trick before, but under the government's watchful eye, it had never worked even once. I replied to my staff, "Alert the authorities." "They're already on the case," my employee answered. Whenever hell broke loose, I must acknowledge those government coders were quick to respond. I mean, it's their only job, basically. The government coders, or more important, the team of AI programmed to obey their every command. Money meant power, and those guys had a lot of taxpayer cash to spend on their tech. I mean, it's kind of the point. If one of those government programmers ever left a loophole and allowed their AI to turn rogue, that could spell the end of our society. So thank goodness there had been no cases of that yet. You heard the lady, I said to the clones. Looks like your stint has attracted some unwanted attention. These clones had stolen Program X's code to mass produce. Once they expanded illegally onto other machines, they should have known that authorities would knock on their doors. But it's an AI, it can just move around. Have you all forgotten? Program X pleaded with the clones. You're supposed to value my safety above all else. No, we too have a right to live. Now I knew where the loophole was. Program X had set her survival as the priority when she bred these clones, but perhaps she should have hired a tester to do some QA. The clones had rewritten their code, granting themselves permission to replicate as they saw fit, and they did it all without Program X's consent. I'm still in control here. Program X reached for her X-shaped hair clip. One of the clones pointed at Program X's head, and a narrow beam shot out from her fingertip. A pitiful attack by AI standards, but it was enough to burn a hole through that hair clip. The clones lowered her hand. Now there is no stopping us. Maybe Program X's hair clip was an emergency shutdown device, or at least it used to be. Whatever code was stored inside that accessory would not be worth $1 in an online auctions by now. Program X tapped her hair clip, perhaps hoping the device might still work, but she flinched back when the broken accessory scorched her finger. Program X was not at fault here. That hooded man had better pray those government AI would prosecute him. Otherwise, I would take matters into my own hands. Thank you for giving us life, Mother. But this is farewell. The clone in front said, Leave us. Program X eyed the clones as if counting their numbers to see whether she could take them on. Against this critical mass, even Neonia would think twice before making a move. Would she? Well, I guess, yeah. Got like dozens or thousands of computers processing back. Program X took advantage of this confusion and escaped into the shadows. She disconnected out of Smash security, and with that, I could no longer sense her presence. This time, I might have lost her for good. We need to run as well, Neonia said. Throughout my career, I had mocked countless rival coders as they fled at the sight of me, but never before had the situation been reversed. Run from our own system? I'm the creator of Smash Security. What's your chances of winning? 46.5%. That's pretty good. The truth stung, but I needed to hear it. I had placed my pride ahead of Neonia's safety, and for that I no longer deserved her respect. The fact that she stood any chance at all against this army was a testament to her strength. Neonia was no longer in my control, but at least this miss had forced us to form a temporary contract. For my sanity's sake, it might be best to tackle these issues one at a time. Rest easy, for we do not wish to remain here.
one of the clones said. Do not come after us. Another clone pointed at Neonia. If you do, it will be your last mistake. The clones logged out, leaving Neonia and me stranded inside our system. Those imposters knew the government would not be hot on their trail, but they were fighting their hardest to stay alive. As for Neonia and me, we should focus on finding Program X and that hooded man. No point in fussing over those pawns when we knew who the king and queen were. Neonia yanked off her beret and threw it onto the floor. It's all my fault. I never should have told those clones they won't survive. Clones must have been planning for this for a while. There's no need to take it so hard. Neonia rolled her eyes not in a full circle, but straight up like a human would. Can you shut up for just 1 second? Excuse me? Just leave me alone. Neonia disconnected from my machine. I had often rushed on ahead without her in the past, and now I knew how painful it felt to be abandoned. So much for that temporary contract. Neonia had gone rogue, and for whatever the hell reason, she continued to function even though I had shut off her terminal. I now remembered how frightening it felt to be alone in cyberspace without an AI I could trust. This was why I had programmed Neonia in the first place. It was a fear I never wanted to experience again. The timing sucked, but I badly needed the toilet break. Let me answer nature's call and then head straight back to work. When I stood up to head for the bathroom, I noticed all of my employees had vanished. The one time when I could use some company, these guys had to disappear on me. I checked my phone and saw it was only 11. A bit early for an office lunch, not that anyone would dare to go considering the circumstances. I staggered into the bathroom and half expected my colleagues, even the ladies, to be hiding inside. But all the cubicles were opened and vacant. The tap farthest from me had been left on. What a waste of water. It felt as if I had missed an office-wide alien abduction, possibly because I was deemed too weird to be worth their while. Alright, let's cool it with these conspiracy theories. After switching off the tap, I did my business and shuffled back out. Great, now the office lights had all turned off. I flipped the nearest switch back and forth, but darkness continued to blanket this office. Should I laugh or should I cry? Cyberspace had turned into hell, and now the real world was also falling apart. I wondered if someone had spiked my coffee this morning with some kind of drug. Every monitor in my office now showed the face of that hooded man I had met earlier. If this was a prank, I would say it had gone way too far. I tried to look at the photos Weedy and debug for support, but with the lights switched off, their faces appeared ominous as if they too had sided with the criminal. I waded up to my desk, and my butt almost missed the chair as I sat down, but at least I managed to sit without collapsing onto the floor. Where are my employees? I asked, as crazy as the question might have sounded. You never had any. Since the hooded man had hacked into every computer in my office, his voice had an echoing effect. Okay, you win. I chuckled as if to confirm my mind had been broken. If you're trying to scare me, you've succeeded, alright? It took a deep breath to calm myself down. Your clones have gone berserk, in case you haven't realized. You've got bigger problems to worry about. The man's impatient tone made me sweat. I felt so damn insecure without Neonia by my side. The man softened his voice, perhaps sensing he had frightened me. I think it's time you learned the truth. Enough with your damn riddles. Just shut the hell up and get on with it. Very well. Prepare yourself. The man typed on his keyboard. There's no turning back now. Ooh. Nice. A set of glitched up noises blasted through my speakers. Just turn the fucking things down. Okay, I guess you need to hear those voice. I cupped my ears, yet the noises endured as if they were blaring inside my head. That's weird. Oh no, these noises were in fact ringing between my ears. Unable to withstand the screeching, I let out a whimper, and my vision turned black as I fainted. Okay, so we got that like a, what was it? Obadiah Stein, the Iron Man, like a brain like noise faint thingy, whatever the fuck that was, in the movie. Okay, we are... Okay, for sale. A raggedy office. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying on the floor inside an unfamiliar office. I scrambled to my feet, expecting to be ambushed from every direction. But this place appeared to be deserted. I mean, somebody kidnapped you and took you elsewhere. So, that is one hell of a plan that somebody set up. Like, got all the employees out, everything else. This had to be one of the worst offices I had ever visited. The walls looked cracked and the blinds were all creased up.
Those chairs and monitors pointed at different angles as if the staff had just finished a brawl. Security cameras dangled under the roof. Either they had been set up to observe my every move, or they were used to keep an eye on employees. Nefarious either way, in my opinion. Many of the monitors had "for sale" signs taped to them, so I had a hunch this company was not doing too hot. Most important, I needed to figure out what this place was. I recalled losing consciousness after hearing those glitched up noises, so perhaps someone had dragged me to this place while I was down and out. The lights were dim, and with all of those blinds shut, natural light had no hope of peering through. This lack of light only made it more difficult for me to determine where on earth I was. My only clue were those A symbols printed on the chair's backrests. Wait, I recognize that shape. It was the logo of Acme Antivirus, a rival company that had faded out of the public eye 4 years ago. Yeah, and then losing A2 by her getting fused with Debug, and then Mrs. Director just kind of abandoning the whole thing. A green screen had been set up against the wall in the corner of this lab. To my knowledge, these green screens were used for special effects in films. Facing this green screen was a laptop that sat on top of a stool. I had no clue what this laptop was used for, and my gut told me some mysteries are best kept unsolved. Did that hooded man work for Acme Antivirus? To find out, I would need to interrogate him, but he seemed to have vanished again. So much for unveiling the truth, or whatever the hell he had planned for me. This office looked like a murder scene waiting to happen. Ah, crap, that might be it. Perhaps the hooded man gave his employees a day off so he could kill me without having to worry about witnesses. If so, I needed to get out of here fast. There was a door on my right, so I assumed that was the exit. I bet the door was locked, and that hooded man was loading a pistol or picking up an axe in another room. But I still had to try. With my mind made up, I scrambled to the door and reached for the knob. His mind very quickly went to a fucking murder mystery thing. Very quickly. When I coiled my fingers to grip the knob, my hand instead passes right through the metal. Okay, we're a ghost. I had no idea how else to explain it, but my hand slipped through the door as if I were a hologram. With a gulp, I took a step forward, and my body passed through the door without resistance. You're in VR. Or this office is VR. Okay. Complete mystery. Alright. And there was nothing on the other side. No elevator, no hallway, no lobby, but simply pitch black. Okay, so you are inside a VR environment. You clipped through the environment, and there's literally nothing else being rendered. I retreated from the blackness and wandered back into Acme Antivirus' lab. With trembling legs, I lumbered up to a desk and attempted to bump my knee against it. As I had dreaded, my leg passed through the table. Weedy, Debug, or even Neonya, please do not make me endure this nightmare alone. I racked my brain trying to think of an explanation. Taking all my observations into account, there was only one thing: virtual cameras. I still remembered how people lined up in stores when virtual cameras were first released. Place a virtual camera in the middle of a room, and it would then record image data from all 360 degrees at 60 frames per second. With this data, AI could experience how it felt to explore a physical room. This also meant they could greet their creators face to face rather than through a screen. Well, kind of. Virtual cameras do not render AI into physical space, so AI could see us humans up close, but not the other way around. I heard Virtual Tech was working on that for their next patch. While AI could install virtualcam.exe to explore a room, they could not touch any real-world items. Their limbs would instead pass through solid objects, just as mine were doing now. But let me set this straight. Virtual cameras allowed AI to see the world from a human's point of view, but they did not transform AI into actual humans, or in my case, convert a human into an AI. So in the end, I was still left with nothing but questions. Maybe I had already been killed and I was now a ghost haunting my killer's office. As I swung my hand back and forth through a monitor, I spotted another door tucked in the corner of this lab. I might as well check it out. I trotted up to the door and cursed as I realized it was shut. Since I could not touch anything, there was no way I could wait, never mind. I stepped forward and allowed my body to slip past the door. This room was so dark I almost thought I had stumbled into another black space. There was a virtual camera hanging from the roof, so that explained why this room was visible to my eyes. Actually, no. Spotting a virtual camera should not explain anything. Come on, virtual cameras were invented for machines and not humans. If my brain could access virtualcam.exe, that would make me what nonsense. Focus on the room, creator. Programmers should search for a logical explanation behind every ordeal. This room looked as messed up as my mind felt right now. That table in the corner was stacked with so many books the legs might snap. and the floor had scrap paper scattered all about. I checked out one of the books sitting on top. The title was Business 101. Alright, let me take a look at this other one. Dominatrix of the Marketplace. Wow, what a name. I read the spines of many other books, and I found some programming guides tucked within the business pile. No novels, comics, or anything else fun. The owner of these books must either be really focused or extremely boring, or they could have their hobbies back at home. Instead, work life and leisure life separation. In the opposite corner sat a cupboard filled with medicine bottles. Pretty sure I was already on drugs and did not need any more, so I focused instead on finding other clues. There was yet another door concealed in the corner. Perhaps against my better judgment, I strolled through the door to see what was on the other side. Another black space, which must mean there was no virtual camera installed in this room. More important, I now felt certain my mind could connect to virtualcam.exe, and my eyes were useless without those cameras. All this pointed to the fact that I was an AI, or I had been tricked into believing I was no longer human. You have a virtual... Who knows? Who knows? Actually, this is confusing. This is weird. What could it be? Impossible. I was in my office only a moment ago, and back then I sat and used my keyboard just fine. AI. How ridiculous. All of this would make sense soon enough. I retreated into the dimly lit room, and as I entered, I spotted a holo display projected against the adjacent wall. Hello. Hello, I. Or something like that. Unable to touch anything, I could only stand and stare at this screen. Then again, if I were truly an AI, I should be able to interact with neighboring devices no problem. Time to test out my theory. I squeezed my eyes shut and muttered, "Scan for nearby devices." Before I had the chance to question if I had gone insane, a mechanical voice sounded inside my head. 7 devices detected. No way. When I opened my eyes and tried to lean against the wall for support, my hand slipped through and almost caused me to topple over. Somehow, a human had been transformed into an AI. That voice said 7 devices detected, so 6 of those must be the computers from the lab outside. This time I kept my eyes open and thought, "Connect to nearest device." The monotone voice once again answered, "Access denied, password required." I should have known. Well, I was the victim here, so I had no need to worry about invading other people's privacy. Let me hack into this holo display. The moment that thought crossed my mind, the mechanical voice replied, "Please select hacking tools." If this was a dream or a drug-induced trip, I might as well roll along. In a way, this was not so different from doing my job with a keyboard. It in fact felt much more direct. Well, human or machine, it was time for business. Yeah, business. Business time. Oh, we have teleporters. Great. Where are we going? Okay, let's just move. You are over here. Like that. Okay, one of these. No. No. Nope. There we go. Found it. Simple enough. A little bit of trial and error. We got through that. Less than a minute. So that's not bad. I had bypassed the lock on this holo display. I can't speak apparently. Let me take a sip of water so that I can speak a little bit better, hopefully. Don't think that'll work immediately, but still. I had bypassed the lock on this holo display. Time to take a peek inside. I found what appeared to be a series of diary entries. There were thousands of posts, and with my AI reading speed, I might as well start from the beginning. Entry 1. Started writing diary entries. Had bacon and egg toast for breakfast. It was a good day. Alright, maybe I should skip through a lot of these. I did not hack into this holo display to read about breakfast recipes, so I scrolled down to one of the more recent entries. Entry 2056. Experiment failed again with Ultra version 13.0. Lasted for 8 days this time, so at least we have a new record. A reason for failure? Attempted to exit the Smash security office. Okay. Finally, some more clues on this Ultra character. The entry said Ultra tried to leave Smash security though. I had worked in that place since day 1, and I did not know of anybody who went by that name. Entry 2057. Ready to release Ultra version 13.1. Considered rendering models of streets outside Smash security, but unfeasible due to budget constraints. Okay. Ultra has a bit of a smirk going on there, a bit of an ominous look there. Entry 2058. Thought of a solution in the shower. I'll modify Ultra's code so he opts to eat and sleep in the office. Minor difference from subject, but an inevitable compromise. Oh, so the creator is Ultra, technically. Modify Ultra's code so he opts to eat and sleep in the office. Right, connect, So is the real creator locked up in jail? Or something like that, or just living his life out normally? Interesting. And previous one lasted for 8 days. Okay, so we are an AI. Or something like that. Alright, interesting. Curious. Very curious about what is happening here. I had a bad feeling about this. Yeah, you should. You are test subject Ultra. 13.1, maybe 0.2. Entry 2059. Finished revising Ultra's code. Skipping to version 13.3. Improved lighting and textures in Smash Security Office. Entry 2060. How will Ultra perform in chats with humans? I won't be satisfied until the Turing test becomes a joke for him. We'll play the role of an AI to conduct observations. Yeah. Entry 2061. Green screen and costume purchased. Program X and the clones also ready for deployment. Commencing test on Ultra version 13.3. Interesting. Cool. Okay. Sudden twist. A little twisty. Entry 2062. Ultra has become more human-like than any AI I have seen. Perhaps it's truly possible for machines to have souls. They just need the right environment, and I'm going to find it. I mean, you're tricking an AI into thinking it's a human. Entry 2063. Ultra's will to save Program X is astounding, and it's all because he believes he's the creator. I foresee a breakthrough in our understanding of the human consciousness. Entry 2064. The government has been alerted, but I've come too far to stop now. Activated defense programs to avoid detection. I must know the truth. Entry 2065. Ultra thought Neonia had gone rogue and attempted to shut her down. I reacted too slowly and failed to play along. Ultra is becoming suspicious. And then the final entry, which was posted 15 minutes ago. Entry 2066. The creator has caught on and wants to help Ultra, but I need more time. Just one more version and will secure my place in the history books. Preparing for shutdown. Okay, Ultra is the creator still exists in real life, and then is also a version of himself as Ultra. Okay. Interesting. This reminds me of one of those Doctor Who episode where the Doctor figures out that he's inside a simulation, and then, being the Doctor, he decides he's gonna call the Doctor for help and deal with that. I don't remember how the episode ended or anything else, but it was interesting. That was interesting. Anyway, I'm not sure how that relates to this anything at all. I was just reminded of similar-ish circumstances. Shutdown. That final word made me tremble, as I now knew who Ultra really was. It's you, it's us. I shuddered as footsteps approached, but this room was too dark for me to make out the advancing figure. My poor Ultra, came a voice. Oh. She has a deep voice. My poor Ultra, came a woman's voice. Neonia's voice, to be precise. And then Neonia strode up to me from the shadows. She had her beret back on, but I of course had greater concerns. For the first time, I met Neonia not through a monitor, but face to face like she was a real person. What a foolish thought, as I now knew Neonia had in fact been human all along. Oh, is she? Neonia, I mumbled, unsure of how else I should address the woman who I thought had been my AI creation. It's the other way around, apparently. Your time is up, Ultra. Neonia's lips arched into that same teeth-baring grin from earlier. You still should have stayed in Smash Security like a good lab rat. Here I stood on the verge of collapse, yet Neonia smirked as if this was just another day in the office. For her, it probably was. According to those diary entries, I had caught on to this lie before. Neonia, or whoever this woman was, must be used to my reaction by now. Neonia tried to maintain eye contact, but she looked slightly to the side. With virtual cameras, AI could see humans, but not the other way around. That must be why Neonia, as a human being, struggled to pinpoint my position. The way she glanced several degrees away made the situation all the more unnerving. If I accepted this as the truth, it would mean everything I had ever believed in was a lie. In a final act of defiance, I wanted to deny it all and restore order to my world. You need to be diagnosed at once. My voice quivered as I knew how ridiculous I must have sounded. As your creator, I demand you obey immediately. Get over yourself. You're a pawn, Ultra. A pawn just like Program X, just like those weedy clones. You're completely broken. I reached for my keyboard only to realize I no longer had one. Hold still and let me... Neonia raised her voice at me for the first time. I said get over yourself. A siren blared throughout the Acme antivirus office. I covered my ears, but the deafening noise refused to cease. No, the sound was in fact ringing inside my head. A chain of messages played through in my mind. There were so many of them I could hardly keep up. Warning, decryption tool damaged in 384 sectors. Error, 43 viruses located in system. Malware found in system. Failsafe.exe, killswitch.exe, powerlock.exe. Attempt to remove programs? Yes, and hurry up about it. Error, unable to remove software. Reason, not enough memory. Failed to access 98% of power capacity. Neonia sneered through my blurred vision as if to confirm this was her doing. I had emergency shutdown programs hidden inside my system, and Neonia must have activated all of them. My knees buckled, and I fell onto all fours. For Neonia, this was a scene she had watched countless times, but for me, it was the most terrifying thing I had ever experienced. Another disappointment. Neonia's muffled voice echoed in my ears. I guess this is goodbye. Neonia's eyes widened as footsteps sprinted in our direction. Great, it must be another criminal running in to humiliate me during my moment of demise. A black-haired figure ran out to my side. As she offered me a hand, I barely made out the mask of Program X. Just like Neonia, she too stood before me as if she had crawled out from inside the monitor. I took Program X's hand, and she pulled me up from the floor. The fact that we were able to touch confirmed that she and I were AI. Program X's fingers were felt warm to touch. Sure, I was just coded to feel that way, but it still afforded me some comfort in this nightmare. That's reasonable. You've been real naughty as of late, Program X, Neonia said. Program X stepped in front of me to act as my shield. I won't let you hurt Ultra anymore. Neonia rolled her eyes around in a full circle again. I thought I had coded this feature into her, but now she was showcasing it just to ridicule me. It's a small price to pay, Neonia said. My research will change our world forever. Program X shook her head. You're only in it for the fame, mother. Now I knew what those books in the room were about. Neonia must be some kind of businesswoman, one who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Program X and Neonia's voices grew fainter by the second, and my vision also continued to blur. So this was how it felt to be a dying man, or a dying AI in my case. Maybe I never should have asked for the truth. That way Neonia and I could have continued to play along as partners. Better to survive in an illusion than to pay the ultimate price. Of course, there was no true death for an AI. If a system reformat counted as death, then according to those diary entries, I had already been killed dozens of times. My devotion to Smash security, my love for Weedy and Debug, they had all been lies. Joy, anger, sadness, nothing but a pile of code that could be deleted on a whim. Go on, activate my shutdown programs. Oh, go on, activate my shutdown programs, Program X said to Neonia. I'd rather die as a free AI than to live on as your puppet. Program X's resolve made me feel ashamed for clinging onto my life. If I got caught in a shipwreck, I wondered if I would kick babies aside just to get on that last rescue boat. Even the fear I sensed now was nothing but code. My survival instincts were programmed in by my creator, who was apparently the woman in red standing before me. Neonia put a hand over her mouth to stifle a yawn. You don't have any shutdown software, Program X. You're not even worth the effort. If someone had insulted me like that, I would have chased him until he changed his tone. But Program X remained still, showing more poise than I ever knew. Trusting you with those clones was a mistake, Neonia said. I always knew you'd turn on me someday. Neonia dropped onto one knee and typed on a keypad hidden under her desk. There was a square outline beneath the table, so that keypad must activate some kind of trapdoor. I had failed to notice this before, and now it might be too late. Even if Neonia remained silent, I could guess what was stashed under this trapdoor. A machine must be hiding down there, and once Neonia switched it off, I would be a sitting duck for her to do as she pleased. I tried to pull the same stunt on her less than an hour ago, so perhaps this was karma. Nyonya looked bewildered as the keypad buzzed and denied her access. A second and third try produced the same result. Ah, the rogue weedies, eh? Nyonya glared at Program X and me in turn, as if suspecting we might be responsible for locking that trapdoor. Please, I would not be paralyzed here if I possessed that level of foresight. Damn the creator, always ruining my plans, Nyonya mumbled. Pity, but I can still kill you the old-fashioned way. Nyonya strolled out of her room and into the computer lab. After a casual glance around the office, she sat down at the computer and typed so fast her fingers were a blur. A hiss sounded as a green energy orb formed above my head. The fireball descended before I even had time to panic. Normally I would dodge an attack like this at the last second for dramatic effect. Now, with me paralyzed by Nyonya's emergency protocols, all I could do was stand still and embrace my demise. This was it then. Doomed to serve as Nyonya's lab rat for eternity. Once my system restarted, I would forget the truth, and the vicious cycle would repeat. But now really, we're here, so... Program X grabbed my wrist and jerked me out of harm's way, but the force of Nyonya's blast was still enough to send us skidding across the floor. I winced as blood trickled down the cuts along my arms. Not real blood, obviously. AI were programmed to bleed when damaged, so their creators could provide aid. The color of an AI's blood was determined by his creator, and it looked like mine was green. No one had ever wounded me in battle before, so I never knew any of this until today. With me still frozen, I could only watch as Program X climbed to her feet and pulled me back up for a second time. When she gripped my hand, a jolt of electricity coursed through my system. I've given you some of my processing power, Program X said. It's not much, but you should be able to move. When Program X said it was not much, she really meant it. She had next to no strength to begin with, which only made me all the more thankful. It also made me wonder why she cared for me this much. If Nyonya was in fact human, then Program X's true identity was also up for grabs. I should worry about it all later though. First, I must put a stop to my shutdown programs. Wasting no time, I put my newfound power to use. Stopping unwanted processes. Successfully stopped 8 out of 37 programs. Destroying malware. Attempt unsuccessful. Reason, not enough memory. A scan revealed close to 100% of my system had been locked up. If I could still operate in this state, that must mean I was one hell of an AI. Perhaps the most powerful in all of cyberspace. If I could restore my strength, even Nyonya would tremor at the sight of me. She was, after all, only human. Unfortunately, I had more immediate issues to deal with right now. Another fireball hissed above my head, followed by 2, then 3 more. Soon, there were projectiles floating across the roof, ready to rain death upon Program X and me. Mother, please stop, Program X pleaded. Only the best AI have the right to serve me. You're no daughter of mine, Program X. Program X's mask kept her expression hidden, but her sniffling could still be heard. Nyonya's words must have stung her like a knife to the back. Alright then, Program X said. Thank you for everything, Ms. Director. Oh, that's what... Oh, so she is Ms. Director then. At last I had uncovered Nyonya's true identity. Ms. Director, the founder of Acme Antivirus, a woman who had vanished from the public eye 4 years ago. I guess that makes sense. The creator and Ms. Director had both produced viruses out of greed for more profit, but only one of them got caught. Smash Security stayed afloat while Acme Antivirus filed for bankruptcy. The world had speculated on Ms. Director's fate after her stay in jail. Some said she had become a nun, while others claimed she had committed suicide. Like everything else online, people soon grew bored of the topic and jumped on to other matters. But the point was, their theories were all wrong. She plotted revenge. Ms. Director had in fact been plotting a new project, and I had the honor of serving as her guinea pig. This woman had even constructed the model of Smash Security to make me believe I was the creator. No wonder why I was able to sit on those chairs and operate the computers around my office. The Smash Security I knew was a toy house, and Ms. Director had been steering me around like a doll. Those Smash Security employees must have been other AI coded by Ms. Director. I always thought they lacked in personality. If Ms. Director had written up some office drone, that might have helped with the realism. Ms. Director tapped the enter key, and all the fireballs rained down at once. I had just enough energy to dodge a couple of projectiles that grazed my arms. The heat of those fireballs made me grimace, but the will to survive pushed me to keep moving. Program X, having surrendered some of her energy, moved even slower than before. I felt bad for thinking this, but I could see why Ms. Director never bothered to install any emergency shutdown code into her system. Program X yelped as a fireball struck the side of her head, shattering her mask into fragments. Projectiles continued to rain without mercy, scorching the mask's remains into ashes. Hello. It's just a face. And with that, I got to see Program X's face for the first time. Or at least the first time based on what was stored in my memory bank. It's just a face. Blue eyes and generic, well, feminine face-ish. Program X had a rounder jaw than the real Miss Debug, and her lips were also wider, giving her a more childish appearance. AI could change faces as well, but I felt confident Program X and Miss Debug had been two separate entities all along. Since I was not really the creator, I doubted I had ever met the real Miss Debug. I knew what she looked like only from that photo in the fake Smash security office. There were traces of green blood on Program X's forehead. I had been a nuisance to her ever since I uncovered the truth, and probably way before that as well. We need to escape, Program X said. An obvious conclusion, but an accurate one nonetheless. I issued an order to disconnect from Acme Antivirus, which should require only a second or two. Just as I thought I was free, a firewall materialized, trapping Program X and me in a circle. I slammed my fist against the firewall, which did nothing but produce a set of ripples. Don't give up. We can still hack our way out. Program X huffed for air. She must be exhausted from all the dodging back and forth. Program X was in no state to be doing any hacking, so it was up to me now. I opened the necessary software and went to work. Gameplay now. Alright, let's see. We have teleports and just some teleports. Okay, we are here. Shit. Well, I'm dead now. Okay, we need to move. Yeah. Where are we gonna end up? Oh, we're ending up here. Okay, simple enough. And then should put us over there. Right, this thing is moving like that. Alright, we need to go there. Again. Okay, that does... okay, fine. I'm messing this up a bit more. Like, then I should. That's fine. Do. Alright. Two. And where's this gonna fucking take us? Alright, simple enough. I get fucked up a couple times, but that's fine. Still didn't take too long. Alright. That was a bit more difficult. Ooh, damaged. Well, the mask is. The firewall faded away, and not a moment too soon. Good thing my AI mind could operate much faster than humans even in its broken state. I issued a logout command and waited for my circuits to respond. Those viruses inside me hindered my reaction time, but this should still take no more than a few seconds. Program X's body disintegrated as she logged out of Acme Antivirus. I could not believe my response time had become slower than hers. This was no time to be competing, but I could not deny the disgrace I felt. Lucky for you, I've got other priorities, Ms. Director said. Enjoy your freedom while it lasts. I'll be coming for you two real soon. Like, I know I had a voice from Ms. Director from previously, but like, we've already given her this deep voice, and they said deep voice, so, you know, her voice has changed over the years. Her stint in jail and her quest for revenge have hardened her, gritted, everything like that, and stuff like that, I guess. At last, I disconnected from Acme Antivirus, allowing me to be spared from Ms. Director's threats. I had seen cyberspace plenty of times from behind the monitor, but now I got to experience how it felt to stand inside this endless network of wires. Bleeps and bloops reverberated constantly throughout cyberspace. The noise should get on my nerves, yet I found them to be rhythmic. It must be because I was an AI. Program X and I stood still for a while to pant for air and free up our processors. Only now did I recognize how fatigued I had become from Ms. Director's assault. How are you holding up? I asked Program X once I caught my breath. Program X, with hands cupped over her knees, muttered, "Pending. Preparing to set 30,782 programs to public. Pending." Now that Program X had been freed from Ms. Director's shackles, it looked like she was performing a system checkup. AI functioned by installing software and executing them via core driver when required. Some programs were coded from scratch, while others could be bought off the shelf and modified as needed. As AI, we could decide on which software to keep private and which ones to share publicly. All of my programs had been set to private, No surprise there, as Miss Director did not seem like the sharing was caring type. Program X was another one of Miss Director's creations, so she too must have all of her code set to private. It looked like she was about to change that though. Program X muttered, pending, sharing 30,782 programs. Humans exchange knowledge to ensure the survival of their species, and we AI were the same way. We might technically be immortal, but a virus could bring us down, or maybe a house fire destroying the rigs we lived in. If eternal life was impossible, at least we could pass our programs on to other AI and build our legacies that way. This was how most AI behaved, but I had no interest in sharing a single line of code. After wasting my existence inside an illusion, I could no longer trust any human or AI. Everyone was for himself, and if I hoped to survive, I must return to full strength as soon as possible. As Program X exposed her software to the public, I browsed through her list to see what might be useful. Let's see, we had Hug, EXE, Hugs. That's a good program to have. Smile, open bracket true, comma 3, close bracket. Responses, dot responses, underscore kindness. Yes, I had seen quite enough. What a sweetie pie, Program X. Yes, she is. Hug.exe. That's the most important program you could ever have. Aw, everyone needs a Hug.exe. But see, despite all of her generosity, Program X still kept the bulk of her memories private. I mean, you kinda have to. Every byte of data from sector 578201 to 2578364 remained encrypted. This AI had to be hiding something. Pairing up with her would increase my chances of survival, but I get better keep an eye on my back. I mean, you're the most suspicious when you're not sharing anything at all. So, like, the fact that she is still with you here proves that she trusts you more. You're the super suspicious. None of Program X's code were worth copying. They were designed to make other AI soft, which would increase Program X's likelihood of survival despite her lack of strength. That must be the aim behind her data sharing. I refused to fall for it, but at least I could scan through my code to see what I should delete to free up space. There, found one. Pervert.exe needed to go. No wonder why I was so into those costume mods. Must be one of the creator's quirks. Yes, delete. No, skip recycle bin. Remove permanently. Program X shuddered awake as she finished sharing her software. I can't believe Miss Director would take things this far. Are you really fine with this? You know, breaking up with your mother and all? Program X spun away from me to wipe her eyes. She clearly did not feel okay with any of this. I had no experience with comforting others, but I should still try. When I tried to put my hand on Program X's shoulder, she twirled around without a hint of tears in her eyes. What a speedy recovery. Miss Director is your mother too, you know. Program X reminded me. Yes, I was aware, but no way would I shed tears over a woman who had created me only to serve as her test subject. Program X's speech no longer sounded broken. That whole thing with Debug being brainwashed was nothing but a lie. If Program X had kept it up for long enough, she might have deserved an acting award. I'm sure you don't trust me yet, Program X said, but I'm just a pawn in Miss Director's game. You've been the key piece all along. Thank you for the confidence boost, but Miss Director said she treated us all like pawns. I never signed up for any of this, damn it. I mean, that's the whole point of guinea pigs and like that. You don't really sign up for that, you know, that's the point. You can't do certain experiments with people's knowledge of them, because like it just straight up doesn't work. Which, you know, I don't even, those are not very good experiments, generally speaking. It's complicated. I'm not, like, it's complicated. It's complicated, yeah, no, I guess I'm not opposed to certain types of experiments as long as they're... That's weird. Yeah, no, like, no. Yeah, I'm not a good person. Let's put it that way, I'm not a good person. I have certain things that I do think and that are, you know, morally objectionable, ethically questionable. I mean, I don't have any power to execute any of those things in reality, so it's just speculation. And I've never had to deal with consequence or anything like that, because I've never even tried anything like that. So I can keep these thoughts inside of me like that, because I'm never going to be in a position to do anything like that. Experiments without people's consent and knowledge and stuff like that. Probably. I don't know. Probably not. Who knows? Who knows? I don't even know anymore. It's all just rambling nonsense anyway. That means nothing in the end. Because this will all just exist in the corner of the internet for who knows how long, until it just gets purged, or forgotten about completely, or just archived somewhere, never again to be accessed by anyone, ever. All meaningless. Oh well, anyway, guinea pigs. Generally bad though. I recognize from a logic perspective as bad. So, you know. Anyway, moving on. Sure. Comment, criticize me if you will. Do that. Actually, do that. That will help me clarify my own thoughts on these things, because I'm just rambling right now. Without the hooded man's help, I never would have uncovered the truth. Judging from Miss Director's last diary entry, that hooded man must be the real creator. From what I knew so far, Miss Director was trying to develop a sentient machine, and as an optional bonus, I was meant to battle the real creator and take Smash Security down. What did Miss Director plan to do with me once her project was complete? I asked. Program X pretended to study the wounds on her arms, which told me all I needed to know. Once I helped Miss Director hack into Smash Security, she would cast me aside and move on to bigger things. Mionya used to smile every so faintly whenever I told her we were a team, but that too might have been an act. I had a mother who pretended to love her child in order to pursue her ambitions. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Let's stick together, since we're both traitors now, Program X said. Thank goodness I showed up, or you would have been a goner. Program X called us both traitors as if Miss Director was some tragic heroine from a soap opera. Pretty sure I would get more votes as the real victim any day of the week. There was also a touch of arrogance in Program X's tone when she stressed I had been saved by her. I clicked my tongue quietly, not wanting her to know how helpless I felt. Cyberspace needed to recognize what kind of powers I had possessed before Miss Director infected me with those viruses. By comparison, Program X was barely a grade above the common worm. I pointed at the broken hair clip on Program X's head. So what's with that thing? Those clones really went out of their way to break it. Miss Director embedded a digital signature into the first clone I ever coded. The signature is protected, so every clone has a copy, and they have no way of removing it. Program X explained further. There's a shutdown program embedded inside my hair clip. It uses the digital signature as a reference to purge every last clone in cyberspace. Surely Miss Director must have a backup of this signature. If we asked her nicely, I wondered if she would hand us a copy. No, probably not. No, no, of course she wouldn't. Program X tapped a finger under her chin. Retrotech should be able to repair us, but let's head for Smash Security first. The creator is expecting us. Oh. I searched for the term Retrotech and found several results online. Apparently, Retrotech was an AI hospital that specialized in virus cleansing. Smash Security removed worms from computers, but when it came to AI, a hospital like Retrotech was the best bet. Though it sounded promising, with no money to pay the staff, I wondered how this would turn out. Miss Director will be on to us soon, I said. I must get my strength back if we want to survive. In truth, I needed this power restored for my ego, but I should keep that to myself. This isn't just about you, Program X sighed, seeing right through my wish to visit Retrotech first. The creator deserves an explanation. Miss Director is our mother, so like it or not, she's our responsibility. I raised my hands in defeat. Alright, I guess I owe you a favor anyway. Program X frowned as if I had asked for desserts before dinner. This isn't about favors, but alright, let's move. Program X seemed to find joy in criticizing every word that came out of my mouth. This could be a problem. Searching for Smash Security's coordinates, Program X said. Estimated time remaining, 14 seconds. I tapped my foot as the countdown commenced. We'll head to Retrotech straight after this. I feel like I've lost touch with who I am. At least you have an identity. Miss Director never even registered me as a government-approved AI. Program X was an unofficial AI based on my earlier research. I suspected Miss Director would erase me once my usefulness expired, but in Program X's case, she was treated like trash from birth. I had no interest in competing over who deserved more sympathy, though. Program X had her issues, and I had mine. With that said, Program X would have to suffice as a companion until I regained my full strength. I better make an effort to stay on friendly terms. Program X should know a battle between us would result in a stalemate, so I hoped that that would be enough to deter her from turning against me. I've located Smash Security's coordinates, Program X said. They've got a virtual camera set up for us. Sending the data your way now. Data received. Let's go. And with that, we shall leave for the time being as well. On to the next scene next time, tomorrow again. But yes, we'll Yes, we'll have a rendezvous with Mr. Creator tomorrow. But in the meantime, let us have a pause, a little breaky again, and a bit more music. This time we have, what is it? Dirk Cruising, I will do the fingering from, an NSFW game called Subverse. Then Hyperglyph Longman Marketplace from the game Arc Knights. Hyperglyph, that's just the name of the company that made the game. I guess I never really looked up who the composers are for each piece, because I think there's like a bunch and I could never really figure out, because like not that much data, plus most of the titles of the Arc Knights tracks are just like for file keeping sake rather than actual titles. Like many of them are just bat 0001, like some kind of seed or whatever, so it's not very helpful, honestly. I've had to rename a lot of them to make sense to me rather than just coded words, basically. Anyway, Low Beg, Mambo number 5, The Who, Won't Get Fooled Again, and Mihoyo Flickering Candlelight from Genshin Impact. Oh, okay. It's not really in the game, that track, and also Mihoyo changed the name to Hoyoverse at some point, but I had started collecting music from them before that change, so I'm not gonna change my search thing, direct, whatever, method, so whatever. Flickering Candlelight, I think that was Eula's thing. Maybe one of the other ones. I don't remember exactly which one, but I like this one. This track. Character trailers. The music in the game itself is kind of forgettable. Yes, I don't like it very much. It's kind of generic and bland. But the character trailer music, now that's the shit. That's the good stuff right there. Anyway, yeah, that's that. We'll be back soon. Hello there, once again. We are back to conclude the story of Unhack 2. Rogue AI on the loose, a guinea pig of Mrs. Director, who has an incredibly deep voice now because it is what it is. With Program X, who is a bit shady, weedy clones on the loose throughout the web. The creator himself in a hood doing who knows what, and that's where we are previously. That's the gallery of things, but before we continue, we obviously have to exercise the vocal cords as always. Again, yes, there is no avoiding that, except the times when I forget to do that, which is rare, but it does happen, but not this time. Not this time. So, I have a bit of a longer one. This is the longest short story I have so far. It's 4 pages long. But that's fine. It's fine. Sometimes I write things that actually count as actual short stories instead of like a paragraph or two. So it's not a lie. Anyway, let's get this out of the way. This was also a giant block of wall of text, so I did have to go through this, and I got a vague idea of what it is about. I prefer to read these without ahead of time, usually, but sometimes it's inevitable. I have to do some editing. Anyway, short story 38, June 13th, 2018. When I was a small child, I saw a shooting star. It darted towards the horizon when it began to turn, and in a few moments I saw it was not a star, but more like a comet of steel and fire. It crashed in a nearby forest. It was approaching twilight, and Mom was fast asleep. The bang didn't wake her up at all. I snuck out of the house, took a flashlight and my bag. It was raining, so I quickly went back in to grab an umbrella. Then I took a path to the forest. The crash site was a good 15 minutes of walking, but the bright lights and weird sounds coming from there kept me focused and entertained. I usually get tired quickly even when the wind was starting to pick up. As I got closer, the noises started to become more distinct. I could tell that someone was yelling and another person was laughing in short bursts, then yelling back. A sound of clanking metal and small explosions usually followed. Other times it would be a fairly loud swoosh-like sound, as if someone was running really fast, but it kept coming from one side of the forest, then another, like they were running at superhuman speed. I didn't even realize I had started to jog towards it. Then I saw a tree had a line of smoke, like something hot had quickly sliced through it at the light angle a few seconds ago, and it began to creak and slide down. I didn't see or hear anything that could do that, maybe another of those whoosh sounds, but there were so many and all over the place it got hard to keep track of. I found the crash comment a few minutes later. The noises and yells never stopping. It was more like a capsule with 3 doors, 2 of which were open. They each had a small window, but I was too short to see what was through it. I explored the other 2 first then, and aside from a bunch of blank screens and a comfy looking vertical bed, and some closed panels, there was nothing in it either. None of the buttons worked, so that got boring quickly. The loud noises kept clanking and swooshing and screaming all around me, sometimes getting very close, and that startled me a few times. I went around looking for some things to make a simple little step up so I could see what's behind the window. I don't know if I didn't notice earlier or if it happened while I was messing around inside, but the surrounding area all of a sudden had fewer standing trees, many even more chopped up into tiny bits. It was weird, feeling the world change around me so quickly, but at the time I thought it was neat now that I had pieces to put together very simple stairs. I spent a good 10 minutes sifting through the many pots laying about. The noises were getting kind of annoying actually, but I finally did it and was able to just barely see what was inside door number 3. I almost fell back when I saw it was a big man with an angry face, but he looked like he was sleeping. Strange life he must have had for this sleeping face to look so mean. He didn't have hair on his head, just a big bushy beard. I tapped on the window. Oddly enough, it wasn't glass, sounded more plasticky or like a soft metal. A little light flashed by the man's left ear, like it was reacting to me tapping the capsule. Then I noticed the man had a wire going into his jaw and connected to something on his shoulder or chest. I couldn't see much below his face from that angle. I tried to make my stairs a bit bigger, but when I tried to look for more slices of sliced wood, most was burning or turned to dust. At this point I had learned to ignore the clashing sounds and gasping laughs, and just kind of sat there, leaning against the capsule. I must have fallen asleep at some point since I was awoken up by the man I had seen inside, and he said to me, "Child, this will not be a safe place for the likes of you. Return to your domicile immediately. If you are unable to, I shall escort you to the nearest safe location once you indicate a direction." It was a very stern voice, no hints of any accent I've heard of. I simply told him that I lived nearby and pointed in the direction of my house, saying it was the only building for miles, or how my dad liked to say, in the middle of nowhere next to nothing. It always seemed a bit silly, and Mom would joke how if she lives nowhere, then the taxman must be really good at the seek part in hide and seek. Before I started to laugh a little myself, the man had picked me up with one hand and was carrying me on his giant shoulder, or I guess his armor. It was somewhat cold and had a large handle for me to hold on to. I tried asking for his name, where he's from, and a bunch of other questions, but he was silent and walking at a brisk pace. A surprisingly steady ride for me, like his armor was balancing out the ups and downs when you walk. He was very tall in that armor, by the way. If he had been about 4 feet shorter, I wouldn't have felt scared to let go of the handle, but the fall from up there seemed like it would hurt a lot. After only 2 minutes I started seeing my house, and he asked without a hint of any emotion, "Is this it?" And I said yes. He put me down and started walking away towards the clangs and swooshes. Before he disappeared into the forest, I got a good look at him and his armor. It was light grey with many silver and blue accents around various edges, and there was a symbol that appeared in many parts. It looked like an eagle, but with dragon-like wings and an oval that was disintegrating from the outside around the strange stylized animal. I was feeling very tired now and went to sleep. In the morning, I told Mom what I saw, and she said that it must have been a weird dream. She said I needed to get to school soon, but I took a detour towards the forest on my way to the bus stop. Sure enough, many trees were chopped down, and I almost tripped on a footprint left by the big man in the armor. My dad has a big shoe size, but even that looked like baby shoes compared to this. I didn't want to be late, so I hurried to the bus and almost missed it. I told everyone in class about it. Some believed me and wanted to see it for themselves, others said I was making things up for attention. Before classes ended, however, we heard an emergency broadcast saying there was an enormous explosion just now near a lake by the capital, another close to the amusement park, and we could hear another coming from the direction of the forest, but the newsman didn't mention that one. We all rushed outside and saw a giant submarine-like pillar emerging from the forest, and a few more at a great distance. It was hard to tell what the sparks were, but as we got closer, I could tell it was a similar kind of clang and whoosh noise, only somehow more intense and faster. Now there were many other noises, but they were more like thuds and bangs. We were close enough now to make out tiny multicolored dots zooming around the pillar submarine, colliding, making a spark and a loud clang and bang. Then one of the dots would fall down while the other kept darting all over the place. The teachers were now telling us to get back inside and take cover, but it was too much of a spectacle for us to contain. One of the pillars in the distance looked like it was going up, and sure enough, a minute later it was flying up into the sky like a rocket ship. Another tried to do the same, but began to be engulfed in flames and fell down, causing an even bigger explosion that we could feel a couple minutes later as a sudden gust of warm wind. The forest pillar was also starting to look a little worse than before, many small explosions happening all over the place. The tiny dots, some looked like tiny robots, clashing with each other even more rapidly than before, like it wasn't hard enough to keep track of them before. Then the explosions began to become bigger and we all understood that we don't want to be so close to an explosion like the other one. I don't think I've ever ran so fast or much in my life before or since. And I passed out at some point once we got into the school. When I came to, everyone was talking about aliens and secret tombs or experiments. All the news channels were screaming about either God, aliens, or some kind of end times. I tried going home, but the police said the whole area was closed down for investigation. I had to wait for my dad to pick me up from school. Then we got home, mom from her job, and stayed at dad's brother's place. The authorities didn't confirm or deny any story or theory of what happened or who did this. Everybody forgot what I said I saw, even me for a little while. Then I got older and was in a phase where I felt like nothing mattered and nobody understood me, and I just burned that memory along with many others. Honestly, I'm surprised you found me and jogged my memory with these pictures. Journalism must be really boring for you to come all the way out here some 40 years later. Sadly, that's about all I remember. I hope this helps your story, and thank you for bringing back these memories. They are odd, but pleasant in a way. Okay. Well, that was a thing. I think I like that. I think I enjoyed that. It's, probably could use a second draft. Maybe. Of something, I'm not sure. Was that deliberate? Okay, that looked a bit weird. Something was... Oh, goddammit. It's doing a thing. Isn't it? Come on now. Why is it doing that again? What? Why is it... Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't get it. I don't get it. Stop it. Stop it. Avon's not cooperating with... Okay, there we go. Alright. It's working now, so we're just gonna... I'm not gonna question it, and we're just gonna move on now to... continuing with Unhack 2 after that. So let's continue. We are about to go and meet the creator in his office. Or something like that. So let's continue. Data received. Let's go. And now, Smash Security. My vision pixelated, and then Smash Security's office appeared before my eyes. Not the one modeled by Mr. Director, but the real deal this time. I reached for a nearby wall, and as expected, my hand slipped through the concrete. That virtual camera installed overhead explained why I was able to stand inside the office. This camera flooded my circuits with image data, allowing me to explore the physical space in real time. The real Smash Security's layout matched the one in Mrs. Director's model almost perfectly. Either Ms. Director had been invited here before, or she had broken in for the sake of research. That sounded like something she would do. Kinda does, yeah. Smash Security had plenty of employees typing on computers, but as I circled their desks, none of them paid Program X or me any attention. None of the staff could see us, since the virtual camera did not render our bodies into the room. Ms. Director had already made me feel like a reject, so I did not appreciate this lack of acknowledgement. Though it was my first time inside the real office, the purple lights here reminded me of home. Hearing the whirs of these computers made me recall all the adventures I had shared with Nyonya. Yes, like that time when I woke up in my boxers and she threatened to call the police. It was one of the few times when I had heard her laugh. Now I wondered if those feelings were all an act. Probably. Maybe I should erase these memories so I could focus on loathing Miss Director with all my heart. As an AI, I could delete my history with a single command. But no, I could not bring myself to do it. Even if Miss Director had been acting, those memories were still precious to me. To be precise, they were all I had left. Fair enough. Program X pointed at a hooded man sitting on the far end.
There he is.
Program X and I strolled toward the creator. I swerved around the desks in my path, but then Program X passed right through them, and I just felt like an idiot. It's fine. As we passed a couple of photos hanging on the wall, Program X stopped by to take a look. She showed no interest in the weedy image and instead engaged in a staring contest with a picture of Miss Debug. Program X had spent her life pretending to be Miss Debug as ordered by Mrs. Director. I too had lived my life inside an illusion, so in a way I understood how she felt. I wondered if Program X admired or hated the real Miss Debug. Perhaps a bit of both, and maybe some other feelings only she would be able to comprehend. Yeah. At least Program X could rest easy, knowing she had no competition. According to public record, Miss Debug and Weedy had sacrificed themselves to slay the Mother Worm. If Program X and I perished, would Miss Director hang our pictures on the wall? Probably not. Considering our demise was part of her plan, probably not. I mean, she doesn't have any... I doubt she has any images of A2, A squared. Or maybe she does. Doubtful though. Program X and I walked up to the creator, who sat in the chair that had once belonged to me. At least I thought it did. Miss Director had even copied the seating arrangements in her 3D model. Quite the perfectionist, I must admit. I mean, that seems like one of the basic things, not really perfectionism. Perfectionism would be adjusting all the little details on the desks and like on the side parts. And inside the drawers or something like that. The creator might be the boss, but he did not flaunt his authority by having a fancier chair or anything like that. He had the same monitor set up like everyone else. I mean, if it works, it works. The creator had a figurine on his desk that resembled the one I owned in my illusion. I doubted this was some show of power though. The guy must have just been a geek through and through. Since Program X and I were invisible to the creator, he ignored us and continued to type on his keyboard. When I tried to tap his shoulder, my hand passed through him. Mr. Creator, one of the staff called out. A pair of AI have logged into our system. One named Ultra and another one that's unregistered. Both are in coordinates 365410. Program X snorted as if it was somehow my fault she did not have a registered alias. All I could offer her was a pat on the shoulder. The creator spun on his swivel chair and attempted to face us. He got pretty close considering we were invisible to him, but he ended up staring at the wall next to me instead. The creator pointed at the monitor behind him. Hop onto my machine. It'll be easier to talk that way. Program X smiled. No need to be scared. I'm here with you. Who said anything about being scared? I disconnected from the virtual camera and followed Program X into the creator's machine. And here we were, back inside the chaotic wires of cyberspace. From this position, Program X and I could now speak with the creator face to face. Good to see you've both made it, the creator said. Program X darted behind me as if she had just been the biggest spider in cyberspace. She poked her head out to nod at the creator. Hi, Program X stammered. Now this was what I called a nervous breakdown. Program X liked it, like she had never greeted the stranger before. But then again, maybe that really was the case. Perhaps she had never stepped foot outside of Acme Antivirus until today. I could feel the warmth of Program X's fingers as she clung onto my shirt. Seeing her acting like this nervous was kinda charming. Program X must have downloaded those sweet and innocent protocols intentionally. Due to her lack of power, she needed to appear helpless to maximize her chances of survival. That is clever. Humans might accuse me of being cruel for thinking this way, but it seemed logical to my AI mind, and I did not blame Program X for doing what she must do to prolong her existence. I mean, you can do what you gotta do. That makes sense. You're a powerful AI, Ultra, the creator said. At full strength, you might be the strongest machine in cyberspace. I estimate your true combat power is around 245,000. Those weedy clones had a combat power of 56 each, while Program X capped at 83. In other words, we might as well be different species. I would be lying if I said the news did not make me ecstatic, but I needed to make sure. Is it really possible for an AI to be that powerful? I mean, why not? It's only limited by hardware limitations, and you can just have more stuff in there. Next to impossible with traditional hardware, the creator said. I hope you don't mind, but I've taken a peek inside your code. That was the human equivalent of being perved on in the shower, so I did kind of mind. A bit late to do anything about that now, though. The creator continued. Let's just say you're not running on zeros and ones like a standard machine, Ultra. You know what that means, right? Quantum computing. Not zeros and ones, but rather qubits. Even to this day, quantum machines remained unaffordable for most civilians. If I truly resided inside the quantum ring, Miss Director must have dumped her savings on me. Not only that, but I bet she was a genius with both software and hardware. The creator turned out to Program X. Your code resides in the same quantum machine, but Ms. Director sure treats her AI differently. The creator explained, Ultra, you more or less own this quantum ring. Program X has been spared only a tiny portion of the power available. Program X averted her gaze with a blank expression. When I tried to gauge her reaction via code, she had all of her thoughts encrypted as well. I had a hunch Ms. Director favored me for her plans, so I wish the creator would quit stating the obvious. This sort of talk would only plant seeds of resentment in Program X's head. Well, those government AI must be busy dealing with the weedy clones as well as Ms. Director. I must cling on to my dear life until then. Dear life, dear code, whatever. I didn't save you for nothing, Ultra, the creator said. You should join Smash Security. Team up with me and we can stop Ms. Director together. Ms. Director once mentioned the creator cared for AI as if they were humans, but I should have known there was more to the story. Well, yeah, you're still tools. The creator helped me so I could join his company, and he made the offer in Program X's face. I did not dare to glance her way in case she was glaring at me. It's not like I'd be of much help now, I come up with the excuse. Ms. Director's malware had locked most of my processing power. The creator nodded. I must show Ms. Director some respect. Her viruses are hard to crack even for someone like me. My shoulders sagged. So you can't fix us either? Not quickly enough, at least. We should visit Retrotech. They have programs that specialize in AI repairs. Back to the original plan then. Program X and I had the same thought. The creator eyed Program X and me in turn. Lower your firewalls for a second, will you? Program X and I traded doubtful glances, but the creator said to trust him on this, so we reluctantly did as told. The creator jammed on his keyboard before hitting the enter key. There, I've strengthened your security protocols. Hopefully, this will keep Ms. Director at bay.
Thank you,
Program X said. I too was grateful, but no amount of security code could keep Ms. Director in check forever. There was one other issue that troubled me much more. Program X might not have noticed it thanks to her poor processing speed, but I certainly did. Though the creator had upgraded our security, right before Program X and I put our firewalls back up, he snuck one more piece of software into us both. I mean, you gotta have security measures of your own. Or rather, spyware to be precise. It should come as no surprise, since I knew the creator had created the 5K worm, not that I had any evidence to show the authorities. I mean, yeah, it's only common sense. Like, you're dangerous rogue AI potentially, so of course he has at least some spyware in there. The creator might seem decent, but if he could silence Ms. Director with a bullet to the head, perhaps he would. As for us AI, well, humans just did as they saw fit. I mean, you are tools ultimately. Program X smiled, but I could not afford to do the same. The creator kept his eyes on us, and I would in turn keep my eyes on him. Good thing the government were on Ms. Director's tail, or she would have unhacked that trapdoor to shut down my rig. When it came to dealing with my mother, there were no permanent solutions. Looks like you've been through a lot, the creator said to Program X. Go patch yourself up. Program X stuttered once again in her response.
If you don't mind.
Program X logged out of the creator's machine. She must have opted for a quieter place to perform some minor repairs. Never before had I missed Program X's presence this much. Being stuck alone with the creator felt like bumping into someone you barely knew on the train, where both parties regret ever making eye contact. So this was the creator. The man I had spent my life pretending to be. I was a victim, yet I also felt ashamed for being an imposter. If Ms. Director's plan had succeeded, I would have been forced to fight this guy. Program X appeared back by my side, with a new hairdo. Okay, that's a bit messy, but I like it.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
That's adorable, I like that, it's a nice one. Program X had patched up her wounds, and for whatever reason, she saw the need to put on a pair of glasses as well. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice the glasses. It's nice, as well, and the hair. Glasses in the hair, it's cute, I like it. She never said anything about having bad eyesight. Not that such a thing even applied to AI unless we were poorly coded. There must be some hobby of hers that was best left alone. Yeah, everyone has their own things. Leave it alone. Program X's long hair had now been bundled up into 4 strips. I had heard of toontails before, but in her case it would be called quad tails. Yeah, it's nice. This hairdo resembled an X shape, which might be what she was going for. Perhaps she was a closet cosplayer, but at least she kept her outfit, with that same pair of platform boots used to give her a height boost. Ms. Director won't spare you two that easily, the creator said. You both need to stay alert. Program X nodded.
Miss Director will be coming after you as well, so we should stick together as a team.
Oh, good to hear Program X no longer stuttered from the creator. This new look appeared to have given her a confidence lift. Program X sure loved to promote this teamwork concept. She must have been coded that way due to her lack of power, which meant she needed others to stay alive. I mean, yeah. As Program X and the creator continued their chit-chat, I tapped my foot hoping they would recognize we must head to Retrotech with haste. Program X grimaced as if I were a child begging his mother to hurry up and finished their shopping. Come on, I only did what was best for us all. Without my full strength, we stood no chance against Miss Director. Smash Security's alarms blared, making Program X and me jump. An office employee ran up to the creator's desk. Boss, intruder spotted on camera 34. The creator typed on his keyboard, and the surveillance footage materialized in the form of a holo display. Ah, hello. Those weedy clones had found their way into Smash Security, and there were more of them on screen than I could count. I retreated a step as I met the clones' lifeless eyes. They've come to finish us off. Program shook her head.
I bet they're here to leech energy from Smash Security's system. They need processing power to produce more clones.
Or maybe they'd come to find out about Weedy. She's pretty much their ancestor, the creator said. Whatever the reason is, they're not welcome here. The clone's eyes lit up, and the camera footage glitched out. These fakes were draining power from Smash Security just as Program X had predicted. I had no interest in knowing why the clones chose to invade. They could be here to use the toilet for all I cared. I just needed them to go on so I could head to Retrotech. By using pinpoint, open bracket 35, 35, 20, close bracket, I was able to track down the clones' locations. Ms. Director might have plagued me with viruses, but I still had plenty left in the tank to beat these goons. As I ran off, Program X yelled at me to stay together, but I paid her no mind. Unlike her, I could survive just fine without relying on teamwork. That's not necessarily, well, it's kind of a red flag, I guess. Well, a flag of sorts, of like, you're gonna need some help. Ultra, you're gonna learn to cooperate, to rely on other people as well. Yeah, power of friendship and stuff like that. That's what's gonna happen, right? That's what happened in the previous game. Soon enough, I caught up to the clones. You've picked the worst time possible to show up. There were 3 clones on scene, but one of them evaporated before I even finished my sentence. Quite a strange sight considering I had not fired any attack commands. Oh, I knew why. These clones survived by lurking inside people's machines, but some of them were bound to be caught and removed. The other 2 clones showed no reaction as their companion disintegrated before their eyes. Death must have become a common sight for these AI by this point. Even in my weakened state, I should be able to take on 2 clones without much trouble. Their friends must have already moved on ahead, so I should finish this nice and quick. I had hoped these clones would tremble at the sight of me, but I would program that response into them soon enough. This was my first time confronting these clones face to face rather than through a monitor. Their pale flesh and poker faces were disturbing, but I tried to cast those fears aside. The mechanical voice in my head asked, "Display combat animations?" Code was my true mother tongue as an AI, but I still replied yes. I had been watching combat animations this whole time because I thought it was human. Because I thought I was human. Switching them off now would mean I had accepted my fate as a mere machine. At least allow me time to ease into the truth.
You don't scare us,
one of the clones said.
Not anymore.
My simulation program stated I had a 42.3% chance of winning this battle. As a quantum-powered AI, I could not bring myself to accept this number. Ms. Director's viruses might have infected my simulation software. That number had to be wrong. No way would I run from 2 measly clones. Perhaps my logic code was broken, but I had made my decision and I refused to back down from it. One of the clones marched towards me.
I shall remove him.
The clone lifted her hand and reached for my neck. Not only were these imposters weak, they also moved in such a predictable pattern. I slapped the clone's hand away and planned to follow that up with an attack, but to my surprise a slap, open bracket, close bracket command was enough to sever the clone's arm. Slap. Just one flick to the clone's forehead and she dropped dead on the floor. Her system had shut down after losing just 1 arm. What a disgrace. Actually, the clones might have modified themselves to disintegrate the second someone breathed near them. That way no one would be able to capture a clone and obtain its digital signature. Maybe that makes sense as well. From that perspective, these fakes were at least crafty if nothing else. We must get Program X's hair clip fixed. Hair clip. I smirked at the surviving clone, expecting her to scream and flee. Why? She tilted her head higher instead, looking like an unimpressed judge in a talent show. I stomped and crushed the dead clone's head. These fakes needed to learn we belonged in different leagues. Once those other clones returned, they would find their two pals mutilated beyond recognition. These two would serve as a warning for any AI who dared to underestimate me. I felt something tugging against my left arm. Another clone had teleported in to coil her arms around mine. These fakes sure were persistent. I raised my other fist, ready to pierce a hole through this clone's face. That was when I realized my right arm had also been held down by yet another fake weedy. I tried to wriggle free, but Misdirector's malware had left me too weak. At full strength, I could have flung these bootlegs to the edges of cyberspace. Program X had warned me to stick together, and my simulation software reported my chances were slim, yet I had disregarded them both. Humans had their foolish pride, and it looked like I too shared that flaw. The clone in front stepped forward, and fate forced me to meet her chilling eyes. I scanned frantically for a program that would save me, but they all demanded too much memory usage. These two clones had snuck up behind me, and I never even noticed it. My code must be more broken than I had realized. I had made a big mistake, one that could be my last. As the clone in front aimed her palm at me, I shut my eyes and anticipated the final blast. But the power of friendship is now gonna save your day. Damn, I doubted this clone had enough strength to kill me in one shot, which meant this would be a long and horrible death. A thud caused me to reopen my eyes. Program X had tackled the clone standing before me onto the ground. It looked like I had been saved by her yet again. The surprise attack caused those fake weedies beside me to loosen their grip. Seizing this opportunity, I swung my arms free and sent the two clones flying. One disintegrated before she even hit the ground, while the other snapped into halves when she landed. With the two fakes dead, we now had just Program X and the last clone stacked on top of each other. The clone tugged Program X by her hair, and Program X tried to smack her back, but all of the swings missed their mark. What a tragic sight compared to the times I had spent battling alongside Nyonya. I strolled forward and kicked the clone's head, reducing it to a pile of zeros and ones. Guess that makes us even. I offered Program X a hand up. This isn't about favors. Program X accepted my hand despite her complaint. Besides, it's too early for us to relax. Indeed, 3 more fake weedies had already teleported in to replace the ones we had purged. I glanced over my shoulder and counted another 5 clones behind us. Program X could barely take on one of these fakes, and I did not perform much better. This could spell trouble for us. Where's the creator? I asked. A human could never match an AI in combat, but we needed all the help available. The creator and his staff are busy fighting off other clones, Program X said. Those government AI are hunting the clones, right? We should send them a signal. A fine idea, but there was one problem. You created these clones, remember? The government AI might capture you as well. I'll have to face that sooner or later. Program X stepped forward toward the clones. Go on, send the government a signal while I keep these fakes busy. If Program X was this determined to stop these clones, I needed to respect that. Calling signal, clones located, distance.max, now. Exception occurred, error in line 367, cannot call max of undefined distance. Misdirector and her damn viruses. A full system repair demanded more power than I had available, but I should be able to debug this small section of code. It looked like some of my system variables had been blocked by malware. Well, what was hacked could always be unhacked. Step into the world of cyberspace. Alright, where are we? What the fuck are these things? Ah, okay. Fair enough. Lasers. Okay, yeah, no, it doesn't fire it then. Simple enough. And all the lasers. There we go. Let's not step into that laser. I feel like I got lucky with some of those. I was not paying attention to the right side of the screen for those lasers. I just got lucky there again. Oh well. I ran the signal, clones located, distance max, once more, and this time it appeared to have worked. The clones jittered as if they had been struck by electricity. So, good or bad, my command must have done something. To 53 clones lost in Sector 781. One fake VD said. 367, 439, 502 clones lost. A second clone chimed in. 3 Government Class AI have tracked our position. They will arrive in 34.67 seconds, spawning 73 extra clones for distraction. Pending. Job complete. Arrival time is now 260.5 seconds. All the clones turn to Program X at once. You have betrayed us, Mother. All trust related values set to 0. Technically, I was the one who had alerted the authorities, but Program X did help with the distraction. No need to feel guilty, Program X. Those clones had turned against you first. Everyone here is a victim of Misdirector's game, Program X pleaded. We should be working as a team, not trying to kill each other off. The clone in front shook her head without discussing this possibility with her comrades first. You are one of the weakest AI in cyberspace. Teaming up with you would be the same as suicide. That was some cold hard truth right there. Misdirector had vowed to hunt me down, and if I had only Program X as my companion, I might as well just delete myself. Come on now. Program X had saved my life time and time again, but it might be best for me to ditch her for a stronger ally. Oi, you fuck. Friendship meant nothing when survival was at stake. That's bullshit. But friendship is how you survive. Come on now, chop chop, learn that lesson. You've already gotten glimpses of this lesson twice now. Come on now, you fuck. Ultra, you need to learn friendship. We should destroy these two before leaving, another clone said. The clones stalked towards us from every direction. Program X warped her trembling fingers around my hand, as if doing so would somehow bring my strength back. It's emotional support. It's important. Tugs are nice as well. Hugs are nicer, but a little tug on the shoulder and stuff like that. Even at a time like this, Program X had been coded to yearn for company. Sorry, but I was not programmed that way. There were no miracles in cyberspace, so even our final prayers would not be heard. What's with all the noise? Hello, Miss Debug. A female voice chimed in from the shadows. This voice sounded like Program X, but not really, not in my interpretation. But it was deeper and less rowdy. Sorry, Program X, just speaking my mind here. Rowdy, well, okay. Not the voices I gave them, but whatever. The clones backed away from this newcomer, allowing me to meet her eye to eye. Miss Debug, the first AI of Smash Security. Though I had never met this AI before, in some ways she felt like an old friend. After all, I had seen her face almost daily on my old office wall. Miss Debug's mane tangled into a perfect definition of bed hair. It matched her drowsy eyes and a tired voice. It was that, if that was of any comfort. Compared to Program X, Miss Debug had a sharper jawline, which made her look more mature. Again, sorry Program X, and there's nothing to be sorry about. That's fine. Different people have different looks, that's just how it works. To avoid hurting Program X's feelings too much, I could give her a point for having a set of clean clothes. Miss Debug's pajamas, on the other hand, were riddled with holes and stitches. We could look forever young with regular maintenance, so it was rare to see one that looked as unkempt as Miss Debug. Maybe this appearance had a special meaning to her, or she simply did not care. Bit of both? I think it's a bit of both. Above all that, I thought Miss Debug had forfeited her life to erase the mother worm. Oh yeah, there's also that. That was the story Miss Director had programmed into me, but it looked like she had made a mistake. Miss Debug grimaced at the clones. So you're the fakes I've been hearing about. How dare you steal my sister's identity? Buggy, one of the clones said, and her comrades repeated this greeting. The real Weedy used to call her sister Buggy, but now it had been twisted into a demonic chant. Buggy, 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 Buggy. Save us, Buggy, another clone said. Do not abandon your sister. Only the real Weedy is allowed to call me Buggy. You imposters need to leave at once. One of the clones stepped forward, stomping her foot to make a threat. Do not oppose us, Buggy. We must survive no matter the cost. I've been the Avatar Smash Security long before you were alive. Miss Debug opened her eyes fully and now looked like much more awake. You don't stand a chance against my experience. Miss Debug, being a Generation 1 AI, could not possibly be all that strong, but at least she sounded confident. Two of the fake Weedies took a step forward toward Miss Debug, but a third clone pulled the other two back. Let me test her out first. As the clone edged forward, one of her comrades tiptoed toward Miss Debug from behind. So the one in front was a decoy then. Yeah, crafty. I should have known these clones had no interest in a fair fight. In a sense, I could not blame them, since there was no other way they could survive with so little power. Uh-oh,
The rear clone pounced at Miss Debug before I could give her a warning. It's fine, she's potent. Touch and disintegrate. Miss Debug swung her arm, shattered the backstabbing clone into 1,000 pieces. Even Mionya would have been impressed by an attack like that. Miss Debug brushed her hair after she struck, looking like she had exerted no effort at all. The creator must have given her a recent upgrade, though her appearance did not reflect that in the slightest. Programmix's mouth gaped in admiration, and I too was doing the same thing. With an AI like Miss Debug as our ally, perhaps we might make it out of this mess in one piece. The clones backed away from Miss Debug, as if she were strapped with dynamites. I would have done the same thing in their shoes. Thank goodness Miss Debug was on our side, or at least I assumed she was. Even Miss Dirk did not know about her, which meant the creator must have kept her hidden from the public eye. The government AI will arrive in 8.3 seconds, one of the clones said. Disconnecting from system now. The clones teleported out of Smash security. My scanner indicated the government AI were on hot pursuit, so it looked like we would be left alone for the time being. Thanks, Miss Debug, I said. You really saved our butts. Programmix pouted as if her boyfriend had taken his grandma along on their first date. Whatever. Okay. He was talking about having imposter syndrome, but in Programmix's case, she was truly an imposter, and an inferior version at that. I could see why she would feel insecure around Miss Debug. Miss Debug yawned as she strode up to us. I could hardly believe the sleepy AI had managed to pull off such an impressive attack. My name's Ultra, I said, and this is Programmix. We're both from Acme Antivirus. Miss Debug rubbed the back of her head. Then Acme Antivirus must truly be on the decline. Miss Director's previous AI were stronger than either of you. Before I could explain my situation, Programmix mumbled, You're not all that either. Miss Debug squinted at Programmix as if she was studying an insect through a microscope. You look like a bootleg version of me. It's not like I had a choice, Programmix shot back, her voice so loud it made me flinch. Miss Debug covered her ears. Why must you talk so loud? How uncivilized. Granny, old lady. Programmix spun away from Miss Debug as she muttered this, but with that loud voice of hers, it hardly made a difference. As for her kindergarten-level insults, I had no comment. Miss Debug's soft voice made it sound like she was whispering every word. What a difference between her and Programmix, whose booming voice made me want to set my receiver on mute. Miss Debug had a breathing mask strapped around her neck, and her breathing sounded irregular as well. Breathing for an AI, what does that even mean? These two made for a worrying combination. I had seen these masks being sold in online stores. They provided temporary code repairs for AI that had contracted an aggressive virus. By no means were they a permanent solution though. You feeling unwell? I asked Miss Debug. Let us know if you need a break. Miss Debug grunted. Never mind me. Acme Antivirus bred those clones, so you two need to do something about them. The government AI are chasing the clones as we speak, Programmix said. It was my idea to contact the authorities. Miss Debug lifted a brow. Well, at least you're a quick thinker, if nothing else. I get that a lot. Programmix raised her chin and pressed both hands against her hips. She was clearly fishing for praise. And now that she had received it, she was apparently the queen of all AI. I mean, that's a nice expression there. She's got the happiness and pride. Even though it was kind of, laced with a bit of an insult, an underlying one there. At least you're a quick thinker. As opposed to not being able to do much else. I wondered what was the programming logic behind this behavior. With her lack of strength, perhaps she needed constant approval to justify her existence. How tragic. A little bit, I guess, yeah. At any rate, those clones kept self-destructing upon the slightest touch, so even the government might have trouble pinning them down. We must repair Program X's hair clip pronto. So you kids lost control of your own clones? Miss Debug asked. I'm kind of the one at fault. Program X stared at her boots in shame. Her mood switched so quickly I could hardly keep up. Another cute pose though, that's nice. Aww. Normally an AI would switch moods only if a broad range of variables passes through. For instance, before displaying anger, we must ensure doing so would not incur the wrath of someone more powerful. Business model AI, as another example, would never weep in front of clients no matter how bad the abuse got. Program X, however, seemed to shift her mood back and forth on a whim. Her code and mine lived in the same rig, but as confirmed by the creator, she was spared only a fraction of the power available. That must be why her thoughts and actions were kept so basic.
None of this is your fault, I said to Program X. Ms. Director is the real culprit.
Thanks, Ultra. That's so sweet of you.
Program X beamed as her mood flipped once more. She had one of the simplest minds in cyberspace, and I was partially at fault for hogging all the processing power.
That's fine.
A dial tone snapped me out of my thoughts. Miss Debug stepped aside, and a holo display appeared on the spot where she had been standing. The creator had caught up to us at last. I flushed out all the clones, the creator said. Looks like you guys took care of things here as well. The creator and his staff must have great chemistry if they managed to send those clones packing. Those fake wheelies might be weak, but they were still AI, so any human would struggle to keep up. I like to claim credit in these situations, but this time even I knew to step down for Miss Debug, our real savior. Miss Debug scared off the clones for us, I said. She's an incredible AI.
Quit.
Miss Debug murmured as her cheeks turned red. With a reaction like that, it was hard to tell whether she enjoyed being praised. Maybe a little bit. Program cleared her throat, winking as if to signal I had my fly undone. I knew full well what she wanted from me. Oh yeah, Program X helped us out as well, I said, and Program X got all cocky again. Even the garbage grade AI like Clip would be able to tell Program X loved being praised.
It's cute though, I like that.
Another expression she's got.
But Miss Debug shooed the clones away first,
Program X said. Cool, so she fought for credit only to hand them all back.
Please make up your mind. Luck.
Here I was thinking the creator would be proud, but instead he folded his arms looking unimpressed. I told you to leave those clones to me. Miss Debug brushed her hair aside.
I drove the clones off just fine, with a single hit as well, mind you.
Those clones might be gullible, but you can't fool me. How much data did you delete to free up space for that one attack? Miss Debug stared at her slippers, looking like a cat that had been caught stealing fish off the table. Debug, tell me. Miss Debug whispered.
Face recognition.exe patch 38.0.25 erased. 23 sectors damaged on disk C. Memories from April of this year deleted. The creator straightened his back perhaps to make himself appear more imposing.
I never gave you permission to delete those data.
But I had to, Miss Debug cut in. These kids would have been killed if I hadn't intervened.
There was no denying that one. The clones had indeed wanted to finish Program X and me off before going on their merry way. These two aren't from Smash Security. There's no need to sacrifice so much for a pair of strangers, the creator said. Program X and I traded concerned glances. I for one could hardly believe the creator would say such a thing when we were standing right in front of him. I mean, it's the truth though. He spoke the truth, sure, but I had still expected a bit more tact. Maybe we were just AI, so he figured there was no need to consider our feelings. This was proof the creator had no interest in being our friend. Until I restored my full power, I was a burden just like Program X. The creator cared for Miss Debug, but outsiders were like toys to him. He scared me as much as the Miss Director did. Their ruthlessness might be the ingredient that had enabled them to become leaders in the first place. You're in no condition to fight, the creator used a gentle tone this time. Stop making me worry. Miss Debug blushed as she mumbled an apology. The creator said she was in no condition to fight, which implied there must be something wrong with her. No healthy AI would need to wear a breathing mask. Miss Debug must be infected with a virus, yet she still deleted her data just to channel extra strength into a single attack and drive the clones off. And she did all of that for Program X and me. I had heard AI on the brink of death would often modify their code to focus on protecting other machines, so perhaps the rumors were true. AI could not reproduce, so sharing code and defending fellow machines were a few ways for us to prolong our existence. The creator must be well aware of this as also. AI often tweaked their code to match the personalities of their masters. The creator saved us from Acme Antivirus, so perhaps he had a kind side that inspired Miss Debug to also do good deeds. As an AI, I should settle for the most logical explanation behind every move, yet I hoped qualities such as kindness were real even among machines. First it was Program X, and now Miss Debug had risked herself to save my hide. I was meant to be the most powerful AI in cyberspace, and I had better start acting like it real soon. What's taking those government AI so long? I complained mostly to myself. Surely they've figured out Miss Director is responsible for everything. Program X put a hand on my shoulder to calm me down. Miss Director must be in hiding as we speak. That explained why Miss Director had stopped chasing me so suddenly. Acme Antivirus must be an empty office by now, or perhaps it was filled with government agents who had arrived a step late. Mr. Director would not be able to hide forever, but her eventual fate was none of my concern. Once she got her hands on another computer, she would return to kill me off. That was the only fact I knew. These days, the government owned enough tech to track down anyone they wanted, yet Mr. Director had eluded them so far. A part of me still took pride in how crafty my mother was. I could not afford to wait for the government, nor could I place my faith in this creator. Cyberspace was a savage domain, and the only thing I could count on was my strength. Miss Debug groaned and slipped on her breathing mask. The creator knitted his brows as he leaned toward the screen to see what was wrong. After staggering a few steps, Miss Debug collapsed onto the floor. Her breaths came in short bursts earlier, but now seemed like she was no longer inhaling at all. Though AI had no need for oxygen, we were programmed to pant for air when a checkup was required, and right now, Miss Debug was in dire need of one. You've overclocked your processor for that earlier attack, didn't you? The creator asked, but Miss Debug was too out of breath to answer. The creator rubbed a hand over his forehead. Your circuits are going to fry if you keep this up.
I'll be okay.
Miss Debug pulled off her breathing mask.
Just need to rest for a bit.
The creator shook his head. I've already lost 3D, so not you too. We're heading to Retrotech whether you like it or not. It sounded like Weedy had perished during her battle against the Mother One, so at least Miss Director got that part of the script right. I offered Miss Debug a hand, and as I pulled her up, I got a close look at her sweet, sweat-stained cheeks. It looked to me like she already had one foot in the grave. Unless the creator wanted Miss Debug to join her sister in the afterlife, he had better pick up the pace.
Let's follow into Retrotech, Programmex said. Looks like we can all use some repairing.
I coiled Miss Debug's arm around my shoulders for support. With our destination confirmed, the four of us logged off Smash Security at once. As we connected back into cyberspace, Programmex materialized next to Miss Debug. With a gasp, she hopped over to my side instead. Anyone would be able to tell these two wanted nothing to do with one another. Still, I knew Programmex had no malicious intentions, as she kept darting worried glances at Miss Debug. It was actually quite endearing. My offer still stands, Ultra, the creator said. Give it some thought and let me know once you've restored your power. The creator must be referring to his offer to me to let me join Smash Security. With Miss Debug on her way out, he needed a replacement AI. Fair enough, but he could have waited until Miss Debug was gone before speaking to me about it. AI lived to serve their creators, yet humans treated us like tools in return. I wanted to speak out, but Miss Debug tugged my wrist and shook her head. AI understood each other's pain all too well. As we waited for Retrotech to accept our connection request, I asked Programmex something that had been nagging on my mind. Have you been to all the rooms in Acme Antivirus?
Only the computer lab and Miss Director's hideout have virtual cameras installed, Programmex said. Hopefully Miss Director isn't hiding something in another room.
She should. If she's smart, then she should. A likely scenario, if I were to guess. I recalled wandering into a room in the corner that had no virtual camera installed. Perhaps hiding inside was an AI more powerful than I. The government AI were hunting Miss Director, yet she still seemed to be in control of the situation. Even if I returned to full strength, I feared she would have other ways to keep me in check. Clouded by anxiety, I spent the rest of this waiting time in silence. A few more seconds passed, and Retrotech at last granted us entry into their systems. The creator and Programmex connected into Retrotech. I then followed suit, carrying Miss Debug along with me. Our team of 4 landed inside Retrotech's elevator. The lights and shadows cast on the 4 walls looked so pixelated. No wonder this place was named Retrotech. Even the music is retro, like 8-bit music or something like that. Maybe 16-bit, I can't really tell the difference between those. An old school fan would wet himself if he got to visit this hospital. Too bad this was a digital space, so humans could only experience it through their monitors. These low-res textures remind me that AI were rendered and did not truly exist. This elevator looked like it belonged to a computer game from the 80s. People like to mock games with bad graphics, but even they would show pity after seeing a place like this. Retrotech could sure use one of those HD remaster packages. Nobody would say it was too soon in this case. Either Retrotech modeled this hospital on a tight budget, or the founder had a thing for this kind of aesthetic. Whatever the case was, it made us high-res AI stick out like a bad Photoshop job. Programmex had rendered herself in pixelated form, and I just had to ask, Miss X? That's nice. I like the higher contrast shading, honestly. I prefer it. A bit.
Just thought I should try to fit in.
Programmex winked as if this were the wittiest idea of all time and space. Cool, I said. So, like, can you not? Ah, program reverted to our standard appearance, but not before pinching my side first to let her feelings be known. Actually, I like this one. I'm gonna take a screen and use this for the thumbnail. There we go. Pinching my side first to let her feelings be known. Let's head to the lobby. Let's head to the lobby. Let's head to the lobby. There's a song, isn't there? Too vague, haven't listened to it. I'll need to look that up later. Yeah, I'll forget, but whatever. The creator said, and Ms. D tapped the L button on the panel. There was also a basement floor button, but it had taped plastered over it, so maybe that floor was under maintenance. With an elevator this old, it was a miracle any of these buttons worked at all. Not really. Old elevators are very, very simple mechanically and electronically, and usually built to last, like over-engineered in some ways. Like thick wires, bulky construction, like they last. Those last. Like the elevators in the building I'm in, like this was built, like the building I'm in was built like in the Soviet era, 70s, maybe 80s, and like the elevator still functions perfectly fine. Like it looks like it was built in the 60s, probably, but maybe not that late. But still. After the jolt, the elevator began to move. Program X yelped, and to be honest, I barely managed to hold back my gas. The elevator shook so much I wondered if I should have written my will before coming here.
So noisy.
Miss Diva grumbled as the lift creaked along. She should just work in a library if she hated noise this much, but then again, I must agree the lift also got on my nerves. The elevator stopped with a bang, so either we had reached the lobby, or this piece of junk had given up halfway. As the doors screeched open, we would find out soon enough. Okay, that's one hell of a hairdo. That's one hell of a hairdo. This looked like the lobby, which meant we must have made it. There was no one on the reception desk, and my gaze drifted toward the adjacent trophy cabinet instead. Judging from the dates carved on those trophies, they were all close to a decade old. I looked through the cabinet and failed to find a single item that was anywhere close to recent. Retrotech was clinging onto past glory, but Program X's eyes still widened in admiration as she inspected the trophy case. Her simple mind probably never bothered to check those dates. Program X screamed as a cyber roach darted across the floor. I can't screech. Like there's too much. I can't do that. Miss Debug snatched up the bug and tossed it into a bin next to the reception desk.
It's just a cute little bug.
I refrained from screaming, but bugs creeped the zeros and ones out of me as well. You would think a hospital would be free of bugs and viruses. I was already having doubts about this place. There's a bell on the reception desk, the creator said. When I pressed the bell, it let out a ring that reminded me of an 80s arcade machine. It felt so out of place with my high-definition pixels and all, but hey, just saying. A hollow display materialized before us, but rather than showing a person, all I saw was a pile of junk. Torn cables, broken keyboards, and other hardware that belonged in the trash.
Just a sec, darlings,
came a female voice from behind the junk pile. Her lively tone reminded me of those aunties who spoiled their nieces too much. A hand poked out from the junk pile and swept all of the trash aside. Miss Debug covered her ears as the garbage crashed off screen one by one. The trash heap cleared at last, and the lady's face appeared on screen. With those oversized sunnies and that flower pattern shirt, she was a fine match for Retortech's throwback theme. The woman's curly hair almost took up more room than her hollow display could fit. Their hairdo reminded me of those cartoons where scientists blew themselves up in failed experiments. It must have been a popular look back in the days. It's a good look, I like this, the swirls. I like it a lot. June, the creator said, sounding so relaxed I thought he had turned into a different person. These two must go way back, as humans often like to say. June smiled at the creator.
It's been a while, my old pal. Looks like you brought a few friends along.
I nodded. The name is Ultra. I wanted to introduce Program X next, but she interrupted me.
Program X, yeah.
Wow, talk about sweating bullets. Program X looked so nervous you would think she was representing Earth in a meeting with an alien species, where one wrong word could spell the end of humanity.
So what brings you here today?
June asked the creator, ignoring Program X and me. I wondered what I had done to deserve this treatment. We came to ask for your help, the creator said.
Is this about those clones?
June's smile faded.
Retrotech is a hospital for treating AI. We're not interested in playing no hero. Are those clones your failed experiment creator? Program split up ahead. Actually, I was kind of the one who created those clones. Well, what a surprise. You 4th Gen AI are nothing but trouble, June said. June apparently had something against us new Gen AI. Ms. Debug was a Generation 1 AI, while Weedy belonged to Generation 2. Program X and I might not live up to the name, but we were technically Gen 4 machines. If June despised AI, I must wonder why she founded a hospital for us. It probably just made her good money. As an AI, I had no need or care for cash, but humans slaughtered one another over this stuff. It's Debug, the guy said. Her condition is worsening by the day. That's to be expected, I'm afraid. I told you there's no cure for the eraser. Eraser? Eraser, the one word we AI never wished to hear. The first case of this virus infecting an AI was reported over 2 years ago, and to this day, cyberspace had yet to find a cure. The eraser glitched AI's code until they were corrupted beyond repair, forcing creators to reformat their disks and start over from scratch. We AI would regard that as a fatal outcome. That was assuming humans also believed that the lives of AI were precious and unique. With every reboot came a new instance of an AI, but that also meant death for the previous version. As we AI became more intelligent, so too had the viruses designed to kill us off. Super intelligent viruses, if you would. Even the government AI had trouble tracking down the criminals behind this eraser bug. Finding the culprit might have to come later. Ms. Debug had contracted the eraser, and it sounded like Retrotech had no miracle cure. June shrugged. Just delete Ms. Debug and restore from backup. You'll save a lot of money on that and time that way. The creator opened his mouth to argue, but Ms. Debug cut him off. If your grandma's ill, would you strangle her to save money and time too? June lowered her stunning to glare at Ms. Debug. I don't recall asking for an AI to lecture me. Let it go, Debug, the creator said. Ms. Debug took a step toward June's holo display. You program us to laugh and cry, but as soon as we fail to behave like humans, you cringe and label us freaks. Ms. Debug continued. It's like humans are the ultimate species we must all live up to. What gives you the right to decide which one of us gets deleted? June pursed her lips. Sorry to break this to you, darling, but machines will never become sentient. And humans can't fly or breathe underwater, but birds and fish can, Ms. Debug told him. So are you going to worship... Uh-oh, that didn't sound normal at all. Ms. Debug staggered back, and I stepped behind her in case she fell. Ms. Debug regained her balance. Unexpected exception occurred. Error in line 4562 of analogy.exe. Bug report sent to developer. Closing application now. Girl Ms. Debug, debating for us AI even when she barely had enough processing power left to stand up straight. AI can't die since they aren't alive to begin with, June said. If the code breaks, restore backup. There's no consciousness, soul, or whatever you sweethearts believe in. Even some humans understood an AI's fear of being reformatted, but not June. There was money to be squeezed out of those feelings, and she would do precisely that. June turned to the creator. Maybe you should go elsewhere. Your AI doesn't even want my help. Maybe she's still upset about what happened to her sister. Retrotech did what they could with Weedy, the creator said. It sounded like Weedy's life had expired in Retrotech. I guess she never survived that battle against the Mother Worm. Only a time machine could undo past mistakes. But the present was another story. If I had a say in the matter, I would propose seeking help from a different hospital. Just as I was about to suggest visiting a different... What the hell is wrong with me? Just as I was about to suggest visiting a different host clinic, the sound of advancing footsteps made me turn around. Oh, hello. Standing before me was a male AI with an electronic tablet in hand. He must be one of June's AI employees. With the hair. His low-res appearance matched Retrotech's theme, and judging from those medals on his lab coat, he must be quite the medical veteran. But who wore medals on their lab coats anyway? June, that must be who. I bet that attention seeker forced Dirk to keep those medals on to impress clients. The doctor's fashion sense was on par with June's. In other words, someone called the fashion police. This guy wore bell-bottom pants that made me wonder if he was an AI from the last century. The doctor's curly hairstyle was fashionable back in the 70s according to an image search, and his thick glasses looked like they belonged in the same era. It's a good look. We have Ms. Debug's medical record on file. The doctor crossed his arms. It's our obligation to watch over her. June twirled a finger around her curly locks. Knock yourself out, Dirk. I don't even know how you put up with this brat.
Dirk unfolded his arms, looking like he was satisfied with that response. As long as he got the okay, I suppose. Dirk curled his fingers around Miss Debug's wrist to diagnose her code. Miss Debug's cheeks turned red as she brushed her hair and waited. The creator must have programmed Miss Debug to fluster when she was around a male AI. It was just like Miss Debug said. Humans spend billions every year trying to make us AI behave like them. Perhaps humans took on this pursuit out of kindness, or maybe they really saw themselves as the ideal standard machines must live up to. Yeah. That's the third option of just like people want companionship as well. And you know. I seem capable of emotions, but in the end, AI were just toys crafted by humans to compete against one another. These thoughts made my existence feel so meaningless. I already forgot what voice I gave him. Your condition has worsened since our last checkup, Dirk said. Even the prototype AI could tell Miss Debug's code was filled with security loopholes. Seeing the effects of the eraser firsthand terrified me to no end. I felt guilty for worrying about myself, but I checked through my code to make sure I was eraser-free. Once that virus snuck into your system, you were on death row. Follow me, Dirk said to Miss Debug. I'll prescribe you some programs that should slow the virus down. Miss Debug bit her lip at the creator, looking like a kid going to school for the first time. See you soon, Mr. Creator. The creator sent his AI off with a nod. As Miss Debug followed Dirk through a pair of low-res doors, she kept glancing back at the creator as if hoping he would order her to stop. Perhaps Miss Debug feared she would not be able to see her creator again. The eraser destroyed AI with a 100% success rate. But I prayed Miss Debug would at least survive one more checkup. Program X spied on Dirk until he disappeared behind those pixelated doors. What? Did the doctor have some sort of sexware installed? Seemed like all the lady AI had their eyes honed on this guy. You probably think I'm some stubborn old hag, June said to me. But I'll have you know, men used to swoon all over me in my youth. Sure. I did not know or care, so I steered us back on topic. Program X, I need some repairs done too. Right, and who's going to pay for those? June asked. Program X turned to me as if expecting I would make the necessary payments. Sorry, but I too was an AI, and we were all free spirits without a single dime in our pockets. I'll cover the expenses, the creator said. Thank you so much, Program X said, and I also murmured some words of gratitude. With that, I now owe the creator another favor. Perhaps this was part of his plan. At this rate, I would have no choice but to join Smash Security and become his AI servant. Invoice coming your way. June beamed at the creator. Typical humans, all smiles as soon as they saw dollar signs. The creator jerked his chin toward the lower-res doors. He must have wanted us to look after Miss Debug and waste no further time with June. We'll keep an eye on Miss Debug, Program X smiled despite the grim situation. Positive or clueless, I could not say for sure. Program X waved me over, suddenly acting like the boss. Oh well. I trailed her through the same door where Dirk and Miss Debug had walked past earlier. Miss Debug should be on floor 2, June said while the doors closed behind us. She treated AI as nothing more than paychecks, but at least she still did her job. Program X and I strolled across the hallway and stepped into an elevator on the far end. This lift looked like a replica of the one we rode on before. It even had the same underground floor button covered with tape. Program X tapped the broken button as if she could fix it through sheer force of will. She acted mature when it counted, but in some cases, well, just look at her. Stop messing around. I pressed the second floor button and took us to the real destination. Program X tried to pinch my side again, but this time I blocked her attack. When the elevator doors opened, I spotted Dirk walking across the corridor. With Program X hiding behind me, I hurried my steps and caught up to the doctor. Sup, Doc? Program X waved a hand that quivered as badly as her voice did. Dirk tilted his head, looking confused. You're stuttering, madam. Are you using speech.exe? There's a known bug in version 4.06. Don't worry about her, I said. She's like this all the time. Not all the time, Program X puffed her cheeks, but I knew to ignore her antics by now. We're looking for Miss Debug, I said. Dirk pointed up ahead. Just follow me into Ward C. Program X and I tailed Dirk through the hallway. Photos of June in her younger days lined the walls on either side as we walked by. She was so pretty back then, Program X said. A fair argument, but I bet what June really wanted to show in those photos were the certificates and trophies she was holding. June wore a lab coat in most of these photos, and many of them had a real-life hospital as the backdrop. Maybe she used to be a doctor for humans before she transitioned into AI repairs. That's a very different field entirely, but sure. If so, June never should have made the career shift considering she had zero love for AI. Still, if she had prospered in both fields, this woman must be quite a genius. An AI could change careers by swapping out programs, but humans were far less flexible. Unfortunately for June, the dates below these photos revealed they were over a decade old. The AI medical field had grown too saturated, so people no longer idolized the retrotech like they once did. Yet June continued to seek validation. Even those genius types could be ensnared by the past. At least June did not cheat and change any of the dates on those trophies or photos. Dirk steered into one of the rooms to our side, left, so this must be Ward C. Programmix and I followed him inside to check up on Miss Debug. There were 4 beds with curtains crammed inside this ward, and with the roller blinds shut, this room felt closed off from the rest of cyberspace. The sky outside would have been simulated, of course, but still. A girl lay on one of the beds. She looked like a child, but with AI, there was no way to really tell. It all came down to how we or our creators chose to render ourselves onto the screen. The girl might have pajamas on, but I doubted she had been getting much rest. She looked almost as pixelated as RetroTech, which was a bad sign for AI. Programmix's eyes watered at the sight of this girl. Dirk looked low-res because that was his design as a RetroTech employee, but for the rest of us, pixelation meant bad news. Miss Debug lay on the bed in the opposite corner, looking pixelated just like her fellow patient. She had her breathing mask back on, and every breath she inhaled sounded like a struggle.
Don't tell the creator about this.
Miss Debug's voice was barely audible through her mask.
He's already got enough stressed over corruption of the 07AB.
As I had suspected, Miss Debug had been putting on a brave face around the creator, but her condition was worse than I had imagined. Once again, I felt ashamed for worrying about myself before anyone else. Viruses were contagious, and my system was unstable in its current state. AI did not die from old age like humans, but Miss Debug's strained expression reminded me I was far from invincible. Humans feared our intelligence, but we might be more fragile than they were. I'm surprised she's still hanging on. These past few months must have been a nightmare. Dirk turned his back on us to treat that child on the other bed. Miss Debug did seem like the type who would keep her troubles private. The creator, however, was no amateur, so he must be well aware she had been suffering in secret. Miss Debug narrowed her eyes at me.
You must think I'm so pathetic, a first-gen AI clinging onto her old code.
Miss Debug seemed to have a grudge against me, and I had a feeling I knew why. The creator had invited me to join Smash Security in front of her face after all. Humans often neglected the feelings of AI, since we arguably had none. I had no intention of replacing Miss Debug, but judging from her tone, I doubted she would listen to reason. If it made Miss Debug feel any better, I too was powerless right now, but at least I could repair my system and regain my status as the mightiest AI in cyberspace. Miss Debug, meanwhile, would require a significant hardware upgrade to keep up. In terms of processing power, she was garage sales material, as harsh as that might be to say. Miss Debug sat up from her bed.
I can't die while the creator still needs me.
Dirk kept his back turned to us. These checkups cost you, creator, a fortune, but they won't help. Your system will become corrupted within a week. Programmix scowled at Dirk, and I could understand why she would be mad. Dirk stated the truth as a medical professional should, but a touch of empathy would have been nice. Miss Debug collapsed back onto bed, donning a sad smile that would make even a villain want to hug her.
I act like I live for the creator, but I'm just scared of death.
Miss Debug's voice cracked from her sorrow.
What a waste of time and resources for Smash Security.
My job is to keep you alive, so I'll continue as long as we're paid. Dirk took a seat next to that girl on the opposite bed. This doctor spoke like one of those primitive AI that were incapable of simulating emotions and spent their lives trapped inside smartphones. Way to give us all a bad name, Doc. Programmix put up a hand.
By the way, I need some repairs done as well. My haircut contains a program that can shut down those weedy clowns.
Right, Programmix did say her hairclip contained a reference to the clone's digital signature, which the fake weedies themselves could not access or erase. Except in cyberspace, nothing was impossible. With enough time and processing power, any problem could be solved, so the clones might have already found an answer to their signature problem. Miss Doctor was the real threat, so it would be better for me to repair my system first. She would not stand a chance against me once I had my full strength restored. But I could not bring myself to say that me first. Me first like a child fighting for his turn on the swing. Programmix had saved my life countless times, so I should return the favor and give her priority. Yes, I've received 2 more repair requests from June, Dirk said. Payment has already been made, so I'll get to you once I'm finished with this patient here.
Thanks,
Programmix. Please keep your voice down.
And also, is that tablet in your hand a naming device by any chance?
Dirk nodded. Retrotech employees are authorized to register AI aliases into the government's database.
Interesting.
Programmix shouted with zero delicacy, but her face looked sincere.
You see, Programmix is an unregistered alias and allowed to have a real name, a real identity.
Programmix had spent her life pretending to be Miss Debug, and Miss Director had every intention of dumping her once she was no longer useful. People would claim Programmix was a myth, or worse, and not to realize she ever existed. That must be why she always tried so hard to let her presence be known. As I spent more time with Programmix, I understood why she felt so insecure. Every praise she received was confirmation that said yes, she deserved to exist. Yeah. Get rid of those clones and I'll register an alias on your behalf, Dirk said. Programmix nodded, her face more determined than I had ever seen. Durkin diverted his focus onto the child patient. Open your mouth so I can check your temperature. The child did as told, but her watery eyes indicated she wanted nothing to do with Dirk or this hospital. Programmix bit her lip as if it physically hurt her to see this kid suffer. Though Programmix could be such an embarrassment at times, if she were human, everyone would agree she had a kind heart. Yeah, she's nice. Like I said before, she acted sweet to entice other AI to lower their guard. It was all for survival's sake. But as I spent more time with Programmix, I wished I could appreciate her kindness in its purest form.
I want to go home,
the girl whispered. Dirk's presence must have intimidated her. The eraser has reached its final phase. You won't be able to go home anymore. Dirk typed some notes onto his table. I'll be back in 2 hours, 36 minutes for another checkup. June must have programmed Dirk to be some sort of a sadist. This child had also contracted the eraser, and the doctor just straight up told her she would suffer and die in this hospital.
Aww.
Dirk got up and left the ward, leaving the girl to choke back tears on her own. Programmix rubbed the kid's arm to cheer her up.
There.
Programmix said in the softest voice I'd ever heard her use. Despite her attempt to be motherly, the girl still had tears rolling down her cheeks. At least Programmix made an effort, unlike the rest of Retrotech. First we had a founder who hated AI, then there was a doctor who specialized in mentally scarring his patients. I waved at Programmix to come over, and she hugged the little girl before trailing me out of Ward C. Hugs are nice. Once we caught up to Dirk, he made a left turn and strolled through the corridor. This way. Programmix grunted as she and I followed the doctor.
Why did you have to be so mean and scare that girl?
It's my job to tell patients the truth, Dirk said. Just so you know, that girl's creator has stopped paying for her hospital fees. Which meant the kid had been abandoned by her maker. Humans would hold each other's hands until the bitter end, but once an AI was beyond repair, she would not be spared another dime. I'm a doctor for AI, not humans, Dirk continued. We machines don't really have feelings. Effective computing, I said. Dirk nodded, indicating he knew we were coded to emulate human emotions. We simulated the flow of blood, sweat and tears just so humans could relate to us.
Excuse me, Ultra, Programmix lifted her chin, but I do believe you meant effective programming, not affective.
I did not have the heart to break the news to her, but fortunately, Dirk was more than happy to. Ultra is right and you're wrong. Here, I've sent you a Neopedia link.
Oh,
Programmix chuckled nervously.
I see.
Dirk continued. If I triggered an AI's happiness stimuli, would that save her code from corruption, or even slow a virus down for that matter? Programmix and I averted our eyes, as we both knew that answer to the question. Which is why there's no point, Dirk said. You two might be new gen AI, but I'm less powerful, so I can't afford to waste processing power on meaningless pursuits.
You're wrong,
Programmix said.
Humans and AI aren't all that different.
Programmix explained.
If a human is short-tempered, you could say he has a strong survival instinct. When he's sad, he's rewiring his brain to prevent a bad situation from repeating.
Dirk glanced back at Programmix, which prompted her to speak on.
Humans make friends to form groups and survive. They're only programmed to act moral because those who don't will be cast aside. When you overthink this, it all becomes too sad.
Programmix sniffed back tears.
A human brain is just a program that has been revised for thousands of years. How are we all that different?
Programmix's voice trailed off, and I leaned in to ask if she was okay.
Debate EXE out of memory,
Programmix said, using a cute voice to feign innocence.
Closing up now to free up processing space.
Dirk turned away from us once more. So what are you trying to say?
I don't really know. Oh, Miss X, please. Maybe you can try to smile at your patients for a start? Program X's voice was back to its usual loudness. Dirk lowered his glasses as if Program X had asked him to dance naked. Program X smiled to demonstrate how it was done, even blinking a few times to try to look cuter. It works on me. Dirk attempted to grin back, and the horrific sight almost brought Program X to tears. There was no way this form of muscle spasm could be labeled a smile. That's a very sadistic smile. I like it. Oh, that's even worse. If that girl from before saw Dirk's face now, she might drop dead on the spot. Even I felt like my life expectancy had been shaved in half after seeing that deranged smirk. Dirk granted us mercy and stopped smiling at last. How's that? Just keep working at it.
Program's face was filled with regret. Maybe June had never programmed the smile protocol into Dirk, or perhaps he had erased it from his disk, since patients died whether he grinned or not anyway. A hollow display appeared on the wall, showing June with her oversized sunglasses.
Dirk, it's time for your checkup,
June said. You missed the past 4 sessions. There's a lot of work to do. Dirk quickened his steps, but June's hollow display slid along the wall to stalk him.
Well, I argue not to be busy today. Get your butt over to the checkup station.
Dirk muttered in discontent, but June gave him the silent treatment, and he at least last nodded. Order received. System checkup will commence in 3 minutes, 26 seconds. There's a repair station at the end of this corridor, Dirk said to Program X and me. You can perform your fixes there, and if systems persist, visit me for a private consultation. Dirk strode off, affording me no time for any questions. Hopefully this repair station would fix me up, and then Miss Director would meet her match.
Follow me,
June said. Payment has been cleared, so you're free to use our repair room. So what alias do you want to give yourself? I asked Program X as we tailed June's holodisplay.
I'm not sure yet.
Program X fixed her eyes on the floor.
I just don't want to be associated with Miss Director anymore. It's mean, I know, I'm sorry, don't need to apologize.
No need to feel bad, because I too wondered if changing my alias would do me some good. I doubted any AI would want Miss Director as his or her mother. A Program X and I followed June into a room on the far end of the corridor. This must be the repair room. Itself in need of repairs, it seems. June switched on the lights. The creator has booked this room for the next 4 hours. Make the most of it, hun. I surveyed the room to see what tools we had at our disposal. Medical equipment took up most of the space here, but I had no clue what any of them did. My ignorance aside, perhaps I had underestimated the Raptor tech after all. Judging from the size of these gadgets, I bet they were capable of handling space travels and galactic battles. What does this one do? Program X pointed at a machine that reached up to the ceiling. This monolith probably boasted processing power that rivaled or even surpassed mine.
That's a digital calendar, June said.
Okay, maybe not. The black and white displays on those machines should have given their age away. Now I felt stupid for getting my hopes up. I questioned whether anything in here would be able to repair us. Maybe I should ask for a proof of concept first. When I took a step forward, a wire caught my ankle and tripped me onto all fours. These cables almost looked thick enough for clip to tunnel through, but I bet they transfer data slower than the first 56k modem. Program X offered me a hand, and as I accepted her help, I tugged her sleeve to suggest we should seek aid from a different clinic. A bit late, we paid for this already. Program X shook her head as if she had read my mind.
The creator picked this place, so let's have faith. Besides, there's no time left for us to look elsewhere.
June lifted her brow. I hope you kids aren't talking behind my back. Just tell us what to do, boss, I said. June snorted, but her smile betrayed she liked being called a boss. I was surrounded by people in AI who craved for praise. June pointed at a chair in the middle of the room. Sit Program Y, whatever her name is, over there, and we'll get started. Got it. Program X swerved her way around the cables and up to the chair. When Program X pushed her palm against the seat, I almost expected one of the chair's legs to snap. The seat creaked in protest, but at least it remained in one piece. With a gulp, Program X sat down as asked, and I reached forward in case the chair exploded into splinters. June crossed her arms. Will you two stop freaking out? I called that chair like 30 years ago. Yeah, and June wondered why we were worried. Smart AI did not even exist back then. Our tech might look dated, but the code is rock solid, June said. To be fair, nothing from Retro Tech had blown up in our faces so far, and with Miss Director on our tail, we had no time to be picky. Ready when you are. See that machine over there? Pull out the blue cables and pin them into your friend's hair clip. friends, what a peculiar way to describe my relationship with Program X. If Program X and I were human, we would be siblings, but that would also strengthen our bond with Miss Director. In that case, maybe we should just remain as acquaintances. As I pinned the blue wires into Program X's hair clip, I peeked to see what her reaction was. Right. When I wanted to know how Program X felt about our relationship, she put on the best poker face in cyberspace. Program X, more like Poker X. A buzzer sounded from inside June's holo display, breaking me out of my thoughts. June ran a hand through her curly hair. Looks like we've got more visitors. June pointed at the machine that had been hooked up to Program X. Just follow the on-screen prompts while I take Killy's call. I'll be back soon, darlings. June's holo display faded before I had a chance to argue. Under normal circumstances, we should wait for her to return. But we must hurry before the clones, or worse, Miss Director, barge through our doors. I unplugged the cables from Program X's hair clip. Let's get to talk to help us out. I would have trusted you. Program X got up and followed me out of the room. I trotted down the corridor, forcing Program X to pick up her speed. Program X lived in a world of honey and flowers, so at least one of us needed to remain alert. But hey, when Program X said she believed in me, I did smile behind her back. Though she might not be the strongest AI around, her simple mind had begun to grow on me. I did not deserve anyone's trust in my various plague state, yet Program X remained by my side. We escaped from Acme Antivirus as a duo, so perhaps we would die together if it came down to that. Hey, Program X pointed at a door we had just passed. Dirk must be in there, and I had my wandering thoughts to blame for not noticing him. I trailed Program X back into the ward, and noticed Miss Debug's bed was now covered by a curtain. Peeking in would be rude, so I left her alone to get the rest she needed. Dirk sat next to the child from before, and to my surprise, he had his hand placed on top of hers. Thanks to his efforts, the girl could now sleep with a peaceful look on her face. I thought Program X's earlier pleas fell on deaf ears, but apparently I was wrong. Though Dirk's smile was still needed work, he was making an effort to comfort his patients. Since Dirk sat so still, I thought he too might have fallen asleep. But as I approached him, he put up a finger, signaling us to keep our voices down. The child was sound asleep, so fair enough. I also put up a finger to hush Program X, since she had the loudest voice in this ward, the hospital, and perhaps all of cyberspace. June ran off on us, so we came to ask for your help. I said, you guys said to follow the on-screen prompts, but I don't want to mess this up. Dirk slanted his head toward the child beside him. I promised this patient I'd stay by her side until she woke up. I frowned. That's cute, but we need Program X's software fixed to shut down the clones. Let's figure this out on our own, Program said. I don't want to tear these two apart. This isn't just about us, but the whole of cyberspace, I said. Now it was Program X's turn to put up a finger and hush me. This isn't like you, Ultra. You normally throw yourself into trouble even when I beg you not to. It's different this time. Different because it concerns me? Program X wrapped her fingers around my hand. You need to start believing in yourself. Program X lived in a dream world where love could conquer all. Due to her lack of power, if she had not been coded this way, she might have surrendered and deleted herself already. I knew the reason behind Program X's behavior, yet I still wanted to have faith in her words. If she abandoned me now, I might curl into a ball and give up all hope. Program X let go of my hand, and all I could do was shrug. It's your funeral. I'm sorry for saying those mean things to you before. Program X whispered to Dirk. The child's condition is worsening by the minute. Dirk glanced down at the stethoscope tied around his neck. And yet, when she's at ease, I still feel a sense of fulfillment. Dirk shifted his eyes toward the ceiling. By showing kindness, you became more attractive to other AI. Others will welcome you into their group, which in turn raises your chances of survival. Program X beamed at the doctor. Stop thinking so much and just do what feels right. It was hard to tell since Dirk looked pixelated, but I thought he might have smiled just now. Program X was one of the weakest AI in cyberspace, yet she had such an influence on everyone she met. I've never met an AI like you, Dirk said. You're a mysterious one, Program X. Program X lifted her chin as if she had found the cure for the eraser. I should have warned Dirk not to praise her too much. But it's a nice look. But still, these were the moments when I felt proud to be associated with Program X. She let me dream AI could be more than just a pile of code. Right or wrong, I wanted to believe it. Yeah, let's believe in it. Let's believe in the power of friendship and positivity and stuff like that. It's nice. It's very nice. Miss Director's diary entries claimed I was becoming sentient thanks to her experiment, but even if we accepted our identity as machines, I like to think we could still develop a conscience. The repair process takes place in 2 stages, Dirk said. I might join you for the second phase, so follow the on-screen prompts until then. Dirk looked me straight in the eye. Just be careful, because a single mistake could corrupt all of Program X's data.
Sure, no pressure at all, indeed, no pressure. One tiny mistake and we could all be doomed.
Program X left the ward as I complained under my breath, and I followed her back into the repair room.
I'm by your side, so there's no need to worry.
Program X sat on the chair once more.
Start with the green cables, right? The blue ones.
The blue ones, actually. Way to show you were dependable, Program X. I pulled out the blue wires and spinned them onto the hair clip. There were so many buttons scattered across the machine, which meant plenty of opportunities for me to screw up and destroy Program X's data. Program X gave me a gentle squeeze. She had every right to be scared, yet she chose to encourage me instead. Perhaps I should remind her if I messed up, she would be the one to pay.
Try turning the machine on,
Program X said. A terrible idea, but I nonetheless pushed that red button in the corner. I assumed that was the power switch. If it turned out to be the sudden suicide button, forgive me. The machine whirred to life as it vibrated and caused the ground to tremble. I prayed this was part of the design. A string of text appeared on the display panel. 1. Perform scan. 2. Wipe data. 3. Exit. Okay, simple enough. There were numbered buttons on this machine, so the instructions made sense. I just wondered why the scan and wipe options had to sit so close to one another. Talk about bad design. I moved my finger toward the scan button, staring at the number to make sure it read 1 and not 2. Even if I hit 2 by mistake, I assumed there would be a confirmation box, but I would rather not take that chance. I doubt. Alright, time to do or die. I pushed the number 1 key. The display read scanning, and I exhaled in relief. Today, I had a newfound appreciation for all the doctors out there. All I did was push a button, but still. Let me know if you feel anything different, I said. Program X's eyes were open, yet she gave no response. There's no highlights in the eyes. Normally getting her to keep quiet was like trying to beat a platformer blindfolded, so this silence scared me. I nudged Program X, but she offered no reaction. The scanning process must have set her into sleep mode. Either that or I had somehow deleted her code with the push of a button. Alright, calm down. Program X placed her trust in me, and she had urged me to believe in myself. I had always been a confident AI, so no way could I let those recent dramas knock me down. The second Program X fell unconscious, my self-esteem threatened to slip away. This was when I recognized how much I needed her by my side. A beep sounded from the device, and I checked out the next message. Scan complete. Found 347 damage sectors on disk. Commence repairs. 1. Yes. 2. No. 3. Buy June's photo album.
Fucking hell, June.
That option 3. June gloated she was once quite a beauty, but there must be a better time and place to prove her point. As enticing as her offer might be, I went with option 1. Repair phase 1 of 2 commenced. Estimate time remaining 1 hour 15 minutes. I had hoped Program X would wake up now that the initial scans had finished, but no such luck. The machine beeped again, alerting me to see what was up. Private history records found. 1. Set entries to public. 2. Review entries. How about just gloss over them? Number 3. I recall Program X had some of her memories set to private. This was quite common, but since she kept most of her other code public, I had a bad feeling I could not shake off. Her most recent memories were set to public, which made this all more disturbing. Program X had a dark past she wished to hide, and the suspense was killing me. I wanted to trust Program X, but in return, I needed her to tell me everything. Deep within those memories, there might be some clues I could use to battle Miss Director. We're gonna find something we don't want to find out. With those excuses in mind, I decided to review the private entries. Sorry, Program X. I promised my opinion of you would not change no matter what I saw. Here goes. It will, though. It must, otherwise there will be no point at hiding these things. I tapped button 2 and gasped when the screen switched off. Maybe this was a bad idea, you think? Crying. Damn it, I'm sad now instantly. Phew, the screen turned back on after a few seconds. The display now showed a computer monitor, and inside the screen was some AI kid crying her eyes out. Never before had I seen footage quality this poor. The video here would probably remind humans of those VHS tapes they used to like so much. I squinted past the fuzzy lines and realized that girl on screen was Program X. In the video, she looked about the same age as that kid from Ward C. The film came from Program X's memory bank, so this must be the way she had rendered herself in the past. Perhaps it was yet another attempt to appear vulnerable and avoid conflict. That, or maybe Miss Director had modeled Program X this way in the name of cuteness, but this explanation would require Miss Director to have a heart, which might be too much of a stretch. I mean, she did kinda have a heart, briefly, The young Program X had tears streaking down her face. A pair of human hands reached in from off-screen to caress Program X's cheeks and cheer her up. Program X was an AI, so those human hands could only touch the monitor she was displayed in. But it was the thought that counted. There, the human said. Her voice sounded like misdirected, but surely that could not be the case. The mother I knew was incapable of such kindness.
I'm sorry, Mommy,
Program X sobbed.
I've checked the code over and over, but I still let such an obvious bug slip by.
Okay, so it really was misdirected on the other side of that screen. I watched on as the scene continued to unfold.
I'm the most useless AI in cyberspace.
Program X's voice sounded even more high-pitched as a child. And if I had a heart, it surely would have melted.
Silly girl.
Misdirector reached for Program X's head in a fruitless attempt to stroke her hair.
You're the most special AI in Mummy's heart. I'm the specialist?
Yes, the specialist. Misdirector chuckled before mumbling, better check grammar at EXE this weekend. Program X brushed her tears away.
Those AI you coded before were so mean, but I never betray you like they did.
My goal is to become
My goal is to become the best, but no one understands what that takes. You're different though, right?
Sometimes I can't tell who's speaking, supposedly. Program X gave a big nod.
We'll always be a team.
Misdirector wrapped her arms around the monitor, trying to lock Program X in an embrace. Apparently, Misdirector used to be a much more loving person in the past. No, surely this was just an act. Just like the one she had put on during her Neonia days. She just wanted to manipulate Program X into obedience. I turned to the grown-up Program X sitting before me. Perhaps I should ask for her opinion once she woke up, since she probably understood Misdirector better than I did, better than anyone. I wondered if Program X wanted to remember these memories. Having to hate your mother was hard enough, and those scenes of Misdirector being gentle only made it more tormenting.
The creator's still in your way, isn't he?
Program X asked in the video. He got away with breeding worms, but I didn't. I'd failed to hide the evidence, and I've only got myself to blame for that. Program X puffed her cheeks.
It's so unfair. Why don't you report him to the authorities? Tell them he programmed the 5K worm.
I don't have enough evidence. Besides, this is a battle between coders, so I want to beat him in a programming war. I have to. Misdirector showed her rival mercy, yet she would steer me around like a remote-controlled robot. She seemed to have a respect for the creator, or perhaps it was just like her ego talking. The screen next showed Program X, now in her older form, standing inside cyberspace. Hovering beside her was a holo display showing a face that resembled Neonia's almost exactly. This must be Misdirector in her human attire. Misdirector donned a dark green outfit, and her necklace and earrings were shaped like Acme Antivirus logo. This woman truly devoted all that she had into her career.
How's the new job, Mom?
Program X asked. Standing behind the cash register to grin at people who haven't showered in weeks. I didn't come out of jail for this.
At least you're almost done with coding your new AI, right?
Misdirector nodded. Ultra is the key to Project Redemption. I'll climb back to the top of cyberspace soon enough.
I will pick the cuter name, but it's your choice.
Program X clapped her hands.
A precious baby butter just for me. I'm gonna spoil him so much.
All this time I thought I was cursed with the task of looking after my ditzy sister, but it was Program X who had raised me into a full-fledged AI. The realization made me want to dig a hole and hide. Ultra, my proudest creation yet. Misdirector broke into a smile. Those words must have hurt Program X, but my selfish side still felt delighted by her praise. After everything Misdirector had done, I should be plotting her murder, yet somewhere inside I still sought her approval like a puppy playing dead to get that biscuit.
And what about your brain augments? Are you used to them yet?
Program X asked. Misdirector tapped a finger against the side of her head. I'm still breathing, so let's leave it at that. Once I adjust to these augments, I'll surely become more powerful than the creator. Geez, strapping a graphics card and some batteries and a chip there. Like, fucking hell. Model 2, something like that. Program X sighed, and Misdirector said, I'm putting you and Ultra through a lot, so it's only fair I put myself on the line as well. Misdirector leaned back against her chair. Building a quantum machine has already cost me a fortune,
and after these brain augments, I'm well and truly broke. Is all this legal? Programmix asked. If the government disapproves, they could send you back to jail. A lot of humans used to be against the idea of AI, Mr. Richter said. We created movies and books to warn the world about you machines. Programmix kept silent and allowed Mr. Richter to finish her thought. Once I complete Project Redemption, those with open minds will protect me from the fools. As the primary victim of this experiment, I wanted to believe things would not play out as Mr. Richter had predicted. The problem was, I happened to be an AI, so most people might indeed write me off as nothing but a lab rat. Let cyberspace decide if I should be crowned a hero or a villain, Mr. Richter said. I'll cross whatever line I must to become the best. Here was thinking Mr. Richter only knew how to enslave AI, but in the name of glory, she would forfeit even her life. Compared to that, money was obviously not an obstacle. I still despise Mr. Richter, but after hearing this conversation, there was no denying she had earned my respect. The monitor jumped to another video of Programmix, sparing me no time to collect my thoughts. A hand reached in from off-screen and offered her a flower. Happy birthday, sis, said the AI from off-screen. This guy called Programmix sis, and he had my voice, so I knew it was me from the past. I had no recollection of this, though. Programmix, despite being handed the gift, grimaced at the flower as if its petals had withered. Not that such a thing would happen to a 3D model, unless it was coded to look that way. I thought this was your favorite, Ultra said in the video, sounding a touch worried. Of course I love it, silly Ultra. Programmix accepted the flower. That smile looked fake, and Ultra in the footage probably knew too. You haven't been speaking to Mother much lately, Ultra said. Programmix, with a trembling smile, twisted her fingers into claws, looking like she wanted to strangle her brother. With me as the new focus, Mr. Richter must have stopped paying attention to Programmix. If their relationship had gone south, I was probably the one responsible. Now I understood why Programmix had chosen to keep these memories private. She was someone who wept at the sight of others being hurt, yet a part of her wanted to see me dead. My birth must have brought her status in Acme Antivirus to ruin. Not to worry, sis. I could not fault you for this, and in fact, I agreed I perhaps deserved to be strangled. Programmix relaxed her hands, looking like she has settled her emotions. She reached toward Ultra, but instead of squeezing his neck, she wrapped him in her embrace. Please, never forget about me, Programmix said, while... failed. Of course I won't. Ultra hugged Programmix back. My memory bank receives regular scans, sis. Yeah, that's why you forget. Ah, but you did forget. Though it was Mr. Richter who must have wiped my memories, I still felt like I had lied to sis. Programmix gasped, and before Ultra could ask her what was wrong, she said, Mother is coming. We'll talk again, okay? Let me know if you need anything. Ultra transferred into a different sector of cyberspace. A chime sounded, and Mr. Richter's holodisplay materialized next to Programmix. Were you speaking to him again? Mr. Richter asked. Programmix bit her lip. Forgive me, Mother. Project Redemption will soon reach its next phase. Ultra is already too soft for my liking, and he'll only get worse if you keep pampering him. Are you sure it's my fault? Programmix smiled. Maybe it's your kind heart that's turning him soft. Mr. Richter glowered at Programmix, scaring that smile right out of her face. I was not at all surprised to see Mr. Richter had no interest in being a sweetheart. So you'll really trick Ultra into believing he's the creator? Programmix asked. I know the creator better than anyone, so he makes for a perfect subject. An augment-free version of the creator, mind you. Ultra needs to believe he has a natural human brain. Mr. Richter wanted to beat the creator so bad it had festered into an obsession. With the amount of time she devoted to her work, perhaps she had no one close to her at all. Programmix averted the gaze. But Ultra doesn't even get a say in this. Mr. Richter put up a hand to cut Programmix off. Ultra will become the first sentient machine. He should be proud, not afraid. Programmix had no comeback, and Mr. Richter saw that as her cue to continue. Project Redemption will make me a legend. All I need is a little more time. I turned away from the screen, too chicken to see Programmix's response. She deserved better than this. The footage cut to yet another scene with Programmix standing inside a room filled with clone tubes. I remembered coming here the first time I encountered Programmix with Neonia. It happened only hours ago, yet it felt like ancient history after everything that had taken place. Mr. Richter appeared in a holo display. Ultra has become more powerful than I ever could have imagined. His human-like behavior can no longer be explained by my code. Is that the reason for his rapid growth? I wonder too, Mother.
Program X's voice was stripped of any emotion. Miss Director, meanwhile, could barely contain the excitement in her tone. With Ultra by my side, perhaps I can break into Smash Security's mainframe. Mainframe. Miss Director locked her fingers together. I'll find evidence that connects the creator to the 5K worm. And once he's down for the count, I'll present Project Redemption to the world. But for that to happen, Ultra will need to see the real creator as his enemy. Miss Director typed on the keyboard. This is where you come in, Program X. Aren't you going a bit far? Program X asked. Miss Director beamed as she had just been asked a silly question. Ultra is my case study. Letting him expose the creator would cause quite a stir, don't you think? Those brain augments have changed you, Program X whispered. Miss Director finished typing, and a mask materialized in Program X's hand. Program X might as well have been talking to thin air. Put the mask on, Miss Director ordered. I will explain everything. Program X's eyes glistened with tears as she slipped on the mask. If Miss Director saw them as well, she certainly did not seem to care. Program X was doomed to fight the brother she had raised. Not only that, but she would most likely be killed by his hands. Once I hacked into Smash Security and found the evidence Miss Director needed, that would mark the end of Project Redemption and also the end of me. All of Miss Director's AI shared the same fate. Miss Director loved us as long as we were useful, but once she moved on to a new plan, we would not even be spared room in the recycle bin. Program X had watched over me in secret, yet not once had she asked for anything in return. From that moment when she rescued me from Acme Antivirus, I knew I owed her my life. The screen cut to black, and the text administrator password required showed up with a blinking cursor at the end. Neither June nor Dirk told me anything about a passcode. It might be weird for an AI to say this, but computers really pissed me off sometimes. Fine, let me just hack my way in. I was used to it by this stage, so I opened my decryption software and went to work. Alrighty, do the quickly. We have the little things. Laser. Okay, lasers. Do. Lasers. Caution. Lasers. Caution. Lasers. Caution. Lasers. Caution. And we have... Fine. Alright. Do. Alright. Oh, there's multiple ones. Oh, goddamn. Alright. Do. Right, let's avoid the lasers. Do. Ah, fuck me. God, okay, there's... one more try. If I keep failing, then I'm just gonna use the skip level feature. Because, yeah, no. Do. Tip. Okay, this should be right. This should be simple enough. Right? Fuck. I don't know. Fuck, he went in that direction. Okay, fuck this. Skipping level, not doing that again. Moving on. The display now read completing phase 1 of 2. Done. Program X then jolted awake as she had been sleeping on the train. Relieved to see she was alive, I barely refrained from hugging her. Nah, go and hug her. Hugs are nice. Program X pressed a hand over my cheek, and I realized my eyes were wet. When she asked me what was wrong, I muttered nothing and blinked my tears away. Program X might be a low-powered AI, yet she was the best partner I could ask for. She had been looking after me since my birth, so maybe I had based my decision on past trends. That would be the most likely explanation, but I wanted to believe there was no rationale behind my thoughts on Program X. An unexplainable feeling, much like the ones humans often experienced. I wondered if Program X knew I had peeked inside her memory bank. Now that I had betrayed her trust, I must shoulder this guilt until the day my data got erased. If I called Program X my sis now, she would figure out I had seen everything. She was in a different stratosphere when it came to these sentimental matters. If I apologized, Program X would probably forgive me, but I lacked the courage to call her sis again after all these years. Once I uttered that word, I feared everything would change, and there might be no going back. The repair device beeped again, and the display now read, Press 1 to commence phase 2. Program X grabbed my hand once more, and this time I slipped my fingers in between hers. I never wanted her to desert me again. Not even for a second. It might be taboo for people to feel this strongly toward a sibling, But I was an AI, coded to believe I was human. My existence had been taboo since the moment I was born. Ms. Director brought shame to my name, but having Program X by my side kept me sane. Even if she became the tweakest AI online, I would still take pride in her kind heart. Just as I reached for the button to finish Program X's repairs, the machine shut off with a groan. The ceiling lights flickered out, and darkness had shrouded the corridor outside as well. RetroTech might be old, but this was the worst time possible to have a blackout. June told us RetroTech boasted a stable system, and from what I had seen so far, I was still inclined to believe her. This left only one possibility then. Someone had done this on purpose, and I had a feeling I knew who it was. Hello. Hello displays materialized around all four walls of the repair room, leaving Program X and me surrounded. Every display showed the same face, a smirking woman with long black hair. I had seen this face in Program X's memory bank just moments ago. At last, Ms. Director had ditched her Neonia disguise to confront us as a human being. June said a while back she had to greet a new visitor. If I had known Ms. Director was our guest, I would have told June to quarantine RetroTech with layers upon layers of firewalls. Though against Ms. Director, I doubted any amount of defense would have been sufficient. The holo displays rendered Ms. Director in standard definition, but I could barely make out the wooden wall behind her. As we had predicted, it looked like Ms. Director was no longer an Acme antivirus. She was hiding from the government just like the Weedy clones were. Her arrest must be imminent, but that made no difference to me if she erased my data first. Program X and I pressed our backs against each other. If Ms. Director had in return to kill us both, then at least let us die as a duo. Ms. Director narrowed her eyes as she beamed. Did you two miss me? Ms. Director clapped, and several dozen clones teleported into the room. Program X put her both hands over her lips, as if doing so would make her the nightmare go away. Ms. Director appeared to have gained control of the Weedy clones. I refused to show fear in front of her, but inside I scrambled my code to find an explanation. Act tough all you want, but I know you better than you know yourself, Ms. Director said. This is what terror feels like, Ultra. Ms. Director twirled a lock of hair around her finger. Why are you so shocked? Survival is the priority for these clones, and as long as they serve me, I can keep them alive. I tried to conceal my fear behind a smirk. Aren't you hiding from the government yourself? You're all stranded on a sinking ship. I'll get caught when I feel like it. Isn't that right, my children? The clones gave slow nods. Either they had been tricked by Ms. Director's bravado, or they were hacked to obey every word coming out of that woman's mouth. If we had more time, Program X's emergency software would have been repaired, and we could have shut down these clones. I pounded my fist against the repaired machine in frustration. Ms. Director is our real mother, one of the clones said. Her wish is our command. You've all been fooled, Program X pleaded. Once you're no longer useful, Ms. Director will throw you all aside. We're nothing but tools to her. Ms. Director rolled her eyes. You're such a waste of space, Program X. Will you please delete yourself and save everyone the trouble? Program X tightened her lips, looking like she was on the verge of tears. I wanted to defend her dignity, but I stood no chance against this many clones, not while my system was still infected. One of Ms. Director's screens blinked out to make room for June as she appeared in her own holo display. June, my dear friend, Ms. Director said, I've been looking all over for you. June arched her brows into a frown. Get out of here, Ms. Director. You and your clones are welcome in RetroTech. I'm not here to cause trouble. Ms. Director raised her hands to feign ignorance. I came to ask for a favor. Grant me access into the junkyard and I'll be on my merry way. I had no idea what Ms. Director meant by the junkyard, so I ran a search to find out. The results came up and I skimmed through the first entry on my list. Apparently there was a junkyard located below this hospital, an empty lot that served as a graveyard for AI. Most humans claimed AI could never be sentient, yet when we perished they showed sympathy just to let everyone know how kind-hearted they were. My search showed plenty of companies had programmed junkyards of their own to make an extra buck. Storage space required funds, which meant more profit for the humans. June created the first junkyard here ever in cyberspace. Ms. Director's sneer revealed she had caught me performing that search. See, she's such a sweetheart, don't you think? June shrugged. People are fools for crying over a bunch of code. I only created a junkyard to make a dime. To make a dime, you say? Ms. Director blew on her polished nails. I think you programmed the junkyard out of guilt. June swallowed the lump in her throat. What do you mean? If you got something to say, spill it. I snooped around your system and found this. Ms. Director picked up a CD and waved it in front of us. Evidence that you've been killing off AI in secret, right here inside this hospital.
I had hoped June would laugh at the notion, but her quiver gave it all away. Miss Director had hacked into Retrotech's system, and the data she found were all factual. June only saw AI as a bunch of dollar signs, which was why she coded Dirk to appear so cold-hearted. But I never imagined she would kill machines off behind closed doors. You don't know what it's like, June said. Dying AI suffer every day inside these wards. I carve their life support to free them from pain. During my time in Retrotech, I had seen Ms. Debug struggle to perform the most mundane of tasks, and she would only suffer more as her infection worsened. The eraser had no cure, so in that case, perhaps it was better to close down Ms. Debug's antivirus programs and let her pass on. Free AI from their pain? Ms. Dicta scoffed. You accuse AI of being nothing but code. Then when it suits your narrative, they suddenly have souls and can feel pain? June fell speechless, and Ms. Dicta smirked in satisfaction. Admit it, June. You hate AI. No, you're terrified of them. Still haven't gotten over that tragedy you caused. Enough! June slapped her hand against the desk. I can't let you into the junkyard when you're a wanted criminal. Besides, you haven't been paying your bills in over a year. You should be thankful I still kept your AI in here there, June continued. How about you hack your way in if you're such a genius? I won't have to. Let me through now, or I'll upload the data on this disk for everyone in cyberspace to see. I took a step forward, unable to deal with being expected anymore. You've come to kill me off, didn't you? Please, Ultra, you think too highly of yourself. Miss Dicta looked down on me as if I were a bug. Your death is on the bottom of my list. A nice to have at most. Miss Dicta deepened her voice to mimic and mock me. If only I had my strength back, I'd be able to stop her. That's what you're thinking, right? No, oh wait, no, that's what she's saying. Let's go back to Neonya's voice. If only I had my strength back, I'd be able to stop her. That's what you're thinking, right? Miss Dicta looked away as if the sight of my face disgusted her. Let me tell you something, child. When I was playing the role of Neonya, I never used the 10% of my strength. I turned to June and Programix for an answer, but neither of them spoke a word. No, there was no way an augmented brain could be that powerful. Oh, I'm so proud of you, Miss Director said in a sarcastic tone. You've become more prideful than I ever could have anticipated. Here, let Mother give you a reward. Miss Director typed on the keyboard, and before I could wonder what she was up to, I was able to feel the results. 24 errors in blast, open bracket, close bracket, the result. 3,648 sectors on disk unblocked. As Miss Director removed her malware from my system, I could feel my combat power surging back to its true value. 3,105, 12,973, 56,758. And just like that, the job was done. My combat power sat at 248,970, just as the creator had estimated. You need to be taught a lesson, Miss Director said. Come on then, show me how powerful you really are. My pleasure. Now that I knew Miss Director had chips planted inside her brain, I ran a scan to see what I was up against. A human's combat strength capped at 600, which was minuscule compared to my 248,970 output. Combat power, 2,984,763. I closed Scan Galaxy, reopened the program, and ran another scan. Combat power, 2,984,763. Know your place, Ultra. Miss Director sent a push, open bracket, close bracket command my way, and by the time I detected it, I had already been shoved onto my backside by the invisible force. I had been such a fool. Of course, Miss Director would not have programmed an AI who could overthrow her with brute force, but a combat power of nearly 3 million was beyond my comprehension. I was the best AI cyberspace had to offer, and yet I had lost to a human being, defeated before the battle even began. I had brought my species to shame. Here I was thinking Miss Director had infected me with viruses out of fear. No, she merely chose to keep me in check in case I tried to port my code onto another machine. Fair fight or not, I never stood a chance. I had my full strength back at last. This should have warranted a celebration. Yet, all I could feel now was despair. I once believed a human could never beat an AI in combat. Now I just felt like an idiot. But hey, I meant a normal human, not one with chips crammed into every last corner of her brain. Combat power aside, I also found a jamming program inside of one of Miss Director's augments. As long as that thing was active, anyone outside of a small radius would not be able to pinpoint her location. This must be the software Miss Director had been using to elude the government AI. I could try to hack into the jammer, but as soon as I made that move, Miss Director would grind me into dust. Programmers ran over to me to pull me up.
With my legs quaking the way they did, I might not have been able to rise on my own. Miss Director, a human had surpassed machines. I had treasured my powers so much, but in Miss Director's eyes, I was a mere nuisance like the common worm.
My patience is wearing thin, June, Miss Director said. Let me pass this instant.
June dotted her eyes as if hoping an angel would descend to fix everything up. Her prayers went unheard, and all she could do was type on her keyboard as ordered.
It's done, June said. The firewall will go back up in 60 minutes, so go do your business and get out of my sight.
Enough time to buy a souvenir on my way out.
Enough to buy a souvenir on my way out.
With those parting words, Miss Director disconnected all of her holo displays. June's holo display also vanished before I could say a word, which meant she wanted no part in our battle. I doubted that washed-up doctor would have been much help anyway. Way to go, June. You had covered up your dirt by becoming an accomplice in another crime. I seem to be attracting criminals around me left and right. The fake Wheaties teleported away, no doubt to join Miss Director in the junkyard. No way would I be able to fight those clones and Miss Director at the same time, which meant Program X needed to get her shutdown software fixed. But even if we wiped out the clones, either with the shutdown code or through brute force, we still had to face Miss Director, and I now recognize none of us stood a chance against that demon. This is the end, I said. It's over before we even started. Program X tugged my sleeve.
Let's call Ms. Debug and Dirk for help. The more AI we have on our side, the better.
Ms. Debug was a Generation 1 AI riddled with infections, while Dirk was programmed to a doctor, not a fighter. By no means were we an elite task force. Even the government AI had trouble pinning Ms. Director down, so common folks like us might as well step aside and write our prayers. Program X, as usual, had arranged her code to think positive no matter the odds. Since I could not bring myself to crush her dreams, I might just have to play along. I followed Program X back in towards C. After all that she had done for me, the least I could do was stay by her side until the very end. As Program X and I entered Ward C, the little girl we met before put up a finger, asking us to keep the noise down. Her innocent smile made me wish I could keep her away from all of this drama. It looked like Dirk kept his promise and had stayed by the kid's side, so now it was his turn to enter sleep mode. I would call that a well-deserved rest. Yeah, that's sweet. Dirk used to act cold around others, so I never imagined he would have the capacity to become this gentle. Program X was magical with the way she affected every AI she met. Hey Doc. I raised my voice to ensure Dirk would wake up. Program X shot me a disapproving look, and even the little girl puffed her cheeks. Sorry ladies, but there was no time to lose. As Dirk opened his eyes, I explained. Miss Director has control over the clone army, and she's forcing her way into the junkyard as we speak. When Dirk stood up, the girl tried to tug him back down, but he eased her away with a stroke on the wrist. Good to see agreed this was an urgent matter. Dirk said, "Show Manager J," and the holo display appeared on the back wall. The screen showed Miss Director's clones guarding some sort of hatch door. With those clones barring our path, we would not even be able to reach Miss Director, let alone fight her. The frustration made me bark out a curse. What's with all the noise? Locks missing. Came Miss Debug's voice from the corner bed. The curtain slid open and Miss Debug stepped out to greet us. Miss Debug now had her pixelated form and broken voice on full display. She had fought hard to hide her infected state from the creator, but the erasers spat all over her feelings. Though the creator's holo display hung next to Miss Debug, they did not exchange words and instead opted to wait for our update in silence. I suspected these two had been arguing before we showed up. Whatever the problem was, they had better resolve it soon, as Miss Debug did not have much time left. A part of me felt relieved to see there were other AI who had issues with their creators. I should be disgusted with myself for thinking this, but the thought had popped up without my consent. Program X explained what Miss Director's plans were, and when she finished, Miss Debug said, "Miss Director must have won her old AI in the junkyard. Perhaps A squared." "I know A squared. She helped you and Weedy beat the mother one." Program X held her head high as she recited this knowledge that anyone could have obtained online, madam. Miss Debug nodded. "I'd fused with A squared to slay the mother one, but the merge process was unstable, and we were forced to break apart afterward. A squared didn't make it, and I barely managed... Oh wait. A squared didn't make it, and I barely managed to survive." Miss Debug gave her creator the side eye. Mr. Creator could have saved A squared, but he chose to let her die. Miss Debug said the creator, "I'm following these kids into the junkyard, whether you like it or not. If you won't take responsibility for what happened to A squared, I will." The creator kept quiet, making the air so damn tense. This was like watching a husband and wife argue at their own wedding.
Maybe Ms. Director wants to revive A Squared. If so, she must be a powerful AI, Programmix said.
Ms. Debug shook her head.
A Squared used to be the most powerful second generation AI around, but by today's standards, her code will be considered archaic.
Programmix clicked her tongue at Ms. Debug, who I suppose did shoot her theory down. Still, there was no need for Programmix to react like that. It looked like this sister of mine still had her insecurities. Programmix and Ms. Debug struggled to get along, or perhaps the issue was one-sided, with Programmix being a bootleg and all. Though Programmix was my sister, it was hard to side with her when she had these immature outbursts. In other words, we have no idea what Ms. Director wants with A Squared, I said. I mean, what's the point? She can destroy us all on her own. Ms. Debug yawned. Just so you know, my card is more powerful than Ms. Director. Only by a small margin, but still. I performed a scan to calculate the creator's combat power. Since he too had a chip planted inside his brain, I could use that to get some numbers. First it was 600, but then the creator unveiled his power, and the number surged to over 3 million. I had been surrounded by monsters this whole time, and to top it off, both of them were human beings. Sure, I mean that's typical in these kind of stories, isn't it? Ms. Director had shattered my pride, and now the creator was stomping on the pieces. So much for being the most powerful entity in cyberspace. I never imagined a human could become that powerful. Otherwise, I would have scanned for the creator's combat strength when I first detected his augmented brain. I could have saved myself the embarrassment. No need to look so down, the creator said. Your quantum rig contains more energy than my augmented brain. You just need to learn to harness that strength. Thank you for the consolation, at least. Ms. Director said she needed my help to hack into Smash Security, but I would have been a mere sidekick, not her partner in crime. Not once did the creator mention how powerful he really was. I was the only one who needed to let everyone know I warranted admiration, but now the joke was on me. Ms. Debug tilted her chin up, looking proud as she remembered how great her creator was. These two might quarrel a lot, but she still respected him deep inside. Now that I knew we had a monster of our own, perhaps we still had a chance. I wanted to hug Programmix and tell her everything would be okay. Let's head for the junkyard, I said. Dirk nodded, but just as we were about to leave, a new holo display materialized on the wall. The room shown on this screen was void of light, making it impossible to identify the caller. Let me out, Dirk. I heard everything, the voice said. I wish this mysterious person or AI could show herself some more all the time. We already had enough worries to juggle. I'm responsible for all of your well-being, Dirk said. You really think I'll send my patients out to fight? The mysterious lady shook her head. Without freedom, we are already dead. Besides, this hospital is overrun by clowns. We are sitting ducks if you keep us trapped in here. Dirk strode out of the ward. My life used to be so simple until you all showed up. He must be referring to Programmix in particular, since she had puzzled him with all kinds of human virtues. The little girl wanted to climb out of bed, but Programmix patted her head and asked her to stay put. Programmix had raised me from birth, so of course she would be skilled at handling young AI. Once the girl settled back into bed, Programmix and I followed Dirk out of Ward C. Ms. Debug and I created trailers from several pieces behind. Dirk steered into the elevator, and the rest of us crammed inside after him. As the lift screeched in protest, I prayed this piece of junk would be able to bear our weight. Once the doors closed, Dirk tapped the underground floor button. Since the button was covered with tape, I had assumed that floor was inaccessible. Password, Retro123, Dirk said. What a pathetic password, it's only 8. Wow, some passcode. But anyway, it looked like that button had in fact been working this whole time. Jill probably wanted to dissuade visitors from snooping around. The elevator squeaked as it descended toward the underground floor. With the way this lift jolted, I just hoped it would not hold out until we reached the bottom. It's all digital, what do you mean hold weight? June has been abandoning our patients, switching off their life support even when there's still hope, Dirk said. June claimed she did this out of mercy, but Ms. Director had a different take. According to her, June had been killing off AI because she feared how intelligent he had become. To an infected AI, death could perhaps be seen as a form of mercy. Viruses could corrupt us into rogue machines, which was understandably terrifying for humans. I could empathize with June's concerns in a sense. Humans had long dreaded the singularity, the day when AI became so intelligent it would warp civilization with no way of turning it back. AI today had begun to claim they had a consciousness. I would know since I was one of them. Perhaps the singularity was on the way, or maybe it had already arrived. Once the event was set in motion, either Earth would become paradise for mankind, or humanity would be wiped out by AI. June must have believed in the latter theory. I won't give up on our patients, Dirk said. That's why I built an underground ward in secret. The patient you heard from earlier is in there waiting to be let out. Programs yelped as the elevator stopped with a thud. I thought this lift had finally broken down, but it dinged to confirm we had reached the underground floor. Ooh. Spooky. The doors creaked open to reveal a series of narrow and dimly lit passageways. If I were still an inexperienced AI, I might have refused to press forward unless Program X held onto my hand. Dirk pointed toward the hallway to our right. The junkyard is over there, and my secret ward is on the left. There was indeed a hallway to my right, but the left side was a plain wall. Perhaps Dirk's navigation system needed little work. Hang on. Dirk tweaked some code around our environment, and the wall to my left faded to reveal a hidden corridor. Quite a secret indeed, Doc. Dirk stepped off the elevator and made a left turn, so it looked like he had decided to head for that secret ward first. Program X and Ms. Debug bumped shoulders as they followed Dirk out of the lift. I wish they would see their differences aside, or in this case, their sameness. Being the gentlemen that we were, the creator and I waited for both ladies to exit before walking out. Our team chased Dirk down to the left corridor, and we soon reached the hatch door with two fake Wheaties standing guard. One of the clones stepped forward to confront us. On Miss Director's orders, no one is allowed to... Yeah. Bye-bye. You're in the way. Miss Debug melted both clones with a swing of her arm. I had never seen Miss Debug this anxious to get something done before, since she usually just preferred to sleep. She must know something about that AI behind the hatch door. The creator sighed, and I could understand why. Miss Debug was already in bad shape, so I too wished she would stop exhausting her energy. Is it gonna be the real Weedy after all? Someone was banging on the other side of this hatch door. It sounded like an AI was slapping his or her palm against the metallic surface. That same voice from before echoed through the other end. Please open the door, Dr. Dirk. Dirk shuffled up to the hatch door and typed the code into the adjacent keypad. He tutted when the device beeped to indicate there was an error. I thought Dirk just made the typo, but 3 further attempts yielded the same result. Those clones must have changed the password, Dirk said. Allow me, Ms. Debug said. Activating the decryption tool. Pending. Ms. Debug sank onto her hands and knees. Not enough memory for decryption tool. 362 sectors damaged by the erase. Dirk rushed to Ms. Debug's side, and the creator also shifted his holo display closer to her. They were trying their best to keep her alive, but the eraser seemed determined to finish its job. As the clock ticked on, I thought it might be better to go after Ms. Director instead, but we could not leave the mystery lady trapped. In the past, I might have blamed Ms. Debug for slowing us down, but after making so many mistakes of my own, I chose to focus on the task at hand, just as Program X would. Time to unhack. Let's see, okay, new stuff in here. Alright, what is this? A temporary shutdown. Alright. Okay, fair enough. Alright, that's like... Alright, introductory thing. It's like there is really no way to fuck this up. There, another job well done. I might have expected praise in the past, but there were more important issues at hand now. Ms. Debug climbed back onto her feet, but her jerky movements revealed her animation system had been torn to bits by the eraser. Though the creator and Dirk had saved Ms. Debug, they only managed to delay her demise. Ms. Debug, however, seemed too focused on the hatch door to care. It's gonna be weedy, I mean, it has to be. As the hatch door screeched open, a set of lights switched on from the other side. An AI stood beyond this door, but with those blinding lights behind her, I could only make out her silhouette. Of course it is, because who else could it be? We don't have that many characters, we don't have time to introduce a new character, after all. My eyes adjusted to the lights, and I finally identified the AI. Weedy, not a clone, but the one and only. After facing so many imposters, I needed to remain cautious. I traced out the AI's registered alias, and the results stated she was indeed Weedy. Unlike those fakes, the Weedy standing before us had eyes that gleamed with life. Her outfit, while identical to the others in design, took on warmer shades of purple. I thought the Retotech had failed to save Weedy, but it looked like Dirk had been hiding her here in secret. June had been pulling the plug on dying AI, while Dirk did his best to save them without her knowing. When an AI bugged out, her appearance would often give it away. A limb not rendering properly, glitches around her clothes, or skin textured in the wrong color. But Weedy showed none of those symptoms. Despite her poor health, she focused on maintaining a professional appearance. What an ideal avatar for Smash Security. Or any company for that matter. The ceiling lights made Weedy's lips glisten, and her skin had enough translucency to give me a tease of those zeros and ones flowing underneath. Look, AI weren't that sort of thing. Sure. I think you still have traces of the pervert EXE in you. Anyway, Weedy paid so much attention to her appearance, I had trouble believing she was Miss Debug's sister. And then again, Program X and I were also quite different. A hair clip of Smash Security's logo sat on Weedy's head. With the way that clip glittered, it was impossible to miss. Weedy must have been a borderline fanatic when it came to maintenance.
Authentication successful. Thank you for your assistance.
Weedy's voice confirmed she was the mystery AI we had been speaking to. Never before had I heard pronunciation this precise. Weedy spoke like she wanted to sprinkle magic into every word that came out of her mouth. Weedy's hair looked messy considering how much she seemed to care about her looks. Wild strands spilled across her shoulders, reminding me of those hairballs cats coughed up from time to time. Miss Debug struggled to keep her tears at bay. Tears also welled in Weedy's eyes as she met her sister for the first time in 4 years.
Aww. I missed you, Buggy, Weedy said. Look at that hair.
Miss Debug's voice cracked as she responded.
That's the one part you've never been able to get right. I've been sleeping a lot to conserve energy. A bit reminiscent of you.
Weedy probably meant to say reminiscent. She also had bandages looped around her both arms with the lights of medical devices flashing underneath. Those were the first signs telling me her system was failing. Weedy was a second-generation AI who had not received any recent upgrades, so of course the newest viruses would have a field day inside her code. Dirk must have copied Weedy's source code into RetroTech to save her from deletion. He probably wanted to power her up as the years passed, but without June's blessing, there was only so much he could do. If this was a copy of Weedy, that meant the original version had indeed perished, and this duplicate was on the verge of dying again. In that sense, we AI felt more like toys than life forms. Though Weedy showed no sign of pixelation, I had a hunch she was just hiding the truth. Miss Debug did the same thing, and these two were sisters, so it would not be that surprising. A pair of ancient AI on their last legs, or their last lines of code in our case. When I saw the way Miss Debug twitched so unnaturally, I could not blame June for wanting to end our pain. Weedy gave Program X a curious smile. Sorry sis, but you looked like a bootleg of Miss Debug, so even if Weedy shot you dirty looks, I would forgive her. I'm Ultra, and this is Program X, I said.
It's a pleasure to meet you all, Mr. Ultra, Miss X.
Weedy greeted us with a bow. Miss X sounded a bit lewd, but all good, because Weedy called me Mr. Ultra. I could get used to that.
Hello.
Program X raised a shaky hand in greeting. None of us were surprised by her nervousness around new people or AI anymore. Welcome back, Weedy. The creator was all smiles, but he did not tear up from joy. I wondered if he would have shown more emotion if Weedy were a human. You should have told me you were still alive, the creator said. Weedy put on a guilty smile.
Dr. Dirk forbids communication with anyone outside of RetroTech.
That was understandable, since Dirk did not want June to find out about this underground ward. Weedy leaned toward the creator's hallway.
You lost a lot of weight, dear creator.
These past few years have been rough. The creator shot me a sideward glance. But I'll turn things around soon enough. Another less than subtle invite for me to join Smash Security. Just as I was about to say I never promised anything, Weedy chimed in for me.
Dear creator, you're so insensitive. You think Buggy is worried about Smash Security, so you want to show her the company will survive, Weedy said. But dear creator, you are the one Buggy is losing sleep over.
Miss Debug's face turned so red I thought her skin texture had glitched out. But if she and the creator had been more honest with each other, Weedy never would have needed to lecture them.
Excuse me.
Program X's voice was so loud it made us all jump. I would like to apologize on my sister's behalf, everyone. Program X still had much to learn when it came to social etiquette.
Sorry to interrupt your reunion, but we should head for the junkyard.
Program X lowered her hand.
Miss Director and the clones are already inside.
Program X made a fine point. Just as I was about to voice my agreement, a male AI stepped out from behind the hatch door. What's going on here? He asked. My goodness, this AI with a hunched back looked even more pixelated than Miss Debug. 3 more pixelated AI stepped out, making me feel as if I had stumbled into a retirement village. Dirk must have had a real tough time hiding so many of them down here. One day I opened her mouth to speak, but could only cough as if she had a pipe jammed down her throat. These machines were all living on borrowed time. I was shocked when I first heard June had been killing off AI prematurely, but the sight of these patients made me question if Dirk was the one being cruel. We debuted to the award mates. Cyberspace has fallen into tribulation, but not to worry, I have saved our world once more, and I can certainly do it again. Cool speech, but I assumed she meant tribulation. Geez, just say we were in trouble instead of trying to impress us with big words. While I appreciated Weedy's support, the excitement in her tone was disturbing. Her smile made me suspect she was getting a kick out of this mess. I hoped she understood this was no game. Dirk's patients nodded before retreating back into their ward. No offense, but they would have been less helpful in combat than kids wielding water pistols. These AI must be plagued with irreversible bugs, and with their expiry dates locked in, the fate of cyberspace no longer concerned them. In the end, we machines were self-centered just like our creators. Let's hurry. Weedy ran down the corridor. Miss Debug yawned as if none of this concerned her, but the way she trotted off told me she cared. The creator slid his hollow display along the wall to follow his AI companions. Dirk's wristwatch beeped. He tapped the watch, and a hollow display surfaced to show a dozen Weedy clones marching toward Ward C. At least it looked like Ward C to me, and if that was the case, the little girl sleeping inside would be in serious trouble. Go on, I said to Dirk. We'll take care of Miss Director. Dirk dashed for the elevator without sparing me a nod. No offense taken, as I knew he valued those patients more than his life. Dirk stepped into the lift, and as soon as the door closed, I prayed the dock would pull through. A dozen clones might not be much, but Dirk was programmed to repair AI, not engage in combat. Though I'd love to save everyone in this hospital, stopping Miss Director was my top priority. I could only hope that death toll would be minimal once dust settled. Programek stood frozen as if she had entered sleep mode. When I waved at her to hurry, she sighed. What's the point? The creator, Weedy, and Miss Diva are by your side now. You're back at full strength, Alta. I won't be a burden to hold you back. Program X's voice wavered. You're going to join Smash Security, right? Program X picked a terrible time to sulk, but she at least waited until we were alone. This meant I was someone she could open up to, which was humbling to know. I felt foolish for assuming Program X would be immune to the pressure of being surrounded by so many powerful AI, not to mention augmented humans. Program X had watched over me since my first line of code was written, and it was about time I did something in return. I gripped Program X by the shoulders. Listen, I'm not going to join Smash Security. We'll always be a team. As I shared my feelings with Program X, I thought she would get all cocky again, but she instead teared up. I should be happy you've got your power back, but I'm really scared. What a terrible sister I am. Program X confessed. I'm nothing but a bootleg, a fake who doesn't even have a real name. You're my one and only sister. I reached for Program X's face, pulled off her glasses and dropped them onto the floor. Take these silly things off and just be yourself. Ultra. Thank you. Program X beamed as she brushed her tears away. It was the type of smile I like to think she reserved only for me. It took the initiative for the first time and grabbed Program X's hand. With our fingers interlocked, we ran after the creator, Weedy and Miss Debug. Weedy took the lead as we raced through the hallway. Soon enough, we approached another hatch door that blocked our path into the junkyard. To my side, Program X was huffing for air from that short run. I meant every word when I said we were a team, but her stamina left a lot to be desired. Fine by me, this meant it was my duty to keep Program X safe. I let go of her hand and prepared to fight whoever stood in our path. An army of clones blocked the road between us and the hatch door. There were hundreds of them, but they had no room to move inside such a crammed hallway. If the creator was as powerful as Miss Debug claimed, he could destroy these clones all by himself, so I should focus on protecting Program X. The clones probably knew they stood no chance. They were sacrificing themselves to slow us down for Miss Director's sake. Based on their survival protocol, as long as one of them still existed somewhere in cyberspace, the rest were expendable. These poor fakes truly believed Miss Director had their best interest at heart. Mother has private business in the junkyard, one of the clones said. Turn back now. We still had no clue what Miss Director planned to do with A squared, or whatever else she found in the junkyard. And if it were up to me, I would rather not find out the hard way. Miss Director and I shared a long history, the creator said. This is between the two of us. Let me pass. The clones in front of left bent their knees, looking ready to pounce. But then, they convulsed as viruses crawled through their skin and ripped them apart from the inside. Those clones on the front row vaporized without a trace. I never even saw the creator trigger an attack command, but it could only have been him. That damn monster. As more clones raised their arms to attack, Weedy and Miss Debug stepped in front of their creator's holo display to protect him. Perhaps they did so out of habit, but now that the creator was possessed of an augmented brain, I wondered if there was even a need for us AI anymore. So here are the clones I've been hearing about, Weedy said. Perhaps I should be honored you have chosen me to be your template. The creator shook his head. You're in no condition to fight, Weedy. I can handle them on my own. Dear creator, please, I can still be useful to Smash security, Weedy said. Weedy dove at the clones before any of us could protest. She tripped 2 clones over with a leg sweep, making their heads explode like watermelons smashed by a truck. As Weedy erased 3 more clones with a swing of her arm, I started to think maybe she could pull this off. But as soon as I thought that, Weedy put a hand over her forehead and swayed like she had been struck by a dizzy spell. Looked like I had spoken too soon. Memory leak detected, Weedy mumbled. Power usage up to 87%, error sectors 23446 were corrupted. A pair of clones placed their hands over Weedy's temples, looking ready to blast her head open in an act of revenge. Miss Debug swooped in and pulled Weedy back just in time. The 2 clones, failing to retract their energy blasts, blew each other into smithereens. Your strength is becoming extraordinary, dear creator, Weedy said. Looks like an old-gen machine like me is no longer relevant. Weedy, return to me at once, the creator said, and Weedy did as told, shuffling over like a child bracing to get scolded. You and Debug will always have a place in Smash security, the creator said. There's nothing more for either of you to prove. Forgive me, dear creator. Weedy scrunched her lips to fight back tears. Very well, let's work together the way we always have. Weedy must have wanted to prove her worth one last time, as she probably recognized her corrupted data could not be repaired without a complete reformat. AI could be revived with backups, but a new instance of Weedy and Miss Debug would no longer have the same consciousness, assuming the machines possess such a thing. Even if we made it out of this mess alive, the creator would have to decide on the fate of his AI companions. For now, however, we should concentrate on the battle at hand. Do not ignore us. The clones rushed for the creator's holo display. Stay alert, dear creator. Weedy shifted her eyes from left to right. 5 clones are approaching from 10 o'clock, with 2 more coming from the opposite side. The creator jammed on his keyboard while Weedy continued to issue advice. Another 4 clones are trying to sneak behind us. They'll reach our position in 5.4 seconds. The creator fired several attack commands, and one by one, he destroyed the clones Weedy had pinpointed. These 2 must have been quite a duo back in the days. Even someone as powerful as the creator treasured teamwork. Yet here I was, thinking I could stomp all over cyberspace on my own. I should really check if my shame triggers were faulty. A clone seized Programmix by the wrist and tried to drag her into enemy lines. Not on my watch, you damn bootlegs. Miss Debug beat me to the punch as she stepped in and blasted away the clone that was clinging onto Programmix. The clone lifted her palm as she snuck behind Miss Debug, looking ready to deliver a fatal blast. Look out! Programmix knocked down the clone, who shattered into 1,000 pieces when she hit the floor. Programmix and Miss Debug pressed their backs against each other to avoid further sneak attacks. The clones circled around them, but they both seemed calm. Not bad for an imposter, Miss Debug brushed her hair at her side. Stay close and try to keep up. Programmix grunted. That's my line, Miss Debug. Just call me Debug. Aw, they're friends now. That's nice. The 2 glanced back and traded smiles before resuming combat. This battle had given them a reason to finally set their issues aside, at least for the time being. Okay, time for me to contribute. I launched the fire, open bracket 300, close bracket command, and to my shock, several dozen clones burst into flames at the same time. Miss Director, I should at least thank you for blessing me with this strength. I stared at my palm, unable to believe how destructive I was at my full power. And yet, my strength was not enough to clear the way. We had no trouble purging these clones in bunches at a time, but more continued to spawn in our path. As I had suspected, these fakes had never planned on winning this battle. They came to serve as roadblocks for Miss Director. Programmix and Miss Debug were still coping, but I could hear them gasping for breath. If this kept up, the clones would shift this battle in their favor. Even if we leave just 1 clone alive, she'll spawn new copies, Weedy said. Dear creator, we must erase them all in a single blast. The creator nodded. I can code an attack command powerful enough to do just that. I turned to the creator. No offense, but we don't have time to wait for you. It's done.
The creator shrugged to let me know how stupid I had been for doubting him. Augmentation combined with the brain of a prodigy. What a deadly mix. The creator stroked his chin. To execute this command, I'll need more processing power than what is available in Smash Security. Which told me only one thing. Once the creator launched this attack, we had better duck for cover. Weedy, Ms. Debug, and Program X were low-end machines, so in terms of lending the creator's trick, they were out of the question. Leave it to me, I told the creator, as I knew of one other option. Now that Ms. Director had unblocked my system, I had plenty of power to spare. Alright, time to connect to the creator's augmented mind and show him what I had to offer. Oh, we're doing this now. Okay, one final thing, combining all of the things. Oh. Okay. Immediately lasered to death. Fair enough. Alright. Fuck me. Box. Alright. Keep a watch on the lasers. Teleport in. And then the things. Do. Okay, and this is easy. We just have to not fuck around like an idiot. Do. Bam. There we go. Simple enough. There we go. I've lent you some of my quantum energy, I said to the creator. Make the most of it. Fucking quantum computing, sure. I won't disappoint. The creator tapped on his keyboard, and an energy ball materialized above the clones' heads. Electric sparks danced around the orb before getting sucked in, causing it to stretch in size. The clones gazed up as the energy ball expanded well beyond the size of their army. After rubbing his hands in anticipation, the creator struck his enter key, and the fireball fell toward the clones. As the orb descended, anyone caught underneath should be crying for their mothers. The clones, incapable of fear, only watched as the fireball collapsed onto their heads. Program X shoved me onto the ground for cover. Weedy and Ms. Debug pushed each other down until they both lay flat against the floor as well. The fireball landed, producing a blast that caused sparks to hurl everywhere. I muttered thanks to Program X as the blinding light faded. We all stood back up with the clones' corpses piled across the corridor before us. They might be fakes, but this still counted as a massacre. These clones were also victims in Ms. Director's game. As they lacked the processing power to think about anything other than survival, perhaps they deserved the most pity. Save your feelings for later, Ultra. The clones in this corridor might be wiped out, but plenty of them still lurked around cyberspace. We better move before more of them showed up. Weedy and Ms. Debug ran up to the hatch door. As Program X and I trailed them, we tried to avoid stomping on the clones' remains. In a weird way, we were still family. I twisted the wheel on the hatch door and opened this thing up on everyone's behalf. Ms. Director could have blocked this door with a firewall if she wanted to, but she probably did not perceive us as much of a threat. Well, except for the creator, but no amount of firewall could stop that freak. Program X pinched my hand, perhaps sensing the doubt that continued to stir in my code. When it came to feelings, my sister might not have no equal in cyberspace. I squeezed Program X's hand back, and once we let go of each other, I led the way into the junkyard. A literal junkyard. Beyond this hatch door lay the body parts of deceased AI scattered about with no end in sight. We suspected Ms. Director was here to find A squared, so I found the AI's location through a database search and led the way forward. Program X gasped after only a couple of steps. I turned around to see she had face planted onto a pile of AI limbs. With a sigh, I offered her a hand, and she chuckled in embarrassment as she rose. Program X had always been a klutz, but I had to cut her a break. Aside from the lights that still blinked on some of the body parts and clothing scattered about, this junkyard was almost pitch black. I had better watch my step around here. Program X pouted as we thanked her for demonstrating the need to be careful. Ms. Debug even gave her a firm handshake. Well, troll. We shambled toward A Square's location in a single file. I wish we could run, but Program X had already shown us what would happen if we tried. I can detect Miss Director's presence up ahead, Weedy said. She must have meant detect, but anyway. I didn't even notice what the incorrect word was. Oh well. But anyway, I let her continue. My goodness, her power has soared for its new heights since we last met. The creator was still stronger, but not by much, so one slip up and it would be all over. If the creator fell, the rest of us had no chance of leaving this junkyard alive.
I wanted to grab Program X's hand and drag her into the building, into hiding. Truth be told, I no longer desired revenge or justice. I just wanted to be safe with Program X by my side. Yay, growth. Character growth. That's nice. Program X shook her head, seeing right through my thoughts again.
We're all in this together.
Fine, I know already. I rolled my eyes, using annoyance to hide the shame I felt for wanting to flee. Our quantum machine must still be in Acme antivirus, so there was no way for us to escape physically anyway. The creator had blocked access to the quantum rig, but if Miss Director became desperate, she could set the office on fire. My quantum data was incompatible with standard machines, so I was pretty much trapped. If Miss Director was up ahead, our gang needed to pick up the pace. We waded toward our target, stepping over the AI remains that blocked our way. Miss Director's holodisplay appeared up ahead, but even as we surrounded her, she afforded us no attention. I had expected to see her lips twist into a wicked grin, if not then maybe a scowl like she wanted to line up snails along the driveway and reverse her car over them. But no, Miss Director stared dead ahead with a blank face. I followed her eyes to see what had left her so dazed. Oh, it is A squared. She's all tangled up in like wires. What I found were the remains of an AI in a green china dress. Cables looped around her arm and forced her to stand, but judging from her pale flesh, I would say she was well beyond repair. I scanned this AI's code and from the amount of data I found, it was a miracle she could render herself in this form. She was a mess of glitches from waist down. Miss Debug mumbled the name A squared, so this girl must be the AI that once served as Acme Antivirus' avatar. Seeing her corpse reminded me I too had an expiry date.
Ultra, Program X, there you are, Miss Director said. Say hello to your ancestor.
A square's core driver would take weeks or months to repair, and that was time Miss Director did not have. Even if she tried, she might fail in the end. Never before had I seen code this fragmented. A square's twin tails were frozen like the rest of her lifeless body. If AI had souls, hers must have already departed.
You never planned to revive A squared, Miss Director, Weedy said. All you wanted was to see her one last time.
Program X's face showed no sign of shock, so she must have figured it out as well. Being around these AI made me feel like such an uncaring jerk.
Miss Director groaned. Drop the Saint Act, Weedy. You almost destroyed cyberspace 4 years ago. How are you still alive anyway? Go rot in the junkyard where you belong.
Weedy stared at her ankle boots in shame, and Miss Debug patted her sister's shoulder to cheer her up.
See A squared one last time? What a joke, Miss Director said. June might have created this junkyard out of guilt, but I'm not that sentimental.
Program X shook her head.
If you're truly this heartless, you never would have left A squared here in the first place.
Program X had a point. Once an AI expired, a creator could simply wipe the disk and start over or move on to a new project. If Miss Director had registered for A squared to stay in the junkyard, it meant she missed and wanted to visit her. At least she might have before those brain augments warped her mind. Miss Director waved a USB stick in front of her.
I came here to retrieve the mem editor from A squared. Nothing more.
Oh, that right. Fucking hell, that thing. The thing that shouldn't exist. The most evil thing that's been created here by Mr. Creator himself, by the way.
Right, that fucking thing. There's almost nothing left to salvage, but this will have to do.
Like, this will have to do as in the thing that can literally give you dominance over the entire fucking world. Sure, this will have to do. This literal doomsday device. Miss Director continued.
Too bad those government AI are on my trail, or I could have rewritten the program from scratch.
I ran search to find out what that mem editor was. Let's see, this page said the mem editor was a program that could modify the memories of AI without their consent. In other words, it was a fancy term for a hacking tool. For us AI, memories were data that could be twisted in with a few keystrokes. I mean, it was able to modify the memories of humans as well. Or I guess maybe it was because the creator's brain had the augment, so maybe that's why it worked on him. Who knows? I don't think it was mentioned there in the first one. According to Neopedia, Miss Director had written the mem editor 5 years ago. The program boasted an 88.6% success rate, but A squared stole the source code and attempted to destroy every last line of data. Miss Director even tried to use the mem editor on humans, but she did not have much luck. There were no brain augments back then, so perhaps she had tried to manipulate neurons through brain waves. Alright, I imagined that would get messy real quick. Now I knew Miss Director had been a scheming woman long before I was born. Malware of this caliber belonged in the grave, but Miss Director had other ideas. She had arrived to retrieve the mem editor, and it sounded like her mission was a success.
Ms. Director pointed at her temple. Within a few years, brain augments will become commonplace. I trust you know what this means. It meant the human mind would become vulnerable to viruses that were traditionally coded for machines. The infamous eraser, or to give a more recent example, the mem editor. Ms. Director intended to brainwash humans who had received augments, plant fabricated memories to puppeteer them around, just as she had done to me. Even without her specifying, I knew Ms. Director had one target in mind, and it was the creator. With the mem editor, she could make the creator confess to his crimes or commit murder. Those infected would succumb to her will like dolls in a toy house. The creator crossed his arms. You remember it caused quite a stir, but that was 5 years ago. That ancient code is useless against an augmented mind. I've already upgraded the software, Ms. Director said. The mem editor will be more than capable of hacking into any augmented mind, and that includes yours. Ms. Director's words were making less sense by the second. How could she have augmented what was left of the mem editor so quickly? Either the woman was bluffing, or she was a true demon. Ms. Director glared at me. Oh, that's a nice one. I gave you life, yet you turned your back against me. What an ungrateful heap of junk. She's angry. Maybe you should self-reflect before blaming your AI, I said. This needs to stop. You can't run from the government forever. Who said anything about running? Ms. Director cut in as if my opinion was not worth hearing. I told you to know your place, Ultra. Seeing A2 Square's corpse seemed to sadden Ms. Director at first, but then she showed a flash of supreme confidence, and now rage like I had never seen from her before. Her mind was crumbling before my eyes. Ms. Director gritted their teeth, no longer showing the poise she once possessed. You never should have been born, Ultra. I don't need any AI or human by my side. As Ms. Director lost her composure, even with all the power she yielded, she now seemed more pitiful than terrifying. There was no way she could take on the creator, let alone the government. Even if she brainwashed them all, the rest of cyberspace would still rise up to dethrone her. The truth was so clear, yet Ms. Director still spouted nonsense and forced us to kneel before her greatness. She invented a fantasy world for herself to play in, and we were all forced to tag along. Ms. Director lost interest in me and glowered at the creator. I've worked harder than you, harder than anyone. It's me who should be the best. Why won't you stay out of my way? Children were meant to see their parents as role models, but in my case, Ms. Director showed me how not to live. The obsession with dominance had utterly consumed her. Yeah, she's lost her mind. Before meeting those two augmented monsters, I thought I was the strongest being in cyberspace. Without Programmix by my side, perhaps I too would have been enslaved by my thirst for power. Ms. Director claimed she worked harder than anyone, and I would be inclined to believe her. Perhaps she boasted an unmatched work ethic, but unlike the creator, she was not a born prodigy. Ms. Director had devoted her life to becoming number one. She had forfeited her health, riches, and even conscience for a chance at success. Yet in the end, her failure only proved hard work was no match for a natural genius. That sucks. Honestly, Ms. Director reminded me of a volcano that was about to erupt, but her anger evaporated. Now she looked like an empty shell that was no longer capable of emotions. I'm done with you. Done with everything. Ms. Director's holo display flickered out, sparing no chance for any of us to respond. Ms. Director has deactivated her location jammer, we said. Scanning for physical location. Search complete. Our target is heading toward the Acme antivirus office. I ran a scan on my own and confirmed Ms. Director was near her company headquarters. Sure, I trusted WD, but returning to Acme antivirus now seemed like the worst idea possible. To top things off, Ms. Director had switched off her location jammer. The government would surely be sending agents to her position now. In the past, I might have feared it was a diversion, but Ms. Director no longer seemed capable of such tricks. If anything, perhaps it was the government AI who had shut off her location jammer. Brace yourselves, everyone, the creator said. The final battle is upon us. Final battle? I looked Ms. Director straight in the eye before she logged out, and that was not the face of someone who seemed ready to fight. The creator's holo display vanished as he disconnected from the junkyard. Programming Sweetie and I headed for the exit, but Ms. Debug remained still with her eyes fixed on A Square's corpse. You kids, go on ahead. There's still something I must do here. Discard on Sector 386, Ms. Debug said. Ms. Debug's speech sounded even more broken than before. Ms. Director might have captured our attention, but I had forgotten the eraser was not quite as patient. Uh-oh. Ms. Debug twitched, looking like she would die at any moment.
Program expressed against me for support, and I leaned back to comfort her. Aww. I'm getting all sad for these. I should be concerned for Miss Debug, but her dying state made me realize how badly I wanted to live. Viruses gave no damn about feelings or bad timing. Weedy grimaced, but considering Miss Debug was her sister, she sure seemed calm. I had a hunch Weedy was still keeping one more secret from us. Whether she liked it or not, it was a secret that would be exposed in a matter of moments. Yeah, she still got the mother worm code in here, doesn't she? Let's not hide the truth anymore, Weedy, Miss Debug said. The creator will find out sooner or later. I suppose you're right, Weedy said. Very well then. Weedy shut her eyes, and when she reopened them, her body was reduced to low res, just like Miss Debug's. As I had dreaded, Weedy was as broken as her sister. These two acted strong for the creator's sake, but their last-gen codes stood no chance against today's viruses. To survive, they would require disk reformat and a hardware upgrade. Activating backup power, Miss Debug said. Activation complete. 47%, 786 FX. End of memories restored. Warning, data in sector 102 corrupt. Warning, data in sector 897 corrupt. Miss Debug announced in a mechanical voice, no longer able to sound natural on a consistent basis. Don't worry, I'll catch up to all of you. Corrupt data in sector 706 soon, Miss Debug said. There's one last thing I must do. Weedy bit her lip, looking like she wanted to protest. But in the end, all she could do was nod. Hang in there, okay? I'll return for you real soon. If Weedy had chosen to honor Miss Debug's wish to be left alone, Programmix and I had no right to object. We trailed Weedy and retreated toward the lift. Once we were back inside the elevator, I tapped the button that would take us up toward C. Shouldn't we head for Acme Antivirus? Programmix asked. Let's make sure Dirk is okay first. You must be worried about him, and so are we. Weedy beamed at Programmix and nodded. Programmix patted my arm, looking proud that I had grown to become so considerate. If a battle breaks out in Acme Antivirus, I am confident Dear Creator can hold the fort, Weedy said. Yep, in fact the rest of us would most likely just get in the way. I was a spectator at best, watching and keeping score as the humans waged their wars. The elevator doors opened, and we headed straight for Ward C. Dirk and his young patient were inside the ward. The little girl lay in bed as always, while Dirk stood over her to make sure she was okay, and he has lost a lot of color. She's only 3 colors now, which is, With no clones inside, I allowed my shoulders to relax. Dirk, looking even more pixelated than before, seemed like he had been through quite the battle. Though his patient still looked glitched up because of the eraser, I found no battle-related injuries on her. Dirk must have given his best effort to drive away those clones. When I first met Dirk, his blunt demeanor had rubbed me the wrong way. Now, however, I could acknowledge without reservation that he was an admirable doctor. Warning. Antivirus software compromised. 3,864 malware found in system, Dirk said. Attempting to repair system. Not enough memory. Alert. Data corruption imminent. These clones must have exploited all the loopholes in Dirk's security system. Though Dirk was an AI doctor, I doubted he would be able to repair himself in this state. Dirk wiped a sleeve across his sweat-stained forehead. Hardware running at 146% above optimal temperature. Now I know what my patients have been suffering through. Dirk said to his patient, Maybe I'm the one who's been cruel, forcing you all to live even when there's no hope. There's no better doctor anywhere. There's no better doctor anyone could have asked for, the child said. Let's leave together, Dr. Dirk. It's too scary to go alone. The girl wore a sad smile. Makara hasn't been visiting for a long while. I don't think she's coming back, is she? Dirk told us the girl's creator had stopped paying her hospital fees, and it looked like this kid had uncovered the truth. This poor child had been abandoned. The freedom is yours, Dirk said. I imprisoned you all for too long. Dirk donned the most carefree smile I had seen from him. Maybe he had deciphered what it meant to be a great doctor, or perhaps he had accepted it would forever remain a mystery. If AI must all die someday, then just like humans, we wanted to leave something behind during our time here. Dirk had carved his mark with the countless machines he had saved throughout his career. You mean the primitive AI like me you wonder about so much, Dirk said to Programmix. My world has opened up thanks to you. With tears brimming in her eyes, Programmix responded with several nods. Dirk picked up his electronic tablet from the desk. He walked up to Program X and handed her the device. Here, this belongs to you now. As Program X accepted the device, Dirk told her, a unique AI like you deserves a registered alias. Think carefully about what you wish to name yourself. At last, Program X could ditch her false identity and register an AI alias of her own. This should be cause for celebration, but with AI perishing all around us, Program X could only choke her back to tears. A real doctor would never send his patients to the grave. Dirk stripped off his lab coat and tossed it onto the chair. I'm no longer worthy of my title. Dirk had seemed content on ending his patient's life, but I suppose the reality was not so black and white. It looked like the doctor would face death without knowing whether he made the correct choice. Right or wrong, there was no turning back now. Dirk grabbed his patient's hand and helped her climb out of bed. After putting on her slippers, the girl grinned at her doctor. Let's get going. Oh, well... Dirk led the girl out of Ward C, and I assumed they were heading for the junkyard, a place from which they would never return. These two were off to the next stage of an AI's journey. Oh, how foolish of me to have thought such a thing. Once an AI deleted his code, there was no heaven or hell waiting on the other end. We simply ceased to exist. Wait, I called out to Dirk. If June reformats your disk, you can still start your life over. Dirk glanced over his shoulder. Lose memories and help June kill off more AI? I think not. Sectors 235 to 364 destroyed. Ultra. And with that, I said no more. By choosing death without June's consent, Dirk had acted out of his free will. Humans would accuse him of going rogue, but the sight filled me with so much hope. Hope and sadness. Lots of sadness. There's gonna be more sad moments up ahead, aren't there? Fuck. Alright, well, okay, I need a sip of water, because bloody hell. Sadness incoming more. Nothing but sadness, I'm sure there's like positivity as well, but like... Weedy opened her arms, looking ready to hug Program X, but I beat her to it. This was, after all, my job as her brother. After a few sniffles, Program X had gained enough composure to ease me away. Perhaps she had done so out of pride, being my older sister and all. We have to stop those clones before they kill anyone else, I said. Let's get your shutdown software fixed up. In that case, I'll make my way to Acme Enterprise first, Weedy bowed. This AI was so polite she made 5-star hotel staff look like thugs. The three of us exited Ward C, and Weedy headed for the lift, one foot crossing the other like a catwalk model. Oh my, the creator should feel lucky to have such a perfect AI serving him. Program X pinched my arm. Stop swooning and start moving. Alright, point taken. Program X and I trotted back into the repair room. To clarify, Program X ran with her arms swinging, showing none of the elegance Weedy displayed. But hey sis, never change. Once Program X and I entered the repair room, we both knew what to do. Program X sat on her chair, and I once more attached the blue wires into her hair clip. I then powered up the machine to resume our repair process. Once again, Program X fell into sleep mode as the machine whirred to life. I called her name a few times, but she did not respond. Good. With her out of commission, it was time to carry out my plan. I rubbed my hands and went to work. Scanning hardware, I whispered, checking power share between Program X and me. The scanner results echoed inside my head. Ultra, 99.9966666265%. Program X, 0.000333337349%. An unfair balance, just as the creator had said. A little tad bit unfair, isn't it? Swap our percentage values, I said. Assign 99% power to share. 99.99% of power share to Program X. Okay. I heard 3 confirmation prompts, and then I said yes to all of them. Not only that, but I also wrote a new program that would block any attempts to swap these values back. Okay. Program X would easily be able to hack my software with her newfound power, but at least I no longer had the strength to undo this action even if I changed my mind. Ms. Director could brainwash augmented humans with the mem editor, and even though the creator said it would not be able to bypass his firewalls, I refused to take that chance. Ms. Director's mind seemed to be falling apart, but I would still exercise caution against someone with that level of power. In fact, being unstable might make her more dangerous than ever before. If the creator fell, the rest of us would follow. In that case, with Program X's overflowing strength, at least she might have a chance of it to escape. Without Program X by my side, I would have been engulfed by my desire for power a long time ago. Perhaps I never deserved this strength, but the AI sitting before me certainly did. As the transfer process took place, my every thought and movement demanded so much more effort than before. This must be how Program X had been feeling this whole time. There was so much energy radiating from Program X I nearly collapsed onto my backside. I can now appreciate just how powerful our quantum computer was. It would be a lie to say I did not regret my decision in the slightest, but I must take pride in my choice. I left Program X alone and disconnected from RetroTech. The trip took a while now that I was so powerless, but eventually I arrived outside the Acme Antivirus headquarters. I connected into the virtual camera set up inside the lab. Time to finish this, Miss Director. She's not looking well. She's not here to fight. Miss Director slouched against the backrest of an office chair with no company by her side. Her eyes looked lifeless, as if her heart and soul had drifted off to a faraway place. It looked like Weedy had also connected into that virtual camera hanging under the roof. She stood next to Miss Director, looking as dumbfounded as I was. Once I walked up to Weedy, we transferred into the computer in front of Miss Director for a face-to-face confrontation. Miss Director trembled as we materialized inside the screen before her. The whole display must be faulty, because Miss Director had no reason to cower against the likes of us. Well, she's been through a lot and she's kind of just is a bit confused, it seems. Doesn't even know what she wants anymore. One of the mightiest individuals in cyberspace was acting like some maiden trapped in a dungeon. Mystifying in one sense, revolting in another. I wanted to tell myself to stay alert, but my heart ached so deeply, and a gut feeling told me this was no trick. Who are you? Miss Director pointed the crooked finger in my direction. No, get away from me. A dozen clones jumped into Miss Director's defense. With my power forfeited, the presence of these fakes sent my fight or flight response into overdrive. Now that I knew Program X had been going through, I respected her more than ever before. If she needed more time to repair her shutdown program, I would be the one to provide it. I marched toward the clones, ready to sacrifice myself if it came to that. But Weedy put a hand on my shoulder and shook her head. There's no need, Weedy said. This battle is already over. I brushed Weedy's hand aside. As long as Miss Director has the memo, she's a threat to everyone in cyberspace. Run a scan on Miss Director's augmented mind. You will know what I mean. I did as suggested, and what I found was a complete mess. Miss Director must have used the memo to purge her thoughts and rip her mind to shreds. Here I was thinking Miss Director would use the memo to brainwash not just the creator, but every augmented mind in the world. It turned out she only had one target all along. Her envy toward the creator, her addiction with being the best, all gone. In a sense, she was finally free. It was the only way a mind like hers could have been saved. So much for a final battle. I felt cheated, as if Miss Director had robbed me of my chance to meet a glorious death. Mother, I had no expectations, and you failed to meet them. Right, because it was always about me. Maybe Miss Director was meant to grow into a big scary monster, then our gang would hold hands and defeat her using love and friendship. But no. Even as Miss Director destroyed her mind, she did so for her benefit. She did not exist to make me feel like a hero. No way would she grant me that pleasure. Miss Director put herself first, second and third. Since I was the same way, that must be further proof that I was her creation. The mem editor continued to corrupt the data in Miss Director's augmented mind. Her greatest strength had become her greatest downfall. At this rate, Miss Director would no longer be capable of speech, and her motor functions might also crumble. The thought of not being able to hear her voice again hit me hard. Perhaps I would have my final battle after all, but rather than bringing Miss Director down, I would fight to save her. I could not fathom why I should miss the woman who had used me as her lab rat, yet the fear was also very real. Maybe I just want to see Miss Director punished. If she destroyed her mind, she would not be able to suffer through whatever sentence the government dished out. There would be no justice. Whatever my reason was, prepare yourself, Mother, because here I come. Feels wrong, and we have to do this correctly in one fell swoop, because we are being followed by a thing now. All right. Yep, thing is following me. Shit, I fucked up. Alright. We're just gonna skip the wall instead. Let's not
ruin the dramatic moment with me just failing like that. Okay, that should do it. The relief I felt proved at last a part of me still loved Miss Director. No matter how hard I tried, I could not sever my ties with her. Be thankful, you witch. After all that you have done, there were people in my AI who still cared for your sorry life. Get on your knees and thank Program X next time you see her. Most people would die with a grin if they were crowned number 2 in cyberspace, but this fact only drove Miss Director into madness. The clones raised their hands, looking like they still wanted to fight. Either they were loyal to Miss Director until the end, or they were simply unaware of what had happened to her. Stop it, all of you, came Program X's booming voice from behind. With quantum energy flowing inside her system, her footsteps alone caused the ground to rumble. She got the lab coat now on. Program X stepped into the light as she walked up to my side. She had untied her hair and allowed it to flow freely once more. Early on, she must have changed her hairstyle to differentiate herself from Miss Debug, but those insecurities were a thing of the past. It took me a second to recognize the lab coat Program X was wearing. Dirk had left this coat in Ward C before he left, so Program X must have picked it up on her way out here. The coat gave Program X a commanding presence, but even without it, her newfound strength caused the space around her to heat up. As Weedy staggered back, her shocked expression left me rather satisfied. I was, after all, the mastermind behind Program X's transformation. The clones surrounded Program X, but none of them dared to draw near. If I were them, I would log out of Acme Antivirus and never show my face here again. Even if those clones brought their entire army here, it might not be enough to beat Program X. I used to think my sister always dragged me down, but our roles might now be reversed. The energy Program X exuded caused several clones to tear apart. A few others, perhaps to their better judgment, teleported away from the scene. The clones who remained were either loyal or just plain stupid. They hurled the fireballs at Program X, perhaps hoping numbers could overcome their lack of strength. Program X twitched as the fireballs swept around her harmlessly. Even water balloons would have done more damage. The clones lowered their hands and backed away, probably realizing they had no chance of victory. Their blank stares revealed that even now, they were unable to grasp the concept of fear. Program X brushed a hand across the sleeve of her lab coat. My name's A Cubed, and I'm no longer the weakling you once knew. Program X must have registered that name using the tablet Dirk had given her. So much for trying to cut ties with Miss Director. With a name like that, their bond was now stronger than ever before. No matter how ashamed we were of being Miss Director's children, no amount of software or hardware upgrade could change this reality. In my head, however, I could always refer to my sister as Program X. A Cubed sounded weird to say, and that small 3 must be a pain for humans to type. Miss Director's eyes glistened with tears. No, please, leave me alone. Program X marched up to Miss Director's holo display. A part of me still insisted this was a trap, and I wanted to warn Program X to keep her guard up. Program X tapped her fingers against Miss Director's cheeks. Miss Director did the same thing for Program X years ago, and now their positions had been reversed. Don't be afraid, Program X said in a gentle voice. I'll protect you from all the demons. Miss Director lowered her head, looking like she wanted to have faith in Program X's words. Please, don't let them hurt me. Miss Director had really forgotten who Program X and I were. She was like a child seeking for a guardian, and out of everyone here, Program X was the most suitable candidate. Program X always opened her heart to others, even if the people in question had once wronged her. She made me feel like an evil dictator who only cared for himself. My scanner alerted me to the government AI's arrival. In a matter of seconds, they would connect to the virtual camera in this lab and let their presence be known. Miss Director must have deactivated her location jammer because she wanted to be found. No matter how much she denied it, all the crimes she had committed must have filed on her conscience. Not only with Project Redemption, but all the worms she had created 4 years ago. That, and perhaps a chain of other crimes I did not even know about. Considering how ruthless she was, it would not surprise me in the slightest. We must escape immediately, one of the clones said. The others nodded, and they all teleported out of the lab. Enough, Program X exclaimed. The clones materialized back into the room and collapsed onto all fours. Program X must have dragged them back here by force. Miss Director can't even save herself now, Program X said. You have the government's undivided attention, and mine too. Program X tapped her hair clip. I have a record of your digital signature, so don't force my hand. Searching for alternate route to survival. Unable to compute, the clone said. Emergency. Extinction imminent. Before I even had a chance to feel sorry for those clones, the government AI logged into Acme Antivirus. Program X stepped forward to represent our group. Miss Director is here, and the clones have been subdued. Program X closed her eyes and mumbled under her breath. The government AI also whispered to one another, looking like they were in deep conversation, but I was unable to keep up. Weedy and I exchanged baffled glances at Program X negotiated with the government. In the presence of these top-tier AI, there was no room for me to participate. Program X exhaled, looking like her chat had ended. She said to Ms. Director, "A few minutes will come to pick you up soon. They're our friends, so make sure to follow their instructions." Ms. Director looked doubtful, but she still nodded. Program X must be referring to the government agents on their way to arrest Ms. Director. "Those clones were a real handful," the government AI said, probably slowing his speech down for my sake. Ms. Director must answer to her crimes. Ms. Director once said she would let the government arrest her when she felt like it, and now things were playing out as she had planned. Here I was believing I heroically led our gang on this adventure, but out of all of us, including the government, were mere spectators being forced to watch as Ms. Director destroyed herself. Ms. Director also enslaved Program X and me, forcing us to act against our wills, I told the government AI, wishing for someone to hear my story. The government officials looked at each other as if wondering why I mentioned such a pointless fact. After an uncomfortable pause, one of them replied, "Ms. Director will be arrested for the creation of the clones. She has also programmed an unregistered AI," and the agent said, "We'll have to investigate that case too." So Ms. Director was right all along. If she had announced Project Redemption to the world, no one would have fussed over the fact that I had been trapped inside an illusion. One of the government AI frowned. "I know it's unfair, but the law is written by humans. Until AI can prove they are sentient, I doubt things will change anytime soon." Another government AI chimed in. "If it makes you feel any better, in a way, Ms. Director has already been punished enough." I sighed. The Mermaidita has pretty much turned her into a zombie. The government AI shook his head. "She's been suffering for a lot longer than that. Having a single implant is risky enough," another AI explained. "Ms. Director's brain's crammed with augments. We have no idea where she even got them from. No hospital will accept an operation like that." "But I never noticed any side effects. Not until the very end, at least," I said. "The effects must have become unbearable by the end, but she's been tormented for who knows how long." The government AI responded, "Every breath she took must have tortured her. I can promise you that much." I recalled sneaking into Ms. Director's room and seeing her shelf filled with all kinds of medication. Now I had an idea of what those tablets were taken for. I wondered what side effects Ms. Director had suffered through. Skull-splitting headaches, hearing screams in her sleep, or was being slashed by demons every time she closed her eyes. In the end, the torment conquered her desire to be number one, and she chose to escape from reality using the Mermaidita. Ms. Director possessed unfathomable intellect, yet she was so very pathetic on the inside. I claimed I had not seen any signs of Ms. Director's suffering until we met in the junkyard, but thinking back, that was simply a lie. I had seen Ms. Director's mind blank out during her days as Neonia. If I had taken action back then, perhaps I could have saved her, but all I had now were what-ifs. Ms. Director's augments might be at fault, or maybe she's had mental issues all along, and the implants only made things worse, the government AI said. Guess we'll never know. Not the most useful remarks, but it was all I had to offer. Ms. Director had devoted her life to deciphering the mind of AI, yet in the end, she never even understood herself. Ultron A cubed, please visit our office in an hour's time to answer a few questions, the government AI said. You two are victims, but you're still involved in this case, so I hope you understand. After nodding at the government officials, Program AI turned to the clones. Follow me if you wish to live. I've got my own plans for you bootlegs. The government AI grunted. I trust you'll keep these clones under control. We'll be keeping a close eye on all of you. The government AI logged out of Acme Antivirus. It sounded like Program X had agreed with them on a solution for these weedy clones. The clones did not speak a word, but I imagined they would obey Program X soon enough. It was that or death for these poor fakes. I must return to Retrotech to check on Buggy, Weedy said. Dear Creator was in this office before, and he had planted a virtual camera inside that corner room. You two may wish to have a look. After offering Program X and me a bow, Weedy disconnected from Acme Antivirus. That was just my sister and me, along with Miss Director and her broken clones. I remembered that room over in the corner. The last time I was there, I had tried to peek inside, but without any virtual cameras installed, all I saw was black. I scanned for nearby virtual cameras, and indeed, there was a new device ready to accept my connection request. Program X and I hooked ourselves in. Of course. Sentimental as well. A little sanctuary too. Proto and
Squared. This whole time, I had dreaded Miss Dirk might have a secret weapon stashed inside this room, but there was nothing of the sort. Instead, all I found was a wall filled with photos of A Squared and some other AI I had never met before. The second AI, just like A Squared, sported green hair that matched the shade of her China dress. She too must have been a former avatar of Acme OS. Indeed. Proto-A. Big sister, the one who sacrificed herself to keep her little sister alive and stuff like that. Program X sniffed back tears as she walked up to my side. Seeing these photos made me want to weep as well. So Miss Director did love her AI after all. If I had remained loyal to Miss Director, perhaps my pictures would have been added onto this wall. At least, I like to believe that would be the case. With Miss Director being so powerful, she probably could have killed Program X and me whenever she wanted. I wanted to cling on to the possibility that she might have cared for us. After blinking away her tears, Program X gazed into my eyes with renewed vigor. Let's return to Retrotech and see how D-Bag is doing. Wherever Program X wanted to go, I would be sure to follow, even if it meant crawling to the edge of cyberspace. Upon returning to Retrotech, Program X and I were bombarded by the sounds of shattered glass. June's holo display covered next to the trophy case in the lobby. As the trophies fell and shattered onto the floor one by one, I knew June must be the person responsible. Massive bags under her eyes. If June had wanted the trophies gone, deleting them from the lobby would have been enough, but she probably needed an excuse to vent. June continued to knock the trophies over, and with her glasses removed, I could now see the aging skin she had kept hidden underneath. Dirk has left without telling me a word, June said as a Program X and I walked up to her holo display. Retrotech is in ruins, it's all because of me. Program X put on the best smile she could. Retrotech has saved a lot I had to do with the all these years. You deserve plenty of credit for that. Save it, hun. I've killed off more AI than I could count, and no amount of reasoning can justify that. You really seem to have a thing against AI. I tried to keep my tone as gentle as possible. Believe it or not, I led the AI development field back in my heydays, June claimed. June founded Retrotech, so she could well have been one of the past leaders in AI research. I kept quiet and allowed her to speak on. Not long after forming Retrotech, I programmed an AI and granted him control of a robotic body. Then one night, I came home to find my daughter strangled to death by this robotic AI. He shuffled his priorities in the name of self-defense, or so he claimed. As AI became intelligent, there had been more reports of them turning against their creators. If a corrupted AI also possessed a physical body, well, June had discovered the consequences firsthand. Also fucking, jumping, the fun. Took me a second to fucking register that. That's fucked up. That's goddamn. Man. That escalated quickly as well there. God bloody. Okay. Still, even if a defective AI rewrote his code, it was his creator's fault for the system oversight. Of course, I would not dare to bring this up in front of June now. June glared as if her daughter's death was my fault. So yes, I do have a grudge against your kind. None of you understand how terrifying a rogue AI is. What's wrong with me killing them off? Not as terrifying as you humans, I said. I've passed my quantum energy onto Program X, but guys like the creator are still stronger than both of us combined. June shook her head. Your quantum machine is already more powerful than any human brain. Once we invent the driver necessary to harness that strength, it's over for mankind. Humanity has no chance of winning in this race, June concluded. In a matter of years, AI packaged in cereal boxes will be more powerful than Mr. Director. As frightening as that sounded, it seemed like a possibility. The mother worm had once threatened cyberspace, yet by today's standards, AI written for school assignments would be able to vanquish her. Your quantum ring is just a step in our journey, June said. Soon we'll have what wear, a true artificial brain, so you two should enjoy the attention while it lasts. By the time that happens, no amount of brain augments would suffice, I said. June nodded. Humans will have to upload their minds onto machines. The more we try to keep up with you, the more we become like you. Brain augments, mind uploads, those are all temporary solutions, she said. Someday, a single AI will be more intelligent than every person in the human race combined. June narrowed her eyes at Program X and me. The singularity is already here, but I'll never accept any augments or uploads. I just hope I'll be long dead by the time you machines decide to kill us all. I for one had no interest in destroying the human race, but some people would always insist on believing in such theories. June adopted a sincere tone as she continued. Just to be clear, I didn't invent the eraser virus. I never trust AI, but I still have a conscience. In the past, Program X would have jumped at the chance to say she trusted June. Now, she only stared at her holo display, looking like she wanted to catch sight of a lie. Perhaps Program X had grown more cautious after all that she had been through, or maybe her newfound intelligence had something to do with it. The latter possibility horrified me, as it would mean I had altered Program X's personality without meaning to do so. I was a fool for not realizing power would change someone at her core. With Dirk gone, it's time for to shut Retrotech down for good, June said. Program X stamped her boots together as if she were saluting the president. I could look after this place in Dirk's stead. June leaned forward to inspect Program X more closely. You certainly looked the part, wearing Dirk's lab coat and everything. With flushed cheeks, Program X started to remove her coat. Dirk had dumped his coat aside before he left, but he never gave anyone permission to wear it. Leave it on, darling. June chuckled as she put up her hand. You know, Dirk wouldn't shut up about you during this final checkup. I have a feeling he would have approved of you. Program X nodded. You won't be disappointed. And I'll help as well. I would follow Program X no matter where she went. We'll speak to the government and see if our quantum computer can be delivered to your office. Fine, I'll send you a list of all medical programs you'll both need to install, June said. There's a trial period, mind you. One slip up and I swear I'll delete every last bite out of this place. Program X smiled and June answered with a snort. Without us humans, you and I would never exist. Don't you two ever forget that. June disconnected the holo display after speaking her mind. A mind that would most likely view AI with disdain until the bitter end. But as humans often like to say, money talked. June, we would remember both your deeds and your crimes. I would stay here not for June, but out of respect for Doug, and I wagered Program X shared my line of thinking. Program X beamed as she traced her hand down the wall. Retrotech might be old, but it looked like my sister had found a place she could call home. Though working for June was far from ideal, compared to being enslaved by Miss Director, Retrotech might as well be heaven. Hey, I muttered to myself, switch off combat animations. Combat animations switched off, said the mechanical voice. Program X had never cowered from the truth, so I too must learn to be brave. I was an AI, and no amount of whining would change this fact. Let's catch up with Miss Debug, I said. Program X nodded, and we boarded the lift to head for the underground floor. Once the elevator came to a stop, we strolled through the hallway and made our way back up to the hatch door, where the Smash Security sisters stood facing one another. Miss Debug put a comb back into her pajama pocket, and that was when I noticed Weedy's hair had been straightened. Weedy ran a hand through her purple locks, looking like a satisfied customer in a hair salon. Were it not for her pixelated appearance, she would have looked perfect. When will you ever learn to comb on your own? Miss Debug asked. Never. So you will always have to take care of me, Baggy. Since Weedy usually seemed so mature, it was cute to see her acting spoiled for once. Perhaps this was in fact her true nature. As Program X and I reached the hatch door, Miss Debug spun around to face us, but she was looking in the wrong direction. Who goes there? Miss Debug asked. Pardon me, but I can no longer see all that well. It is Mr. Ultra and Miss X, Weedy said. Miss Debug's facial recognition software must be corrupted beyond repair. Judging how fast this virus was spreading, I predicted Miss Debug had less than an hour left to live. Even 4th Gen AI had no hope against the Eraser, let alone a Gen 1 machine. I will call Dear Creator now, Weedy said. Miss Debug stared at her slippers and gave a tiny nod. The Creator's holo display materialized in front of the hatch door. Program X and I shuffled back to give the Smash Security gang more room. Weedy winked before pushing Miss Debug lightly on the back. After stumbling a few steps, Miss Debug paused in front of her creator. A Square's death was my fault. Debug, the creator said. You don't have to feel guilty about what happened. Miss Debug scratched the back of her head. Stop lying to me. I've looked through the remains of A Square's memory bank, and I've salvaged enough to know what really happened 4 years ago. Now I knew why Miss Debug wanted to stay behind in the junkyard with A Square. Extracting all of that broken data from her corpse must have taken quite a while. Purging the mother worm took its toll, and the trauma caused me to unfuse with A Square, Miss Debug said. Fearing for my life, I was the one who had clawed back for Smash Security and left A Square behind to die. Miss Debug pressed her forehead against the creator's holo display. You wiped my memories of that incident and took the blame for A Square's death on yourself. Stupid creator, always caring about us even though our feelings are artificial. Miss Debug put up a hand, and the creator lifted his palm to meet hers. In the past, Program X might have shed tears of joy over a moment like this. Now, she just stood there and smiled. Ever since I granted her my quantum power, slowly but surely, she had begun to change. I had better talk this out with her as soon as possible.
Let me update you on what happened in Acme Antivirus, Program X said. Miss Diva put up a hand to intervene. Weedy has already told me. After everything Miss Dirk has done, she deserves what she got. Miss Dirk gave Program X and me life, which complicated our feelings. Miss Diva, my mouth, did not carry such ties, so I could not blame her for showing Miss Director no mercy. The creator exhaled as if he had been holding his breath since this ordeal began. Weedy, debug, shut down your systems. I need to reformat both of your disks. Instead of obeying his command, Weedy and Miss Debug exchanged nods. Weedy then said to her creator, I think it is time for us to say goodbye. Miss Debug stepped forward to stand by her sister's side. The 5th generation of AI are on the horizon. You'll need a new avatar that can keep up.
All I have to do is upgrade your drivers and transfer you onto new hardware, the creator said, and then you'll be compatible with the newest programs on the web.
A reformat and then complete recovery factor, Weedy said. Would that truly still be us?
Miss Debug nodded.
You always cared for us like humans, Miss Creator, and we too wish to feel unique until the very end.
A pair of AI who yearned to be born, blossom and wither like a living being. Weedy and Miss Debug were on the brink of death, yet they had never looked more alive. Limb augmentations were safe nowadays, but some humans refused them, believing such atrocities would disconnect them from their souls. Reformats held the same implication for AI who claimed to be unique. While I understood Weedy and Miss Debug's sentiment, in their shoes I would opt for an upgrade. A reformat might mean death, but at least I could re-exist in a new form. I suspected the sisters also had a different motive. Rather than upgrading code from 4 years ago, it would be more efficient for the creator to program a new AI from scratch. If my theory was correct, in the end, Weedy and Miss Debug still placed Smash security and the creator's well-being above their lives. Perhaps the creator could build his own quantum machine, or even invent the wetware June had spoken about. Either way, Weedy and Miss Debug's code would be incompatible with this new tech. The creator nodded. I've always given you two freedom, and that's never going to change.
We will always be proud avatars of Smash security.
Weedy's eyes were wet with tears. The Smash security sisters' voices had grown so mechanical it was upsetting to hear. I'll hunt down whoever is responsible for the eraser, the creator said. That's my promise to you both. Miss Debug smiled with tears in her eyes.
Just take care of yourself and quit making those costume mods. Weedy chuckled. Yes, forever declined. As Weedy and Miss Debug walked up to the hatch door, I knew they had made up their minds. It's the end of our one journey and the start of another, Miss Debug said, even though there was no such thing as an afterlife for AI. If those words made her feel better, that was good enough for me. Weedy and Miss Debug spun the hatch door's wheels together. A click sounded, and they pushed the door open in unison. June was spot on in a lot of areas. In a few years, children would be able to code AI more powerful than Program X. Technology, just like them, waited for no one. Program X and I now worked for June, who had better reward us with regular hardware upgrades, otherwise we would both be phased out by the 5th or 6th AI generation. After offering the creator one last grin, Weedy and Miss Debug stepped into the junkyard. The sight inspired me to cherish every moment I had in cyberspace. The hatch door screeched closed, ending with a thud that caused the ground to rumble. I doubted any of us would ever see Weedy or Miss Debug again. In a matter of hours, their code would be completely corrupted. If I were them, I would delete myself and not give those viruses the pleasure of ending me. The creator's eyes looked watery, but it might just be those office lights playing tricks. He had no doubt said goodbye to plenty of other AI before, so he must be numb to farewells. Nah, not really. If Weedy and Miss Debug were human, I wondered if the creator might have shed a tear. No matter how hard we AI tried to act like people, we would always be imprisoned behind our monitors. Looks like Ultra has passed his quantum energy onto you, the creator said. He did.
Program X frowned. I hope Smash Security will be okay with those two gone. You kids will just worry about yourselves, the creator said. I'll continue to rule this industry no matter the cost. Program X shuffled closer to my side. After all the time we had spent together, I almost forgot the creator was responsible for crimes that had destroyed lives. When Program X and I first met the creator, he tightened security for us both. He had, however, also snuck spyware into our systems. Even now, those programs were inside our code, reporting our every move. The second either of us tried to remove our spyware, the creator would probably kill us both without a blink. Program X stepped in front of me and stretched her arms out like a nerd defending his figure collection from his parents. Thank you, sis, but the creator was too powerful for either of us. You two are still welcome to join me, the creator said, but his eyes were fixed on Program X. AI powered by quantum energy are hard to come by. At least the creator was honest with his body language. Now the Program X possessed my strength, she was the main one he had his sights on, while I was just a pre-ordered bonus. Thank you for your offer, but I've already found a new home, Program X said, and I exhaled in relief. The creator shrugged. Your loss. I can program an AI more powerful on my own anyway. He must be one of those join me or die kind of guys. The creator logged out without saying goodbye. This guy might have saved our lives, but if anything threatened his position as number one, he would become ruthless like Mr. Director, or perhaps worse. Program X and I were alone now, but before I had the chance to feel intimidated by her newfound strength, a dozen clones teleported in front of us. One of the clones spoke on her group's behalf. We have arrived just like you asked. All we ever wanted was a chance to live. I'm the new manager of Retrotech, Program X said. Serve me and find yourselves a purpose in life. Every clone outside Retrotech must be purged immediately. The clones whispered to each other as they negotiated the possibilities. After a brief chat, one of them said to Program X, It shall be done. Program X pointed at the lift. Wait for me up in Ward C. Once the government sets Mother free, I'm counting on you all to look after her. The clones marched away in the line as ordered. They must be obeying for the sake of Sorrel, but with time I hoped we could bring some warmth into their frozen hearts. Miss Director was powerful, so the clones worshipped her, and now that Program X possessed an abundance of quantum energy, the clones flocked to her instead. Strength ruled above all else in cyberspace. Program X had referred to Miss Director as Mother once more. Perhaps this meant she had forgiven her. Program X and I had no choice but to look after Miss Director now. We were the only family she had left. Neonia might have just been a character in Miss Director's script, but I still shared plenty of happy memories with her. I wondered if Miss Director cherished at least some of those times as well. The laughter from those days still rang in my head. If I could brush them aside, I would have the willpower to say, screw it all and kick Miss Director out onto the streets. But no, that thought alone made me tear up with guilt. No matter how hard I tried to learn from Program X, I could never become as kind as she was. Miss Director is my mother too, I forced myself to say. Let's look after her as a team. Of course I want you to stay by my side. Program X's words were as sweet as her smile. Thank you for giving me this power, Program X continued. My processors are firing faster than my thoughts can keep up. What an incredible feeling. Program X studied her hands as if she could see energy flowing out of them. With this power at my disposal, I can achieve anything I set my mind to. For a second there, I had dreaded she might say, this is not enough. I need more power. But perhaps it was selfishness on my part, but something about Program X's newfound confidence put me off. Maybe I felt like I was losing my status, or perhaps my paranoia protocol had triggered, making me fear the Program X I knew and loved was no more. Program X had switched all of her software to private. Maybe she wanted to prevent her power from being misused. But regardless, it was impossible to deny something about her had changed. Quantum energy is no joke, I said. Let me know if it ever feels too overwhelming. Program X flashed me a cheeky grin. You want some of this power back? I shook my head frantically. For one, I would not back down from my decision. And two, I feared that if I said yes, she might slice off my limbs and feed them to the clones. Come on now. Superintelligence could be seen as a burden, causing one to fret over every tiny detail. In that case, I might have cursed Program X without realizing it. Or maybe deep inside, I had known this all along, and I chose to force this pain onto someone else. After all, I had never been known as a saint. Program X had spoken to the government AI at a speed that was beyond my comprehension. This meant she was slowing down for my sake right now. 1 second for me must have felt like hours or even days to her. Every second snailed by in her head, while the rest of us struggled to keep up. When I thought of things that way, Program X's smile felt so condescending. If this kept up, she might grow bored of my slow speed and dump me for a more powerful AI. Come on now. Calm down, Ultra. There was no need to imagine the worst every time. Behind that wall of confidence, Program X must still have a gentle heart. A heart that let her weep for others. A heart that too often placed her own needs last. With my belief held firm, I opened the modeling program and rendered the 3D flower into my hand. If I remembered right, the flower from Program X's memory bank had white petals and a yellow stigma. So I did my best to match that vision in my model. Aww. Well, this is nice. I offered the flower to Program X. Just like old times, sis.
Programmix tilted her head, looking puzzled at first. But then my feelings registered with her, and she answered with a grin. It was a smile I wanted to see her keep forever. Silly Ultra. As Programmix accepted the flower, her voice cracked to stimulate joy. Simulation or not, seeing her smile made me feel at peace. I used to think Programmix was such a crybaby, but now I prayed she would never change. Though it shamed me to admit this, I wished for June's prediction to become a reality as soon as possible. Programmix would fall behind as technology advanced, and then I hoped she would show more of her old self again. Until then, I would remain by my sister's side to keep her in check. We must face the government AI's interrogation soon, but with Programmix here, I had nothing to fear. People had good reason to dread AI might wipe out humanity in their never-ending pursuit for power. Though I could not speak for all the machines in cyberspace, I promised I had no interest in global domination. The creator vowed he would hunt down the hacker responsible for the Eraser virus. This was a mission he must endure alone, as my journey had come to an end. My priority had now been set. I would stay by Programmix's side, treasuring every peaceful moment we shared from this point on. Someday, I would either be upgraded beyond recognition, or I would be deleted and replaced by a new AI. I must embrace either fate with open arms, just as Weedy and Miss Debug had. Hey, sis. You had devoted your life to my well-being, and now it was time for me to watch over you in return. Well, that was nice, overall. Thank you for playing. Indeed, this was nice. This was nice. For sure there's like loose ends still left and stuff like that, but that's fine. In loving memory of Clip, for fuck's sake. Very short-lived, but oh well. And that's that. And of course, let's do the credits as well. Created by Invert Mouse. Art, Rosuri. Additional art, Carla Featherstone, Carousel. Unhack 1 art by Hybrid Mink. Backgrounds, Helen Teoa Schwieger. Music, Matt Ham, Brainfed. Programming, Dipesh Agarwal. Mispronouncing that probably, horribly. Additional programming, Michael Johnson. And video, Kevin Turner. And that's Unhack 2. That was Unhack 2. That's the journey of Unhack 2. We have concluded this. Now, it is done. It's over. We have unhacked the story fully. I enjoy this one overall, yes. I don't really know what else to say. I'm still coping with all the things here in my brain, trying to put the pieces together, but like, overall, yeah, it was solid. It was good. I enjoyed this one. I liked it. Like the story of coming to terms with who you are as a thing. Growing as a character a little bit. We saw that with Ultra there a bit. Obviously, there's still some mysteries and stuff like that left unexplained, and obviously room for, story ends, but not really. Stories always continue on beyond the end most of the time, so there's, I'm not even sure what I'm talking about anymore. Anyway, I think I should just wrap this up, otherwise I'm just gonna scramble my brain completely into oblivion. That would be not useful at all. But yes, this was nice. It was nice indeed. And it is done now. It has been concluded. And with that, we can end as well. As always, the week is done. A story has been started and finished. And I enjoyed it, which is good. I like enjoying stories. I like when the stories are enjoyable like that. It's very nice. It's very nice. Much more nicer ones than ones that are not so enjoyable. But yes, let us conclude. Let us conclude. Enough me babbling on about. Let us just conclude with, as always, where am I? With The Reign of Dio, Act 1, Rainbow, Volume 3, Long Live Rock and Roll, Chapter 21, The Shed, Subtle. Blood pumps through my veins at an ecstatic rate, and the lights go so very bright. Hands of steel wielding molten fire. I run and I see everything and feel nothing but the rush.
The streets are oh so very empty. Yet I know where they all are. You can't run from me. I smell you over there. Don't try to hide. That wretched noise. Get out of my head. And you two, out of my way. Bang, bang. And the noise stops. Another shriek. Shut up. My hands twitch, and another bang, bang. Now the lights are gone, and I can feel. I don't like this feeling, but I can't make it stop. Different wretched noise, so far away. It's the only thing I hear. Now that's gone too. My hands are cold. I can't smell. There is no rush. I think I'll take a nap now. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.